Second part is here guys, so like now, for more updates. Chapter 89. What is this? Door. Several fast-moving haze soldiers were enjoying the fun of slaughtering the little devil. Suddenly, some tall doors stand in their way. To be honest, in front of the haze army, which is fully armed, with all kinds of alchemy equipment and magic technology blessing, these newly born little devils are basically powerless to fight back. In addition, before Haze army advanced, they would basically use death bombs to clear the field, so the number advantage that the little devils were proud of was gone in front of Haze soldiers. In this way, the soldiers of the Haze family stepped on the bones of the little devil with a smirk, and marched arrogantly towards the edge of the black earth. And along the way, they ruthlessly slaughtered any little devil that appeared in their field of vision, and screaming their screams was one of their favorite things to do, second only to directly smashing the devil's cocoon. But this is not difficult to understand. Because in the eyes of the Haze clan, who are also dark creatures, the ugly appearance of the little devils makes them unacceptable. They never imagined that there would be a creature with such a disgusting form. But that's where their luck ends. Because, the door of space from the endless abyss has arrived in this world. The real devil main force has already assembled in the abyss. They are standing on the other side of the door of space, fantasizing about tasting the delicious souls from another world later. Hey? Is this thing the building of these little freaks? A Haze soldier pointed to the door of space in front of him and said to his companions. Not quite sure, but... After a Haze soldier saw the shape of the space gate, he couldn't help frowning. It looks very similar. Look at the twisted shape of this thing. It is probably made by those little freaks. The shape of the gate of space is filled with rotten flesh, rotten corpses, and various skeletons and fallen creations. This shape is very similar to the little devils unintentionally piled up. At the top of the gate of space, symbols similar to numbers were engraved with blood in a mess. Another Haze soldier was more irritable. He pulled out the magic grenade gun behind him and aimed at the door of space. What's the matter with it? Break it up and say, this kind of disgusting and twisted thing should not exist in this world. To be honest, since stepping into the Black Earth, including this Haze soldier, quite a few people have felt that their own emotions seem to fluctuate. This kind of fluctuation seems a little abnormal. After all, the Haze people must be treated with drugs every week, so as to reduce the side effects caused by emotions. But most people didn't take it too seriously. In their perception, the reason for such a large emotional fluctuation is also related to the environment in which they fight. After all, the black earth under their feet looks uncomfortable. After fighting in such a land for a long time, the emotions of normal creatures will naturally become extreme or lower. Boom! A grenade successfully hit the gate of space. But as the smoke cleared, the rest of the people inevitably widened their eyes. Because they couldn't believe it at the moment, the magic grenade that could easily kill the super creature just now didn't hurt this disgusting and twisted building. What's the situation? The soldier who fired looked at his own comrades, and their comrades also looked puzzled. What a joke, these space gates from the depths of the endless abyss are real rule creations. Not to mention magic grenades, even if mythical creatures come, they will still be helpless to these space gates if they cannot break the rules of space. Even, only reaching a stage with Chu Hao, or even a stronger deity, is qualified to interfere with these gates of space. A few more shots. I always feel wrong. Some clever, or Haze soldiers with a strong sixth sense, have begun to fire again. Because they don't know when it started, they vaguely felt that some low and disgusting voices began to appear behind the doors of these spaces. Moreover, such a voice was heard by more and more Haze soldiers, and the voice became louder and louder. It makes them feel uneasy. But just as they were preparing for the second round of fire, a little devil suddenly emerged from the gate of space. As if it was a signal, a large number of little devils began to pour out of all the gates of space at the same time. After seeing these little devils, all the Haze soldiers began to laugh. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? It turned out to be these guys. I thought the big ones were coming. Ha ha ha. Immediately, all the swords and guns in the hands of the Haze soldiers opened fire on the little devils, smashing them into a pile of minced meat. More and more little devils died in front of the door of space. The whole floor of the gate of space was full of thick devil flesh and blood. But just when this group of people were still grinning and slaughtering the little devil, a real monster finally stepped through the gate of space and came to this world. As soon as this monster appeared, all the Haze soldiers immediately began to tremble, and even many people, even the hands holding the weapons, began to tremble. It's not because of anything else, but because of the form of this monster. It's terrifying to the extreme. Black-purple skin, grotesquely terrifying face, deformed and tumor-covered body, combined with densely packed, unknowingly thousands of pairs of evil eyes. This devil is like coming out of everyone's deepest nightmare. Ah, sweet, with the taste of flesh and blood, the taste of the new world is really good. A tall devil who called himself Evil Eye and awakened several real names, walked out of the door of space without any haste. Unexpectedly, it did not attack any enemies, but just moved towards the sky and smelled the air of this world. At the same time, various grotesque devils began to appear in the portal behind the Evil Eye. Without a devil appearing, the tremors of the soldiers here intensified. Because they never thought that there will be life, Zhang Cheng looks so twisted. Corruption and evil are their names, chaos and tyranny fill their blood, death and fear are their eternal pursuits. Those Haze soldiers, someone has already reacted. My god, it's a legendary peak, no, beyond the legendary peak, a creature on the verge of a demigod. Fire! Stop them! An officer immediately observed the life strength of Devil's Evil Eye and screamed. Request death bomb, target orientation, 500 meters ahead of our position. Quick! Before these mighty devils could walk out of their respective gates of space, dozens of death bombs with poisonous smoke exploded in front of them. In an instant, a yellow-green poisonous mist filled the front of the gate of the battlefield space. Do you died? The officer tremblingly looked into the distance. But in the next second, the most desperate thing happened to him. A tongue full of maggots swept across its mask suddenly from the smoke. The sticky saliva made it almost scream. But in the next second, hundreds of eyes with different emotions looked at the terrified Haze clan chief at the same time. Devil, you are looking for me? Cute. Xiamu's thick hands grabbed each other's shoulders. It took a deep breath of the extremely deadly chemical smoke here, then shook its head and said to the other party intoxicated. I love these welcome gifts from you. They remind me of my hometown, a swamp forever surrounded by poisonous fog. Next, it's my return gift. After speaking, it opened its own mouth. On the edge of the black earth, several legions of the Haze family were completely destroyed within a few dozen minutes. No one survived. To be precise, no one's soul can escape from Devil's hands. This report was truthfully passed on to the commander of the Haze clan. Chapter 90. The gravel in this desert has been forced to change its color several times. From the beginning, from the black and red that the gravel was corrupted when the endless abyss descended, to the yellow-green that was later contaminated by deadly chemical elements due to the death bomb, to now contaminated by the blue-purple blood of thousands of Haze tribe. This desert has now become a drawing board. A painting board cast from the ground into a plate, blood and bones turned into paint. Above the desert, some late devil army easily tore apart any Haze troops standing in front of them, as well as the heavy weapons they were proud of. Of course, shredding here is not a modified word. Rather, shredding in the true physical sense. Evil Eye is standing on the colorful ground at the moment, grabbing a still dead Haze soldier, laughing loudly. The Haze soldier in front of him can be said to be the embodiment of true bravery. After Zemu tore up dozens of comrades in a row with an absolutely invincible attitude, he stepped forward and bravely inserted a knife into one eye of Zemu's body, and then there's no after that. His current posture like a sackcloth shows everything. Devil language, oh you made me lose an eye. The evil eye pointed at the haze soldier in front of him, and pointed to a bloody hole on his shoulder, revealing a terrifying smile. Kill me. The helmet of the haze soldier has fallen off, revealing its mouse-like cheek, and its blue-purple eyes are full of fear and despair. I don't understand what you're talking about, Xiaomu laughed. Maybe I'm begging for mercy, maybe I'm sorry, but sweetie, please rest assured that I'm definitely not angry, because... He opened his huge mouth and aimed it at the opponent. You will soon be able to make up for my previous losses. After a while, a pair of blue-purple eyes regrew on Xiaomu's arm. These eyes kept looking around, and the emotions in their pupils were extremely complex, first doubt, then fear, and finally inconceivable. In the end, all these emotions were transformed into total despair. Words can no longer describe the fate of the soul of any living body that falls into devil's hands. That kind of torture that is worse than death, that kind of despair, will be eternity. In the forward base of the Hayes family, a report came to Hayes' commander. The 3 legions of the Hayes family, plus a heavy support legion, were completely wiped out in just a few dozen minutes after those giant gates came. No soul of any Hayes can escape from the hands of those monsters. The creatures we are facing seem to be out of tune with this world. In addition to the absolute chaos and distortion they showed before, the biggest feature is the capture of the soul. This is a creature that seems to be naturally very sensitive to biological souls. They were born in the land of sin, they live by evil thoughts, they are the embodiment of absolute depravity. A detailed and terrifying report was truthfully passed on to the commander of the Hayes clan. What followed were the miserable howls of these legions before they were on the verge of death, and the terrifying images that were contaminated by devil. Whether it's the sound or the picture, it's enough to drive any normal creature insane. But the one watching these is a dark creature, a Hayes commander who injects several times of chemicals every week to suppress his emotions. It sits in its own position, uses its own device, and looks at the data transmitted in front of it at an accelerated rate. Finally, after reading all the information, Commander Hayes stood up again in the eyes of everyone. I don't know when it started, some pictures and voices from the northwest began to spread quietly in the army. Every Hayes warrior who is a little curious has already obtained some information about that battlefield through their own methods. But when they really finished watching these pictures and sounds, even chemical agents cannot suppress the fear radiating from the hearts of these warriors. The enemy they face is not life at all. Those enemies laughing and tearing apart their comrades in arms are all incarnations of death and depravity. The soldiers of the Hayes tribe, as rational creatures, naturally felt fear. However, the Hayes family, which was born from a harsh environment, has an extremely strong military tradition. Even if they are afraid, they will grit their teeth and swear to obey the orders of their superiors. Therefore, all the soldiers in the Hayes advance base all set their sights on the commander. Its decision will determine the fate of these soldiers. We won't go. The commander calmly said his own conclusion. We can't go, we have expended too many resources in order to come to this world. Our original world lacked resources, at least most of the resources were no longer available, so we must take this world and make up for our parent world. The commander said to the adjutant beside him. Contact the command post on the other side of the passage and tell them that we have encountered a counterattack from a powerful enemy. In this world, a group of terrifying creatures that do not know how to be born appeared. I doubt, of course, just suspect that these terrifying creatures seem to come from other worlds, and their behavior is completely different from the creatures in this world. We, now need the support of the Matrix world. Understood. The adjutant nodded. But we need to tell them, let them send those legions. The commander closed his own blue-purple eyes and said without sadness and joy. First of all, the 2 strongest armies, Death Messenger and Destroyer, then the Poison Sore Heavy Army, and then the Great Scientist Legion and the Magic Messenger Legion, 2 special armies. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, including the adjutant. Because what this commander named and wanted were the most elite armies in their parent world. Each of these army groups can easily destroy a small world. But these are not the focus. The focus is on the two special legions of Great Scientist Legion and Magic Messenger Legion. After saying all this, the commander of the Haze clan raised his head and looked at the sky. At the end of the sky, a pitch-black star hangs above the sky, blending with the surrounding darkness, making it extremely difficult to distinguish. Where did these creatures come from? Why do they show such a shape? Could it be that there is an entrance to another powerful world hidden here? Like those doors that are similar to space passages. A thought appeared in its mind. If it is true, then the value of this world will be unimaginably high. We may be able to follow that passage to another powerful world and obtain far more precious resources than this world. Chapter 91. Bottom of the Endless Abyss. The source of all depravity. This is really a strange creature. Chu Hao looked at the body structure of the dozens of Haze soldiers in front of him, and said lightly. According to the data in the textbook, this race can indeed be classified as a dark race. A strand of divine fire originating from Chu Hao merged into the body of the Haze soldier in front of him, and parsed its life information to Chu Hao for his own analysis. However, the body structure of this Haze family seems to be completely different from ordinary dark creatures. Their bloodlines are still stable and can maintain a stable life form, but their internal organs have been upgraded beyond their appearance. As Chu Hao's fingers tapped a few times in the void, a completely deformed internal organ appeared in front of him. Their organs, especially the lungs and stomach, have been obviously upgraded, or deformed, I don't know how many times. These organs look like they're distorted by prolonged exposure to harsh environments full of chemicals and radiation. A ray of light flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. In the next instant, the Haze lungs were dissected as a whole. The dissected lungs made Chu Hao frown. Disorganized and clumps of deformed tissue, this was Chu Hao's first reaction to this deformed organ. The lungs of the entire Haze family have become a mess from the inside. It looks like a lung, but it is actually an unknown organ that has been deformed into an unknown organ filled with various useless tissues and tumors. It was also the first time that Chu Hao saw that the lungs of ordinary creatures would be deformed into such a shape. According to common sense, such lungs should have lost their ability to work long ago. At least, their working ability will drop to a terrible level. Even for creatures like Devil that are so chaotic that they cannot be explained by common sense, their internal organs will give priority to functionality rather than complete chaos. However, looking at their previous appearance, it seems that they have not been negatively affected by these organs. Chu Hao recalled the fighting ability displayed by the Haze family. Although the individual was slightly weak, it did not seem to be affected by breathing. The apparently conflicting features of this organ left Chu Hao somewhat puzzled. Then the brains and eyes of the Haze family. Chu Hao stretched out his hand and showed the information from the brains and eyes of the Haze family in front of him. For some reason, the brains and eyes of these creatures show no signs of aberrations at all. On the contrary, they got brains and eyes, but because of some kind of curse magic, a positive upgrade was generated, making them smarter and able to have a stronger vision. If other organs are aberrations caused by the natural environment, then the brains and eyes of these guys are carefully protected by a powerful being. However, what kind of world environment can these creatures similar to the rat people be upgraded to like this? Or, why does the existence behind these rat people use cursing magic to protect the brains and eyes of these creatures? After Chu Hao was silent for a moment towards these organs, he directly dragged the soul of a Haze soldier to his own. Ignite its soul. Following his order, a ray of divine fire began to ignite the Haze soldier's soul, burning its soul from beginning to end. After the soul of the other party was burnt clean, a strand of thread. A grey line appeared in front of Chu Hao. Chu Hao stretched out his hand and pinched the grey thread in front of him. The inside of the thread is full of traces of divine power, which are like parasites, firmly parasitic in the soul of every Haze creature. In Chu Hao's view, rather than saying that this thing is a seed of faith, it is better to say that this thing is a trademark left by a certain god in the soul of his creation. Some kind. I don't know what kind of god, the unique trademark engraved in the soul of his creation. Only a real god can do such a thing. But the most troublesome thing for Chu Hao is this thing. If these lines are true, Chu Hao has discovered a terrible fact. That is, inside the secret realm world, there is actually a world where natural evolved a god. And, is it still a god at least at the median level? How can that be? Don't retreat. We're going to hold this place until the last person is killed. We must cover until the Brain Eater squad successfully retreats to the forward base. Fire! A Haze chief, holding a huge fell grenade launcher, shouted at about a regiment of Haze soldiers around him. After finishing speaking, it immediately launched the magic grenade in its hands towards the positions of those powerful devils in the distance. After these magic grenades were launched, unimaginable terrifying power erupted on the battlefield of the entire Black Earth. Any little devil, as long as it is affected by the magic grenade, will die without a whole body in an instant. Even those devils who have not reached the legendary stage will be seriously injured if they are hit by these magic grenades and temporarily lose their ability to fight. However, such power and battlefield performance are not the focus of this officer's attention at this time. All its thoughts at the moment are on a team that looks completely different from ordinary soldiers. The posture and armor of the members of this squad are completely different from ordinary soldiers. They are not like warriors, but a combination of scientists, magicians, alchemists, and magicians. At this time, they were loading a four-armed legendary devil trapped in a magic circle and howling non-stop onto a huge military vehicle. And their destination is the forward base hundreds of kilometers away. It is worth mentioning that such a scene is taking place in various positions of the Haze family. Countless vehicles loaded with devil, abyss creatures, abyss plants, and black earth samples are rapidly heading towards the forward base. It's not just Chu Hao trying to understand the Haze clan. The Haze family, who noticed that devil is extremely powerful, also tried to use technology, alchemy, and magic. Learn about the infinite abyss and its creators. This is a battle between two races, a death battle between two worlds, and more. The mutual game between the two gods. Chapter 92. A tattered heavy vehicle rushed back to the forward base of the Haze family at the fastest speed. Although many Haze soldiers used their lives to cover the retreat of this vehicle along the way, there were still large and small terrifying corrosion marks and blows on its hard shell made of alchemical metal. Trace. These traces are enough to prove how difficult and terrifying it has been along the way. But no matter what, the sacrifices of these Haze soldiers were valuable. Because now, a native devil caught on the front line of the battlefield has been sent here as a sample. Commander, the Brain Eater team has returned. A Haze lieutenant broke into the commander's residence and reported. They successfully captured a biological sample from a hostile world. The opponent's strength is legendary strength. According to the front battle report, the vitality of this creature is already the peak of the enemy soldiers. In the forward base of the Haze family, the commander finally got a piece of good news since the battle with the Endless Abyss. Hearing this, the commander couldn't help but light up. Good job, good job. After speaking, the commander immediately put on his clothes and hurried to the direction of the Brain Eater team with his adjutant. When it walked to the side of the legendary devil, when it really saw the true form of the legendary devil with its own naked eyes, even he couldn't help taking a breath. What a horrible creature it is! In the seal, a four-armed devil, with its scarlet eyes, was staring at every Haze tribe present. Its scarlet eyes were filled with the tyrannical aura from the chaotic and evil world. In its mouth, whispers from devil kept uttering, tempting the souls of everyone present to go to the depths of depravity. Just looking at its eyes, ordinary Haze people will feel an extreme sense of discomfort. Devil language, little thing, I feel it. Four-armed devil felt the commander's gaze, looked at each other, and said at the same time. After he spoke, the commander immediately felt that his own soul was broken by ice water, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. The commander's pale face was reflected in Devil's eyes. The fear hidden in your soul, are you afraid, are you afraid? After the commander calmed down, he turned his head and looked at a member of the Brain Eater squad with gears and books painted on his chest. What is it saying? Can you translate it with the magical item? As a world with magical energy, the Hayes family has the ability to communicate with other species, at least with most common species. In Hayes' Matrix world, magical items used for translation are expensive but not too rare. Who knows? After hearing this, the Brain Eater team member shook his head decisively. Sorry, sir, we have tried to communicate with the other party, but the other party's language seems to be interfered by some kind of world rules, and we can't translate it. What? The commander frowned. This sentence sounded a bit incredible to him. What kind of world rules can protect the language of a creature? Sir, although we can't understand it, it's the truth. The member of the Brain Eater squad with gears and books painted on his chest spoke earnestly. This legendary creature is the most valuable harvest we have received since we came to this world. What can be confirmed now is, the breath contained in this legendary creature is incompatible with the world we originally invaded, that is to say, it is indeed a creature from another world. Hearing this, the commander took a deep breath, and then an incomparably complicated emotion of joy surged up. Can you be 100% sure? Not yet, but as long as we send this creature back to the Research Institute, or any research institution of the Magic Academy and Alchemy Academy, we can be 100% sure. While the two were still communicating, countless light spots began to light up in the space channel inside the distant base. Da-da-da! Neat steps began to appear, and all the soldiers immediately turned their eyes to that direction. From the space passage, a heavily armed army began to walk out of it. This army is completely different from the uniform worn by the vanguard that has come to this world. Their bodies are engraved with bright red alien skull symbols. As soon as they appear, it's the Exterminator Army. Someone recognized this famous terrifying army, this terrifying army that has destroyed countless worlds. More than that. On the other side of the second space channel, the same light spot starts to light up. The other one, the army with the blood-dripping blade engraved on its uniform, walked out of this passage. As soon as they appeared, the entire advance base immediately became silent. No one wants to speak in front of these madmen who are brainwashed by chemicals and destroy military discipline. Yes, the exterminators. A Hayes soldier shivered, secretly thinking in his own mind. At the same time, in the third passage, ugly heavy alchemy machines that could almost be said to be scraps were driven over from the transmission passage. These machines are full of all kinds of bloodstains and stains that look like they haven't been cleaned for a long time. But everyone present knew that these machines were not lacking in maintenance, they were so filthy because they had just arrived from another battlefield. They didn't even get any rest and supplies, so they drove to a new battlefield. On each of their machines, blood and oil are used to tattoo different types of poisonous sore marks. At the same time, the fourth and fifth passages also lit up, and the Great Scientist Legion and the Magic Messenger Legion were also arriving, but their speed was obviously much slower than the other legions. This is also because the equipment they carry is completely different from the rest of the legions. However, after the arrival of the three armies, the atmosphere in Nyuta's forward base had turned into an extremely terrifying silence. Okay, Commander, what you need to worry about most now is how to command these three terrifying legions. The Brain Eater team member with gears and books painted on his chest shrugged his shoulders and ordered the rest of the team to start helping push the devil to the time-space channel. And we will bring these samples back to our own world. The commander nodded numbly. Watching this group of team members from the Academy of Sciences and the Alchemy Institute push one by one abyss creatures and black earth samples to the entrance of the space-time channel. And at this moment, he suddenly subconsciously looked at the legendary devil. This extremely chaotic and evil creature, for some unknown reason, is looking at the other end of the passage with a strange smile, looking towards the maternal world in which you were born. In an instant, an ominous premonition appeared in the commander's heart. Why are you laughing? Chapter 93. Why does it laugh? The commander looked at the four-armed devil who was about to be pushed into the space channel, and such an idea suddenly popped into his mind. In its field of vision, this monster with a distorted face is looking at the mother world at the other end of the passage with a greedy look. What the hell is it laughing at? Commander, there is an extremely strong ominous omen in my heart. Commander, the officers of the Death Messenger Army, the Exterminator Army, and the Toxic Sore Army have assembled and are waiting for your order. The adjutant came to the commander's side and said to the pale-faced commander. I know. Although the emotion in the commander's heart was like a stormy sea, he still tried his best to suppress all this. After all, in front of him, there are still 2 whole worlds to conquer. There are 3 legions waiting for his orders. Go. The commander turned around, sighed, and looked at several officers standing in the distance. He took a step and walked over there. But suddenly, not sure if it was a curse or a meme, or the blessings of those fallen dark gods. In that commander's mind, a smile, the smile from that devil suddenly appeared again. That kind of malice, that kind of desire, was deeply imprinted in his mind. I can't let this guy go into my world. The commander turned around suddenly and ran towards the space channel. On the other side of the space channel, several abyss plants have been sent into the parent world of the Hayes family. And what follows next are the samples of the Black Earth and the most crucial legendary devil. Stop! Suddenly, everyone heard the roar of the commander himself. He stopped the team that was transporting devil and continued. Don't send these unknown samples, including this legendary monster, to our world. If you want to study it, do it from the world we live in now. Hearing this, the Brain Eater team member with gears and books painted on his chest scratched his head and said. But, sir, the world is not safe, and there are no instruments we need, those that are scarce. This is an order. Soldier. This is my order, the Commander-in-Chief of the Advance Army. As the Chief Commander of the Elder House, I have such a right. In the commander's blue-purple eyes, a terrifying light erupted, like a beast that devoured people. Problems with equipment and instruments, I have the authority to transfer. And the safety issue, you go tell those old things, there are death messengers and extinction armies stationed here, they will not die. All of them looked at the commander who was in a state of rage, and did not say a word. Although the other party's requirements do not conform to tradition. But with the authority of the other party, it is indeed possible to do it. As ordered. The terrified member of the Brain Eater team hurriedly saluted, and then, together with the others, put down the transport of the sample, and then returned to his own mother world to report. And the commander, alone, stood in front of the devil. Although I don't know what your previous expressions represent, what I can guarantee is that you and the world behind you will never want to meddle in my world. This time, there was no fear in his blue-purple eyes. And Devil got a condescending sneer when he got those scarlet eyes. Devil, this is just the beginning, little thing, just the beginning. The commander turned around and continued walking towards the officers who were on standby. Gentlemen, let me introduce the current war situation this world is going through. First of all, we're going through something that never happened. Three-way battle. One takes the entire world as a battlefield, and the other 2 worlds are preparing for a terrible war to exterminate each other. In the dense jungle, an alien quietly raised its head from the dense plants and observed the other side of the jungle. At this point, it is already the 2nd week that this world has been invaded by extraterritorial demons. Most of the warriors of their tribe have died, and there is only one priest left. So now their clan can only rely on him who is still a minor to observe. He raised his head and looked to the side of the jungle. There is an endless black land. These black lands, like tumors, are getting bigger and bigger, gradually expanding to any side of this beautiful planet. And above these black lands, some uncomfortable-looking monsters are filling every inch of the land. The appearance of these monsters made the indigenous warrior tremble. He remembered that the own priest once reminded himself that these demons were a bunch of terrifying monsters who liked to play with the souls of warriors. Thinking of this, the indigenous warrior looked at the opposite side of the black land. There, it is filled with all kinds of alchemy machines and evil armored warriors that the indigenous warriors can never understand. In his eyes, these evil monsters are no better than devils. Because of these beings wearing evil armor, every time they go to a place, they will launch the evil devil bomb that wipes out all animals and plants. Compared with the devils who corrode the land, their existence is also the target of this group of natives expelled. Only time to go. The indigenous warrior hid his hateful eyes and withdrew his body into the jungle. The high priest in the distant powerful tribe once told us that now these two demons from different worlds are fighting on our land. And we must take this opportunity to rest and wait patiently. When the two sides fight to the death, we can easily retake our homeland. Thinking of this, a surging fighting spirit gradually emerged in the hearts of the indigenous warriors. When it returned to its own tribe and informed the current battle situation outside the jungle, the only priest in the tribe gave an answer that was unacceptable to everyone. We must abandon our current homeland and go to the area sheltered by the larger tribe. What? Abandon our home? No. If we leave, we'll have nothing. Hearing the priest's answer, all the people still alive in the tribe couldn't believe their own ears. The high priest just silently gave an answer given by the god he served. This is what we must do. This is the order of the gods. We are going to those large tribes for the birth of the supreme god. Donate your own blood and bones. The priest seemed to be a few years old, lowered his head and said, "Gods, it has been decided." Behind the competition between the two dark creatures, on the edge of the dark shadow, there are always unwilling souls trying to make the final struggle for this world. And such struggle, in the eyes of some beings, is so ridiculous. Chapter 94. Let me talk about the key points of this battle first. Commander Hayes placed a magic map in front of everyone, and beside him were the highest commanders of the three armies of Death Messenger, Poison Sower, and Exterminator. And at the fourth and fifth space passages behind him, the army of great scientists and the army of magicians are gathering. Countless terrifying machines and magical equipment whose effects have not been thoroughly verified are constantly being transported here from their parent world. The first thing we have to do is to push back the front line that is currently in jeopardy and is constantly shrinking. Which front? The commander of the Deathbringer army asked, frowning. He found that on this magical map, the entire Hayes clan was retreating. It's not one front, it's all fronts. The commander rubbed his own temple and said, pointing to the mark on the magic map. I know we're going to lose a lot of soldiers in a split attack, but there's nothing you can do about it, you see. The adjutant took out a report on the pollution caused by Devil's death and distributed it to everyone present. Soldiers of a hostile world, unlike any enemy we have ever seen. After they die in the flesh, they will die directly on the spot and turn into a black substance that can pollute the earth, water, and air. These black substances are highly polluting. Any land contaminated by this black substance will eventually become a nest for these terrifying enemies. A small enemy will hatch in these lands all the time. Although they are very weak, their number is a big trouble. So we can't take risks, we can only push against the enemy's attacks in all directions, toward the black land where they are. Of course, our ultimate goal is to stand on these black earth. What the commander showed this time was an image of the gate of space in the endless abyss. We will use lethal force in our hands to seize these gates that connect the hostile world. And after capturing these gates, we can obtain the coordinates of the hostile world, so we can colonize and invade. Just as the Hayes family was preparing for the war, Chu Hao was also making similar preparations. However, unlike the other party, Chu Hao's own preparations seemed simpler. He first came to the abyss hatching pool and added a little new bloodline to this special plane, a ray of devil bloodline from a terrible plane full of poisonous gas. After receiving the bloodline gift from Chu Hao, the entire abyss hatching pool immediately temporarily changed the subsequent production rules. The cocoons of devil that used to be black and red burst one after another, and in their place are the cocoons of devil engraved with green and blue. Soon, a large number of little devils with strong poison resistance will be sent to the front line to participate in the battle with the Haze family under the will of Chu Hao. Although the little devils are just cannon fodder for this terrible war, they are just as important as the noodles in instant noodles. It's okay to have a little less, but absolutely not if you don't have them. The next preparations are even easier. Chu Hao returned to the bottom of the endless abyss and sat on the throne of bones. He called out countless black mists and integrated himself into it. Then, after a while, on the body of the endless abyss, above the terrifying black-red vortex, wisps of black tentacles quickly appeared, reaching out to the world in front of you. The most powerful weapon in the endless abyss, that is, its body, is coming to this world at the fastest speed. Above the sky, that black star is gradually being materialized. And Chu Hao himself, in the endless black mist, looked at the world. In the endless abyss, those mythical creatures who have been sleeping for a long time also sensed Chu Hao's own will and began to gradually wake up from their slumber. The frontal battlefield marked by the Haze family, on a plain. Monsters, those monsters who play with souls are here. A Haze soldier who was lucky enough to escape from Devil's hands, after seeing the Devil's figures again, his mind finally collapsed. He could never forget the desperate cries of his comrades who were bitten by the Devil, and he could never forget the hideous laughter of those devils tearing up his comrades. He dropped his weapon, screamed loudly, and tried to run to the back of the battlefield. Even though the Devil army was still several kilometers away from him at this time, he was still crazy and didn't want to stay here for even a second. But it just ran out of the edge of the position not far, and an old fist hit its face, smashing the bridge of its nose, and the nose bleeds. "Go back, soldier!" The soldier raised his head and was surprised to find that a senior officer in the poisonous sore heavy army wearing a special mask was looking at him with contempt. "Pick up your gun and walk back to your post." In the eye sockets of the commander's mask, a look of disdain appeared. He raised his head, looked at the Devil army on the other side of the plain, and sneered at them. "Just a bunch." Click. Dozens of super-heavy machines shaped like scrap iron are fixing themselves on the ground under the operation of the driver. Their multi-barreled muzzles, full of bloodstains and stains, are slowly rising, aiming in the distant direction. And behind them, above the loading entrance of the ammunition engraved with the sign of poisonous sore is being quickly loaded in it. It's just an ugly monster without enough intelligence. Fire! Dong 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 dong! With the firing of these super-heavy machines, one round of shells accurately hit the plain where the devils were charging in the distance. In an instant, the entire land of the plain was tumbling up. All the places hit by the bombs, whether it was rocks, land, or devil's body, turned into dust at this moment. The devils who were charging before could not survive such a blow. And, this is not the end. With the spread of shell fragments, countless powerful radiations that can instantly kill 10-stage creatures began to permeate the entire battlefield, completely turning this area into a forbidden area for life, and turning this area into a planet on this planet. It is difficult to get rid of poisonous sores. The poisonous sore that names this heavy army is a true portrayal of their fighting style. "How long do you want to lie down?" The officer kicked the stunned soldier who was lying on the ground, and said while pulling the other's collar amidst the laughter of countless scabies legionnaires. "Pick up your weapon and go back to your post, soldier." After speaking, he loosened the other's collar, looked at the plain that had turned into a restricted area in the distance, and said with a sneer, "The real war has just begun." Chapter 95. When the Haze family's several army groups all entered the battlefield, the situation on the entire planet immediately reversed, at least on the bright side. These haze warriors with stronger combat equipment and more tenacious fighting will easily push the front lines built by devils towards the rear on various battlefields with ease. Any battlefield in the exchange of fire between the two sides has completely turned into a scorched earth under the firepower of both sides. Whether it is the heavy firepower of the haze family or the abyss magic of the devil family, it is not something this natural world can withstand. The abyss magic released by the devils will instinctively destroy the rules and environment in this world after they are released. Moreover, even after their death, the pollution produced by the corpses can completely turn the earth and rivers of this world into abyss. As for the harm that the haze family has done to this world, let alone their heavy weapons, their magical energy technology, each of them is an existence that can completely destroy the origin of this world. The important thing is that they have more shells than devils. On the battlefield, many devils, without even seeing the appearance of the enemy, have been blown to ashes by various heavy artillery. In the case of various heavy firepower crushing, the haze family is gaining unprecedented huge advantages on various battlefields. Commander, the battle situation on the battlefield has been updated. The garrison of the toxic army successfully defeated the enemy's offensive and started a counterattack. Commander, the battle situation on the battlefield has been updated. The Exterminator Legion has advanced 30 kilometers, approaching the edge of the Black Land. Commander, on the battlefield, the Death Messenger army has already attacked the enemy, more than 30 powerful enemies of the legendary Peak Death. Commander, the Great Scientist Corps, has been assembled and is heading to the battlefield. Countless battle reports, like snowflakes, flew in front of the commander. After seeing these battle reports, the commander's face softened a lot. He turned his head and looked at the magic map beside him. On the magic map, the black color representing the devils has mostly disappeared. And on behalf of the Haze clan to get purple, it is more than half of it forward. The gap between the two sides is no longer needed. Sure enough, these damn twisted creatures are simply impossible to resist the power of magic energy and technology. The commander felt this way. But at this time, several researchers came to the commander's side and handed him a new report. As soon as the commander saw the title of this report, he couldn't help frowning. What is this? It looked at the other party with its blue-purple eyes. The researcher replied in an emotionless voice. This is a casualty report, sir. A battle damage report on a mentally unbalanced soldier on the battlefield. The commander said angrily. Don't you guys know that we are in the most difficult stage now? Countless areas need to be attacked. Countless troops need support, and each group has a large number of casualties, each one. Sir, I know, but... The researcher's still indifferent tone made the commander's anger increase instead of falling. After scientific calculations, we have discovered a terrible fact that as the war progresses, more and more soldiers have various psychological problems. Psychological problems. Hearing this, the commander calmed down. You mean, those chemicals used to suppress soldiers' emotions are no longer effective? Every Haze soldier, regardless of rank, will be regularly injected with a chemical agent with the blessing of a god. This chemical agent will greatly reduce the emotional fluctuations of each soldier for a sustained period of time. Soldiers who have lowered their mood swings will try to remain as calm as possible on the battlefield in the harshest environments. Such soldiers can maintain a high morale for a week in a catastrophic and harsh environment without fleeing. However, it is worth noting that the word used here is large, not completely eliminated, and this maximum is also doubtful at present. Because in the real battle of life and death, there will still be many Haze soldiers, which will have huge emotional fluctuations, which will lead to the occurrence of various events. Including, but not limited to, running away, hitting an officer with black guns, and surrendering to the enemy. No, sir, we dissected many soldiers who were sent back to the base due to excessive mood swings. We were surprised to find that the chemical levels in their bodies were still within the normal range. Such results suggest that they are sensible, and we have reason to suspect they are because... Shut up, stop. The commander opened the report in his hand, and after looking at the astronomical complex data on it, he immediately waved his hand with a headache and said loudly to the researcher. I'm not some bullshit scientist, you now. Tell me what happened in the most common and succinct words. Hearing this, the researcher fell silent. The silence this time was very long. Until the commander is about to explode. Soldiers on the battlefield are experiencing a collective, unconscious mind breakdown. A lot of soldiers, even you. The researcher glanced at the commander's blue-purple eyes and said calmly. They are becoming more and more irritable, more impulsive, and more bloodthirsty. Even to the extreme, someone actually made a blasphemous act in front of everyone, calling out loudly that they sensed the approach of another evil world. Such data is showing exponential growth as the war prolongs. This time, it was the commander's turn to be silent. He suddenly realized that the other party was right. From the moment he started to contact those monsters, he could feel that his own emotions were becoming richer and more restless. Just now, he couldn't control it and started a fire at the researcher who was reporting normally in front of him. I can't understand these messy reports, you tell me directly, how did this happen? Or, what should we do? The researcher looked at each other indifferently and said. End the war as soon as possible, sir. Before all the soldiers completely collapse, use the fastest speed to end this war. Hearing this, the commander turned his body and looked at the arrow representing the Hayes family on the magic map. After hesitating for a moment, it finally gritted its teeth and issued a new order. Tell all the soldiers still in front, except for the necessary defense, the rest of the troops, all join the attack. Tell them they have to go as fast as they can. End this war. On the other side of the base, a dissected four-armed devil, lying on the operating table at the moment, whispered something to the Hayes researcher who was watching it. And one of mental energy's weakest researchers was already pale. It was covering its own head, trying in vain to stop the other's whispers. Chapter 96. After the commander issued a new order, although several major commanders were puzzled by the order that made them almost die, they abide by the order and finally chose to implement it. So, in the positions of the various Hayes tribes, a terrifying, almost mortal charge appeared. Charge! Charge! Start the attack, move towards the core area of those black lands, advance. We must hurry up and use the fastest speed to go to the gates of each core area and master the coordinates of that world. The non-commissioned officers under the command of countless commanders rushed to Devil's territory with countless brave Hayes soldiers. And such an offensive has also made the battlefield situation in this world one-sided. However, the commander's order might allow the soldiers to charge. However, in the hearts of these soldiers, would they really be willing to do this? Countless armies, with the help of various heavy machinery, cleared one devil territory after another. These brave and fearless warriors easily killed many powerful devils here. But in the same way, the terrifying and depraved devils dragged Hayes warriors several times their number into the abyss before death. And every time a Hayes soldier dies, the fear it shows, and the cry before they die, will make more Hayes soldiers feel a complete collapse. It was a great and rapid advance, but equally, it was an advance built on life and flesh and blood. And behind this advance, there are countless Hayes soldiers with gaps in their hearts. While holding the weapons in their hands, they trembled as they listened to the terrifying whispers from a distant world. Hearing hallucinations. This battlefield sequelae like a plague is quietly spreading in all Hayes troops. And just when Devil and Hayes soldiers were inseparable, it was on the other side of the world. Somewhere deep in the jungle that neither side cared about. One after another, aliens were crying while being thrown down by the strong guards towards the entrance of a lava cave. Go on, kids. One high priest after another, with trembling voices, soothed the crying people of their tribe. You are not death, you are one with the gods. Below this cave, the gods are carrying out an indescribable journey of upgrading for the survival of this world. After the upgrade, it will represent our world and expel all the invading demons. And the only thing we can do is to dedicate our spirit and flesh to the great God. Although the chiefs said so, but each of them, the heart is trembling. Because the people who were thrown down in front of them, but in their tribe, they watched their grown-up people. Damn it, it's all to blame for the invading demons, if it weren't for them. A high priest secretly cursed the invading devil and Haze clan, while covering his face with his hands. And just after a group of people were thrown down, below the cave, the area close to the lava, a majestic breath suddenly jumped out of the cave, burning the air in this area. This breath made everyone present tremble uncontrollably. More, I need more. Hearing this, all the priests trembled in their hearts. After a moment of silence, another group of natives came to the side of the cave crying, waiting for the end of their destiny. However, from the beginning to the end, no one could notice the god below them. The breath is becoming more and more turbid. And in the area controlled by this god, more and more land began to be stained with deadly black. It's like those lands that devils use to build their nests. Perhaps the promotion of that god was not what they thought. Report. An adjutant came to the commander. Sir, the troops on the number 1 battlefield have reached the core area where those gates are located. And a group of magic teachers followed closely and arrived at that area. They are analyzing the world coordinates contained on those doors. Hearing this, the commander couldn't help but light up. What, are you sure? The other party did not speak, but just took out a battlefield photo. After the commander took the photo, he was immediately overjoyed. Above the photo, a soldier wearing a mage's robe is surrounding the area near the door, with a reverse tracking magic circle arranged. Good news. Send the order, let the troops in that area hold on, and defend against counterattacks from the enemy world no matter what. Also, let the nearby mobile troops that have not yet reached the gate area rush to the 13th battlefield. Be sure to ensure the safety of that magic teacher group, at least not let them die until they have resolved the enemy's coordinates. But... sir. The adjutant's face suddenly became a little strange. The battle report from the front says that they don't seem to need support. Why? For about 10 minutes, all the doors no longer transmit enemy soldiers. The enemy seems to have given up the defense of these doors. The commander suddenly felt that his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, and he was dizzy. He was breathing heavily. An extremely ominous premonition flooded its heart. And at this very moment, all living beings in this world, whether it was the Haze warriors, the natives of this world, or even the devils, they suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky. Above their heads, a scarlet vortex was covering the entire sky. And the tentacles composed of countless dark mists tightly entangle this world. All the creatures heard a gradually becoming clear singing. This song represents the terrifying whispers when evil thoughts are planned, this song represents the joyful sound of satisfaction, and this song represents the debauched sound of tyrannical acts. This is a song of ominous and doom, this is a song of darkness and depravity. This is the hymn of the arrival of the endless abyss itself. Oh no! The commander looked at the black and red vortex above the sky and trembled. And suddenly, it thought of something very important. It immediately ran out of its own command post and took a dozen guards to the research facility where the legendary devil was being held. But in the research facility at this time, all the researchers and the internal security guards fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. They were all poisoned, and even a large part had completely died. At the other end of the nearby passage, a four-armed devil was grinning, dragging a researcher whose half-body had been corrupted into granulation, and came to the entrance of another dark world. After opening the passage door through the other party's password, the devil looked at the new world that was barren and full of darkness and pollution, and showed an evil smile. Devil language, little guy, you should open your eyes. Devil's language, the abyss you sing about is coming. Chapter 97. When the body of the endless abyss really came to this world, all the disputes on the battlefield lost their meaning at this moment. Because, when the apocalypse brought about by the abyss opens, the only ones who can laugh last on this planet are the distorted and ugly deep devils. What is this? In the jungle, a high priest looked at the sky, the black-red vortex that had encompassed their entire planet, and asked tremblingly. This terrifying black-red vortex, like a gluttonous beast at this moment, opened its mouth full of fangs to the planet in front of him. This is the end, this is the apocalypse, God, please save us. Another priest, kneeling on the ground, prayed in the direction of God's ascension. But what he didn't notice was that under the land where the gods were upgraded, a grotesque elemental elf, after sensing the arrival of the endless abyss, accelerated the speed of his requests from the believers. On the other side, the countless Haze soldiers who were celebrating the victory of the war at the gate of space were completely sluggish. The first is the magnificent gates of space, all of which are withering and rotting at the moment. Oh no! A Haze soldier who was analyzing the door of space looked desperately at the broken door of space in front of him. It can't imagine that after countless compatriots died on this twisted black earth, their only gain would also disappear. With Chu Hao taking back the space authority in the endless abyss, these space gates have lost their value as temporary passages. But for these confused Haze soldiers, this is actually good news and bad news. The good news is that they don't have to spend so much resources to specialize in the coordinates of the endless abyss. The bad news is that the body of the endless abyss has come to this planet. Whether they want to or not, they must go to the endless abyss for a tourism that never returns. In an instant, countless black passages originating from the endless abyss, like the tentacles of an octopus, were easily connected to this planet. At this moment, Chu Hao has already parsed all the space rules of this planet. And those teleportation channels that can really bypass the crystal wall of the plane and transmit powerful creatures open their own doors to the endless abyss. Boom! Suddenly, all regions on the entire planet began to shake violently. Then, a huge monster like a deformed wild boar emerged from the ground of this world. It was just a breath, and a terrible tornado broke out here, blowing the soldiers here and there. On the top of its head, there are several curved tentacles that represent the authority granted by the abyss. If any superior god sees this monster, he will be surprised to find out that this monster is actually a person with plural mythical creatures of level authority. However, this is not the end. Ha ha ha, Jake, you seem to freak out these little things. Ho! A terrible, fetid storm began to congeal above the sky. After these storms condensed to the limit, a black dragon appeared above the sky with a big smile. Osiris. A huge black dragon with rotten wings, countless black tentacles drilled out of its back, and thousands of eyes appearing on its head. As it flies, countless mountains are destroyed by the storms it drives, countless jungles are destroyed by hurricanes, and even the earth is dried up by its breath. Osiris cried out excitedly when he saw the millions of soldiers in front of him. I didn't expect that after sleeping for so long, I would wake up and have a big meal. Thanks to the almighty Abyss Master. After finishing speaking, it swooped down and crashed into the army of the Haze family, directly smashing the land where the other party was located. Ha ha ha, fresh and delicious flesh and blood. The terrifying Osiris, like eating jelly beans, grabbed the Haze soldiers around him. But... puff! Osiris spat out violently. The delicious meat smell in the imagination did not appear, instead, there was a rotten and polluted stench. These smells are emanating from the souls of these Haze soldiers. If the flesh of ordinary creatures is a kind of bloody sweetness, then the body of these soldiers of the Haze family is the stench of chemical smell. How can it be so unpalatable? You are actually dark creatures. Osiris lowered his head and stared at the Haze soldiers in front of him with his thousands of eyes, showing mixed emotions. No, even dark creatures, their taste will not be so unpleasant. You guys are actually the relatives of fallen gods. These poor Haze soldiers were not only stared at by the terrifying Osiris, but even their flesh and blood were despised by the other party. More importantly, these soldiers did not understand what Osiris was saying at this time. Although there is a big difference between Abyss Common and Devil, the only thing that is the same. These languages born from the endless abyss, in the ears of ordinary creatures, are whispers full of strange noises. Fire! Attack this monster! A Haze soldier who regained his courage first shot the bullets from the gun towards the huge, ugly, and twisted dragon in front of him. Oh hee hee! Osiris was a little itchy from these bullets, and couldn't help laughing out loud. You remind me of the dwarves in my previous world, so cute. While Osiris was still talking nonsense, Gek said, "Shut up, Osiris, and quickly destroy the resistance in this world. Have you forgotten, we need to rush to Lord Umu after cleaning up these bugs." Hearing this, Osiris finally changed his wicked expression, showing a serious expression. "Oh, if you didn't remind me, I almost forgot the little guys, sorry." In front of everyone, Osiris' body started an extremely terrifying process. Its entire dragon actually began to grow numerous black and red pustules from its body in just a few short breaths. And these pustules are broken. Countless abyssal creatures with only the blood of Osiris hatched from them. The Haze warrior, who had been crushing all the time, finally knew. What is real rolling? Crush from mythical creatures. Chapter 98. What's the situation? In the distance, in the advanced base of the Haze alien clan. Before the commander could recall the shock of a legendary devil fleeing the institute, he heard the terrifying song from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a scene that made his reason collapse appeared. Above the sky, a dark world that is many times bigger than this world is coming rapidly. At the periphery of the entire world, the broken regular crystal walls can no longer be observed with the naked eye without the help of magic instruments. Because countless traces of broken glass appeared in the sky of the world, and more, and more. And these broken traces are the proof that the crystal wall was broken after the endless abyss came. What kind of world is this? Even with the commander's current rationality, it was on the verge of collapsing after the arrival of the divine realm world of endless abyss. The commander who had seen the fall of several worlds couldn't help trembling after seeing the true appearance of the endless abyss. Too small. The existence of itself and its own parent world is too small. That's the only thing on the commander's mind right now. From this moment on, he finally understood that all the strategies he had thought before were all wrong. Not that they are going to conquer the endless abyss. On the contrary, they are overthinking and will be conquered by the endless abyss. From beginning to end, such a world is not something we can conquer. My greed has created unnecessary sacrifices. The commander stood up trembling. Having recovered some of his sanity, he made the most calm decision. Adjutants, issue a battle order and tell the soldiers in front that our reinforcements are on their way. Tell them that in our parent world, a large number of reinforcements have been sent. The commander's quiet voice resounded in the center of the entire base. But the next words surprised everyone. All the guards, my order for you is: take all the scientists, alchemists, and magicians out of this plane. Then, you close the passage to this world from the other end. Except you and the researchers, no ordinary soldiers are allowed to escape this world. Hearing this, many soldiers who were busy everywhere looked at this lonely commander standing in the center of the base with a look like you are crazy. They can't understand why the commander who has always been calm would issue such an order that is so inconsistent and full of lies. Yes. But at this time, the gap between the guards and the ordinary soldiers appeared. This group of completely brainwashed soldiers directly held down one researcher after another, ignoring their screams and struggles, grabbed them directly and walked towards the space channel. And those signal troopers were hesitant to give the commander's orders that were even crueler than extermination orders. The rest of the soldiers also collapsed after hearing that they were going to be left in this world. In the face of life and death, the rationality provided by chemical agents is ultimately limited. Are you crazy? Sir, what are you going to do? Crazy, he must be as crazy as those soldiers. You are a traitor, you are letting our compatriots die in vain. You're abandoning us all. As everyone knows, the commander is not crazy at the moment, it is them who are crazy. Some of the soldiers began to run towards the space channel, while another part of the soldiers drew their weapons and aimed at the commander. But do you want your own mother world to be destroyed? The indifferent voice of the commander came over, and all the Haze soldiers who were about to flee here also stopped and looked at the commander. I apologize to you for my previous wrong decision. The commander took off his helmet and said to all the Haze soldiers. This time, we are facing an enemy that cannot be defeated by means of war. The size of the other party's world is too large. After listening to all the Haze soldiers, they raised their heads and looked above the sky. The slowly descending black-red vortex gradually fell into despair. I don't know how many troops there are in the other side's world, and how many powerful warriors have not appeared on the battlefield. But I'm clearer. The commander of the Haze clan knelt in front of all the soldiers and said in the coldest and most ruthless voice. We are no match for that twisted, corrupt and chaotic world. Furthermore, our matrix world, which has fallen into darkness, will not be an enemy's opponent. So, I beg you one thing very selfishly, stay here. The commander raised his head and looked at everyone with his blue-purple eyes. After the valuable researchers leave, use your own life to help me complete the ritual and erase the traces of spatial coordinates. After the commander finished speaking, not only the soldiers, but even the magicians and alchemists were stunned. Wait, you mean to erase the traces of spatial coordinates? In theory, even if a space channel is destroyed, it will stay in the original world for at least a few days, leaving the coordinates of both worlds. When did we have this technology? Was it invented by the Academy of Sciences, or was it magic? It's always been there, but it's just not made public. The commander shook his head. Only our top leaders clearly know how to use this ritual. Unlike the textbooks, we have not encountered defeats in the process of invading the rest of the world. Whenever we encounter an enemy that we cannot face, the commander of the advancing legion will make such a decision. If our world coordinates are grasped by a powerful enemy, then all our efforts will be in vain. So, for our ugly, but nurtured mother world, gentlemen, please die here. Hearing this, a Haze soldier walked up to the commander and punched him hard in the face. Pooh! It spat out a mouthful of phlegm on the commander's body, and said it with great contempt. The daddy will stay. But not for you, but for the children of my maternal world. Another Haze soldier stood up, also punched the commander and cursed. I haven't eaten much soft food, drank much clean water, and breathed non-toxic air in my life, but after those worlds were conquered, my parents ate delicious food they never enjoyed, drink clean water. For them, I am willing to stay. Another soldier, more soldier. After the commander fell to the ground, more soldiers just spit and cursed and did not continue to attack him. They need to reserve a trace of strength to initiate the ceremony for each other. After dozens of minutes, the commander and the last few thousand soldiers stood together among the wreckage on the ground, silently looking at the black mist that was approaching in the distance. On the battlefield in the distance, countless Haze soldiers are desperately fighting the enemy because of the phrase support is on the way. And the core area of the base is the space channel that was completely eliminated at the cost of life. You are late. Looking at this black fog, the commander said with a smile. Our world has escaped your clutches. Although we lost this battle, we did not lose the whole war. You can't take anything but our bodies and souls. Chu Hao, on the other hand, silently gathered his body from the black mist and walked out. He looked at the Haze warriors who were used as ritual materials and showed a mysterious smile. I think you seem to have misunderstood. Your soul is too low in my eyes. Suddenly, that ominous premonition flooded into Commander's mind once again. Oh no! The reason why I am willing to spend time here is just to see the despair in your eyes. After speaking, Chu Hao gave the little bug a terrifying smile. After speaking, Chu Hao raised his hand, and a black-red unstable channel appeared in front of him. And at the end of the passage is the mother world of the Haze family. The desperation you generate, for me personally. It was delicious. Under the desperate eyes of the commander, Chu Hao walked into their world. Entered, that mysterious and unpredictable dark world. Chapter 99. Great Lord. When Chu Hao received the coordinates engraved by the devil and arrived at the parent world of the Haze family through an unstable space channel, the first thing that caught his eye was a dark and dilapidated world. In the whole world, there are dilapidated high-rise buildings, and above the buildings are the terrible corrosion traces left by the exchange of chemical substances and out-of-control magical energy. Every piece of land here, every river, and even every breath of air is filled with the remnants of terrible chemical toxins and cursed magic. This is a real, dark world destroyed by technology and magic. After Chu Hao looked at the environment in front of him, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air of this world. Hiss. After feeling the breath of this world, Chu Hao opened his eyes and said lightly. The air is full of the smell of depraved souls and poisonous smog. It's really interesting. I haven't seen such a large amount of curse magic in a long time, and it's still a persistent environmental curse. Then, Chu Hao turned his head and looked beside On. Beside it, a legendary devil with wounds all over his body was staying among the corpses of a group of soldiers, kneeling respectfully in the direction of Chu Hao, and at this moment it was shaking with excitement. This is the first time it has faced the great Abyss Master, the ruler of the entire Abyss. Host. This is the coordinates I dedicate to the endless Abyss. Beside it, dozens of Scarlet Abyss characters condensed with soul and flesh are slowly floating in the air. These characters that only Abyss creatures can feel are the coordinates of this world. As I said before, every devil, whether strong or not, and whether it falls in the new world or not. As long as they go to a new world, they will instinctively bring the breath of the Abyss into that new world. Then, these devils who went to the new world will use the flesh and soul of each other to condense the coordinates of this world by killing the local natives, and dedicate it to the endless Abyss. Or another simpler way. After those devils die in the new world for various reasons, they will leave behind a soul coordinate that guides other devils and Abyss creatures to slowly arrive here. But no matter which way it is, this world will establish a connection with the endless Abyss sooner or later. Devil, in all worlds, is like the termites and cockroaches in the house, which can never be completely eliminated. And there will be more and more. You did a great job. Chu Hao looked to his side and said to the devil who was almost extremely humble in front of him. What do you want as your reward? Although the devil still didn't dare to raise his head, he was even more excited. I want power. And territory. Yes. I also want a lot of slaves. I want to enslave them. Devils are creatures, and other intelligent creatures that they never understand are hypocritical. They will show their greed to the fullest. As long as they have contributed, they will surely get their own rewards with peace of mind. No matter whether this reward comes from the endless Abyss, or it is obtained from the enemy. Chu Hao nodded and said nothing. But just by his nodding, it already showed that he recognized the other party's wishes. Although the devil in front of him was very greedy, in Chu Hao's eyes, its contribution this time was worth everything it wanted. Because of this lucky devil, Chu Hao was given a chance, a very rare chance. In this secret realm world it broke into, it is very likely that a god naturally evolved appeared, and it was a god of the median level. And at this time, the Haze soldiers from this dark and rotten world finally came here. Since the small group of troops that came before has been torn apart by the legendary devil and turned into the coordinates of this world, the number of Haze troops who came here this time has reached 100,000. Countless infantrymen, with the help of hundreds of heavy-duty alchemy machines, tightly sealed the surrounding of this abandoned space passage. Moreover, more magic troops and world elites are also on their way here. In contrast, there is only one devil on the endless abyss side, and Chu Hao, a god from the abyss. The number of the two sides is not in the same order of magnitude at all. But Chu Hao just laughed coldly after seeing so many troops coming here and surrounding him. Then he showed these creatures from the secret realm world the terrifying power from the true gods and from a higher level of life. Come! Chu Hao just said these two words from his mouth, and then a terrible earthquake appeared in this world. The earth under Chu Hao's feet, with him as the center, began a terrifying process of shattering. A series of ravines comparable to the size of an ocean trench appeared at its feet, and the number continued to increase. Countless broken traces spread towards this world along Chu Hao's line of sight. At the same time, in this world, all the soldiers of the Haze tribe began to hear, and the terrible voice was resounding in their ears. Among these sounds, some are the whispers of devil, some are the roars of the abyss creatures, and some are the screams and moans of the fallen abyss souls due to eternal torture. Then, a huge claw, a claw the size of a mountain, suddenly stretched out from the deepest part of these ravines. When this claw grabbed the land of this world, all the chemical pollution and curse magic on this land disappeared miraculously. This is because, at this moment, they have suffered more serious and irreparable pollution. Contamination from the mythical creature Umu. Contamination from monsters that represent disaster and filth from this being. Host. Umu, who has 8 heads, placed Chu Hao humbly on top of his own, and climbed out of the tunnel with a terrifying gesture. And crawling out of the tunnel behind him are the endless devil army and the incalculable number of abyss creatures. All of this is the powerful power that Chu Hao obtained after becoming a real god. He himself represents the endless abyss. As long as he wants, he can use himself as an anchor in the rest of the world at any time, and pull part of the endless abyss over. Chu Hao lowered his head, looked at all beings in this dark world, and at the end of the world, a palace exuding a terrifying aura, as if talking to himself. Next, it's time for me to see your true face. Hidden in the depths of this world. Crazy God. Chapter 100. Mad God. The reason why Chu Hao described it this way, and still use words like crazy, is not for nothing. But he really noticed the unusualness of this world. Not just this world that has been ravaged by chemicals and cursed magic. In this world, the Haze family itself, their body structure, also has signs of madness. Whether it's their twisted and deformed internal organs, or their brains and eyes sheltered by cursed magic. Even the grey line in their souls. All of this, in Chu Hao's eyes, is a sign similar to madness. It's like a madman with a completely unclear mind, and a god with at least a mid-level intensity. He is using the most irregular methods to destroy his own creation. Chu Hao was very curious about why the other party did this. Of course, other than that. What Chu Hao wants to know most is how this medium god who has mastered the dark world was conceived. What will a wild god bred in the secret realm world look like? Chu Hao's curiosity and thirst for knowledge must be satisfied. Thinking of this, Chu Hao raised his head and glanced at the end of the world, the palace deep underground, shrouded in countless terrifying breaths. He could feel that the master of this world was hiding there. Hidden in the deepest part of the planet. Aren't you showing up yet? You are really rude. At this moment, countless native devils have come to this world with Chu Hao pulling the endless abyss into this world. This group of monsters living in extreme evil did not experience any discomfort after coming to this world shrouded in chemicals and cursed magic. On the contrary, many of them devil are more able to adapt to the world here than the native races here, that is, the Haze family. Those rust-smelling air, to them, are no different from non-toxic air. Those poisonous waters that can distort living things are completely drinkable to them, and the food here is haze. The clansmen of a family are much tastier than the ordinary creatures in the abyss. Even the various buildings that collapsed due to unknown wars are all rare lairs in devil's eyes. This world, which was forced to be connected to a part of the endless abyss because of Chu will fall into the ravages of devil at a fast speed. Unlike previous wars in the natural world. On the battlefield over there, both sides sent troops to fight in that world. With limited soldiers on both sides, and neither side was at their respective home grounds, the Hayes family once occupied a considerable advantage under the advantage of weapons. But things are different now. Part of the endless abyss was pulled into this world by Chu Hao and embedded in this world. Although it is only a part of the abyss, it is enough to give the devils their own home field advantage. All the rules from the abyss are quickly invading this world, taking this world into their own arms, and corrupting everything they have. Oh no! Monster, monster! With the advancement of Yu, a large area of the world has been completely turned into a polluted swamp. And Chu Hao stood on top of Yu's head, looking emotionlessly at the feet of Yu's Hayes people who were fleeing the pollution it caused. There are many Hayes people who are working hard to save their own people from the pollution. But unfortunately, these pollutions originate from the authority of Yu itself. Ordinary gas masks and airtight suits can't resist these terrible pollutions at all. There is no need to say more about their fate. In fact, in Chu Hao's eyes, the life strength of the Hayes family, although not comparable to the devil born from chaotic rules, is already stronger than the ordinary creatures designed by the graduates of Tianding University. 1.5. Their potential is enough to develop alchemical science, industrial revolution level technology, and low magic peak level magic energy. But it is such a race, but the gods who are in charge of this world, as a prank, randomly change their life characteristics, and even use the ability to curse. In this regard, Chu Hao did not feel pity and pity, the only thing he could feel was a deep curiosity about all the truth. Yu, here we are. With his huge body comparable to a plane, Yu took Chu Hao to the deepest part of the planet in just a moment, a dark tunnel edge filled with all kinds of highly toxic waste. And in the deepest part of this dark tunnel is the palace that exudes an unknown aura. Chu Hao left the top of Yu's head and flew down the tunnel. Host! And Yu showed a worried look. Let me make the way for you. In fact, a direct meeting between two gods is a very dangerous act. Although for so long, Chu Hao has not directly shot in all the wars. But this does not mean that he has no strength, on the contrary, Chu Hao's strength is actually very terrifying. In the same way, any god, even a low-rank god, cannot be underestimated in its own strength, not to mention, this person in front of him may have the strength of a median god in terms of breath. Haha! Chu Hao sneered. No need, Yu. Chu Hao has now landed outside the gate outside that palace. After looking at the surroundings of the palace, he couldn't help frowning. All kinds of messy waste, as well as creations of unknown meaning, are like tributes, which are piled up around the palace. And around these tributes, there are Hayes soldiers who have been dying for some unknown time, all of them dying tragically. Without exception, they were all killed by the cursed magic that spilled out from inside the palace. And Chu Hao, beside own, transformed into countless black mists. Then, it pushed open the gate of the palace and walked in. Let me see, what kind of guy you are. Inside the palace, after the gate was pushed open, a terrifying, painful roar came from it. 1. The existence tied to the throne by countless black and grey threads, made a sound of begging and begging for Chu Hao. This guy. Is it crazy? That crazy god? Chapter 101. A monster. A deformed, twisted monster with black and grey silk threads bundled, or trapped on the throne. A monster that ordinary creatures in this world see, and their minds will collapse. Even if a low-level god sees it, he can vaguely feel the pain of the other party's deep soul and the collapse of his infinite rationality. Monster. This monster, like a mass of melted mud, slumped on the throne above this palace. And on its mud-like body, the eyeballs that obviously belong to several different races are held high by several different twisted limbs. And these eyeballs are looking at Chu Hao standing in the distance with eyes similar to prey and liberation. But unexpectedly, the monster's mouth was actually sewn together by black and grey threads. But in its mouth, there were no teeth, only a few tongues that were mixed together. And these mixed tongues, with the help of unknown organs, together with lips, made a sound of begging and begging. Ha ha ha! Chu Hao, who had melted himself into the dark mist before, came out of the black mist. But unexpectedly, after he came out of the black fog, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, really, I haven't laughed so happily for a long time, a long time. My tears are already laughing out. Really, I don't know if you are crazy or I am crazy. Looking at the face of the abyss, how did you come up with this look? No, there is a problem with my words, not you, but... Chu Hao showed an incomparably cold smile, and then, from behind him, numerous sharp tentacles made of black mist appeared and slammed into the monster's body. You! Chu Hao's eyes became sharp, and countless sharp tentacles penetrated into each other's body fiercely, and with the help of Chu Hao's divine fire, he performed a surgery that was so terrifying that ordinary people could not imagine. It was accompanied by a terrifying cry that almost shook the entire palace and this tunnel. This mud-like monster has begun to change. One after another is extremely ugly, but it can be clearly seen that the heads of different species appear on the surface of this mud monster. This monster is composed of several powerful creatures, and they fuse into an individual similar to a fusion monster. The strange aura that Chu Hao felt before was emitted by this fusion monster. Everything about them, from their bodies, to their souls, and even the sea of their minds, fused together for no apparent reason, and finally formed such a monster. The minds, souls, and sea of minds between them are constantly entangled with each other, vying for the control of this pair, and finally led to the current appearance. But what I have to say is that such a fusion monster, in Chu Hao's perception, burst out with a powerful breath comparable to the Median god. And more importantly, this monster actually possesses divine nature. But it doesn't stop there. This monster, which possesses divinity and transcends the upper limits of demigods and spiritual creatures, has not produced any divine fire in its body. And those grey lines, those parasitic in the haze family, where are the imprints of the gods, that is, the imprint of the soul issued by this monster after it fused and tried to master the world itself? Every time a creature is born in the Haze clan, this monster will, because of its instinct, integrate its own soul into the sea of the other's soul. However, this method of tearing the soul, without igniting the divine fire, is extremely painful. 1. It is 100 times more painful than Ling Kai's execution, and several times more painful than the burning of the soul. What's interesting is that Chu Hao's previous speculations were all overturned. He originally thought that in this world, the gods who naturally ascended to the gods were born. But the actual situation is that in this dark and rotten world, what exists is just an ugly half-finished god without any ability. Even, such a semi-finished product still needs a number of powerful creatures to piece together everything to form. Save us! Please! Set me free! Help us separate from each other! This kind of desperate daze has lasted for an inexplicable amount of time. Just as these heads were separated, they started screaming. Obviously, with the help of Shenhuo, the components of these monsters began to recover some of their sanity. But Chu Hao's eyes were cold at the moment, and he didn't have the slightest idea of continuing to help the other party to separate. Instead, Chu Hao stretched out the sharp tentacles behind his back and looked at each other. Shut up! I have no interest in your humble prayers. As soon as Chu Hao's voice appeared, the monster was immediately startled by his cold voice. This incomparably powerful creature just looks at its breath, but in front of Chu Hao at this moment, it is like a pool of slimes without a spine. Tell me, what did you do to make yourself look like this? There is nothing more important than satisfying your curiosity. Chu Hao fascinated his own eyes. In my opinion, you idiots have accomplished a feat unintentionally. You actually expanded your own sea of minds several times. Although you are living in such an ugly way, in such a speechless way, you have indeed expanded the sea of your own soul. Ordinary creatures, including the sea of minds of gods, all radiate outward. Only you have formed a sea of minds that radiate inward. This is really strange. I want to know, how did you do it? Now that the previous inference has been overturned, Chu Hao can only learn more about the sea of mind through new ideas. Moreover, Chu Hao has an idea at this moment. If the sea of mind can be merged, then let those idealistic planes condense a will that can communicate with one entity, and it is not empty talk. The monster in front of him is the best way to increase this interesting knowledge. Hearing this, the head of this monster, a female animal, suddenly screamed. It seemed that she was the smartest and most astute one. No. We told you this knowledge, then we are useless to you. Yet, you must swear, if we tell you, you must rescue us. Hearing the voice of the other party, Chu Hao's eyes with black and red swirls became fascinated. After a moment, Chu Hao said with a smile and kindness. I swear by my godhead, after you give the answer, I will take you back to my world and rescue you. Now tell me, what the hell did you do? Tell me all about it. After the female animal head glanced at the other heads, she gritted her teeth and said. We did an experiment to make the sea of mind rise in reverse. Chapter 102. Sea of Souls. Reverse Ascension. Chu Hao chewed these two words, and the expression on his face seemed a little gloomy for a while. Although he himself has never understood this experiment, as a lower-level god who has lit up most of the Sea of Minds, Chu Hao still has a deep understanding of the Sea of Minds. The Sea of Mind, something that every living creature possesses, is not something that any ordinary existence can study. Of course, this is something that involves the core of life, and not everyone dares to study it. Go on. Chu Hao said to the head of the female animal in front of him. The other party finally felt relieved after getting the oath guaranteed by Chu Hao with Godhead as the guarantee. Before describing the process of the experiment, let me briefly describe the final result of this experiment. However, I think that the final result of the experiment should be clear to you, the wise one. The female gave Chu Hao a wry smile, and Chu Hao was also non-committal. We, as the beneficiaries of the experiment, have become what we are today. Starting from the sea of our souls, our flesh, true spirit, soul, and even our minds have all been thoroughly integrated. That feeling is extremely terrifying. If you use words to describe it, this feeling is very similar to the feeling of blindness and stupidity. We can't remember what we've done, we can't remember what we want to do, and even, for a while, we can't remember the past or see the future. In this state, we have encountered unprecedented terror and extreme torture. This state starts from the moment the experiment is successful. It's not over until you condescend to come here and use your mighty power, sacred fire, to separate us. The experiment was successful. Chu Hao remembered this very crucial node. I see, tell me about the process of your experiment, as detailed as possible, and don't hide any information. In Chu Hao's eyes, a scarlet light flashed. You should know that you can't lie to me. Hearing this, the other heads immediately trembled and looked helplessly at the head of the female animal that was directly facing Chu Hao. Yes, we will definitely not deceive you. Of course, we also hope that you will keep your promises. That's how the experiment went. Do not doubt before a few epochs. It was really a few epochs ago. In most cases, the flow rate of the secret realm world was much slower than that of the world of God's domain. In addition to the reason why they cannot accelerate the flow of time independently, it is also related to the fact that their time rules are different from most of the formulas in the world of God's domain. In the long years, in this world, several intelligent creatures with different races have been born. And these intelligent creatures of different races have also established civilizations of technology, magic energy, alchemy, and various branches of technology based on their differences. However, these intelligent creatures have accomplished a miracle. That is, they did not have a terrible extermination war while retaining reproductive isolation. On the contrary, with the help of a wise man, the various races began to break down the barriers and slowly merged together to form a complementary and prosperous civilization. Technology and magic energy, alchemy, and other technologies began to promote each other. Among the various races, they began to restrain themselves and try to help the other races. Eventually, a prosperous and rich for all world emerged. This world has a beautiful environment, a society in which everyone is happy and healthy, and technology is advancing with each passing day, and it is about to develop to a more powerful level. But at this time, the rift between the various races finally appeared. When the level of science and technology has not yet reached a certain level, the productivity of the entire world cannot satisfy every creature at all. There is always a part of people who must be abandoned for the needs of the rest and for the development of the whole world. But, will these abandoned people really be abandoned willingly? Certainly not. The threats of blood and fire, war, and destruction gradually flickered in the corners of the whole world. And this is happening more and more frequently. This world is gradually slipping into a trap, on the verge of war. The confrontation of different races, the confrontation between the strong and the weak. Everyone is full of hostility towards the status quo, and everyone is eager to plunder more resources belonging to others because of their unease, even if they do not need it themselves. But at this time, a new discovery stopped the development of this phenomenon in time. A three-line wise man who is proficient in technology, magic, and alchemy, came to the world's high-level officials and published a scientific discovery that made them excited. With the help of various means and through countless experiments, I discovered some properties of the sea of mind. For example, what is in everyone's heart cannot be removed, no matter how deep it is hidden, no matter how saint or hypocritical the existence is, the unconscious will always be born. This is the most important feature of the sea of mind. 1. The infinite extension. That is to say, biology will never be satisfied. No matter what stage of technological development, it will always be a lot higher than the current level. So I made a statement that the fight over resources and resources will never stop. The wise man first gave a desperate remark. But then, in front of all the world's top leaders with pale faces, a glimmer of hope was thrown. Don't despair yet, gentlemen. Although it can't be eliminated, if you think about it in a different way. What if every person in this world can be satisfied through self? Then all this will be avoided, won't it? I know, this way, it sounds impossible to you, but I know, we have indeed found the key to completing this idea. After speaking, the wise man lifted his own clothes and revealed its true appearance in front of all the terrified high-level officials. I used the research results of the Sea of Mind to integrate several of my partners with me. 1. A collection of dozens of people's wisdom. Of course, such a form is extremely ugly in the eyes of high-level officials. Every one of us has been greatly satisfied in the process of researching this problem. What we want to eat, drink, and do can all be satisfied through the common body. Just spending a little more resources than ordinary people can satisfy dozens of us, and each of us has no complaints, because we have become a whole, and there is no difference between you and me. Hearing this, Chu Hao looked at each other. So, you are like this. You guys, listened to each other's suggestions and carried out follow-up experiments. No, on the contrary. The female animal head shook her head. We secretly executed the guy who contempt for life and sealed his research as a taboo. We even put it, to be precise, their souls in the magic circle until they are completely wiped out. Chapter 103. You killed him. What these guys told Chu Hao felt a little unexpected. He didn't expect that this group of guys killed one directly and developed a scientist who is far ahead of the technology of this era, and whose thinking is far ahead of time. Yes, because of its research, in the eyes of the original high-level executives. Too scary. From the perspective of the high level, what he wants to do is to completely eliminate humanity, completely eliminate the independence of individual thinking, and then create a thinking collective. Although this kind of thing has a certain value, it seemed at the time cannot accept. The technological and moral standards of the time were too backward to assess the consequences of this research. So, the senior executives had no choice but to deal with it this way. Hearing this, Chu Hao, the goddess, did not speak. Indeed, mortals with limited lifespans must remain vigilant enough in the face of unpredictable future technologies and trends of thought. Because only in this way will they have a chance to survive one dark age after another in civilization. Then why did you still become what you are now after killing the scientist and shutting down each other's research? Because the female animal said with a gloomy head. War is coming. Behind a prosperous society, in the corners where the light cannot reach, darkness will always breed and grow. The conflict between races, the conflict between the poor and the rich, the conflict between the gainer and the castaway, at a certain period of time, has finally reached an irreconcilable limit. The war that the wise man once predicted has finally come. Between several powerful races, a brutal war of extermination began, and countless small races were directly slaughtered to genocide. Supporters of several pillars of steam technology, magic energy technology, and alchemy have also begun to turn their own scientific and technological achievements to the military. The earth was destroyed by death bombs into wasteland where food could not be grown, the remnants of cursed magic floated in the atmosphere, and the ocean was completely polluted by alchemy potions, turning it into a red liquid with a stench. The once unbreakable racial covenant is also broken in the war. This once beautiful world was completely reduced to ashes in an instant. So you seniors, after the war, remembered the abolished case that you once denied. Hope to end the dispute in this way. Chu Hao said curiously. But the other party still gave a negative answer. No, still not. The death of a mighty world takes thousands of years to measure. A war cannot completely kill the entire world. The situation at that time, we can still fight, after all, time is still very rich, isn't it? What really made the high-level executives at that time, that is, us, pay attention to that experiment again, it was a certain side effect after restarting the experiment. What side effects? In the process of fusion of the sea of minds, in the process of individuals becoming collectives, in addition to significantly improving collective intelligence and reducing numbers. The existence of its birth, the volume of life and the level of the sea of mind will be greatly improved. If it is said that the essence of ordinary life is, and the essence of life of gods we guessed is. Then we found through follow-up research that the existence of the sea of minds that fuses dozens of souls will directly enhance the essence of life, and even, as the number of fusions increases, this value will continue to ascend, there is no upper limit. The existence that has been merged in this way can have a very strong wisdom, far from the wisdom of the transcendent people, when a will is erased in advance. Even the most powerful magic formula computer cannot compare to such an existence. In other words, although we can't figure out how to make the sea of individual souls rise and emit its own life breath to the outside, the creatures in the secret realm world are like ordinary creatures in the world of the gods, and they cannot use the divine fire to completely light up the sea of souls like Chu Hao. But we can use the fusion method to fuse the sea of minds of countless individuals to create a huge sea of minds that has never existed before. And such a sea of minds doesn't need the so-called ascension at all. It only needs to perform reverse ascension and explore the depths of the sea of minds, and it is enough to achieve a powerful existence. In theory, as long as there are enough fusions, it is enough to achieve the existence of the name of true God. A true God with infinite wisdom, infinite power, and immortality, eternal existence. At that time, we with supreme wisdom will achieve immortal. Our civilization will become more brilliant because of the improvement of wisdom. At that time, all people will be a part of this God, share prosperity, and enjoy endless life and wealth. In this world, there will be no more suffering, no more disputes, no more plundering and killing. Anyone should join in. Speaking of which, not only the head of the female animal, but the other heads also showed expressions of hope. Obviously, such a scene is the future they dream of. But hearing this, Chu Hao himself sighed in disappointment. So it is. He lowered his head and looked at the monster in front of him with the most indifferent eyes. But in my opinion, you are definitely not that great. Hearing Chu Hao's remarks, the head suddenly fell silent. In the entire palace, there was no sound at all. A moment later. Although the experiment in your mouth can bring a god to your civilization, in my opinion, a very important point has not been resolved. That's the god you created, who controls the behavior and thoughts. Are you high-ranking people, or those? Chu Hao showed a sneer, and his cold eyes seemed to see through everything. What about the people at the bottom who were caught by you, abused and tortured, and finally forced to become experimental equipment? How did you know? One said with a trembling head. He didn't know how Chu Hao knew about the process of their fusion. That is a period, the most dehumanizing and darkest history. It's very simple, because I heard what you said, from the forward direction of reverse ascension, that is, the voice from the opposite side of the sea of mind. What sound? Chu Hao didn't speak, just stabbed his own divine fire into the depths of the monster's spiritual sea, stabbed a big hole in the darkest place. In an instant, in the entire palace, in the entire world, came the most terrifying sound that creatures could make. Screaming, whining, moaning, twisting, pain. Curse, curse, petition, howl. All the terrifying voices representing the most extreme emotions resounded throughout the world. Countless Haze soldiers, after hearing these voices, almost lost all reason and knelt on the ground tremblingly. Their bodies and souls are rapidly collapsing, transforming towards indescribable creatures. But devils from the abyss closed their eyes and listened to these sweet music with great enjoyment. They have been in the deepest depths of the sea of minds, cursing, cursing you greedy high ups. No, they have long been jealous and cursing all living creatures because of their extreme pain. That's what I heard. Chapter 104. The terrifying sound is still sounding frantically, and it is getting bigger and bigger. With the spread of these sounds of screams, wailing, and collapse, the entire world quickly began to collapse and disintegrate. Even, with the increase of the divine fire injected into the depths of the other party's soul, the body of this monster has begun to undergo more changes. Its body began to expand rapidly, and more cloudy eyes, torn mouth, trembling tongue, and deformed limbs began to grow from its body. But without exception, these newly grown limbs and organs are all twisted and deformed. Just by observing with the naked eye, you can feel the terrible torture that these souls have encountered in the depths of the sea of minds after being fused. Moreover, with the series of changes in front of him, Chu Hao was also pleasantly surprised. The sounds they make are gradually becoming cursed. These terrifying sounds, from the beginning, can only destroy the body, and gradually develop to pollute the soul. Even Chu Hao also observed that the surface of the sea of the soul of some creatures is gradually being occupied by this kind of sound. Ha ha! Chu Hao smiled and snapped his fingers lightly. Then, the divine fires he released immediately backlashed back, blocking most of the holes that had appeared before. This time, the murmur produced by this monster was much smaller. This is the good future that you high-level officials have promised them? A future without strife, without hunger and misery. The heads of those who were once the world's top leaders were silent. Only the head of the female animal was still trying to defend itself. You don't know, such a huge collective of consciousness must have a leader consciousness. If it doesn't, then the entire conscious collective will fall into a state of pure unconsciousness and ultimately nothing can be done. Chu Hao smiled slightly. But looking at your current appearance, it seems that it is no different from a purely unconscious state. Too much malice and pain has caused these guys to contaminate the entire sea of minds that you have, and this contamination has even spread to your own minds. And in my opinion, those group consciousnesses suppressed by you guys actually already have their own ideas, that is, revenge and sadism, revenge on all creatures with good emotions and normal psychology. Although there is no divine fire and divine spark, your strength seems to be enough to do this. However, Chu Hao did not continue, but changed the subject. Okay, I know enough about your experiment, but I have two more questions. One is, where did you keep the equations used for the fusion experiment? The second is, since you have already started the fusion process of the whole race, why are there still the Hayes family, those little mouse outside? Chu Hao has always been curious about how the Hayes family escaped this monster to get the fusion process and survived until now. And it can be seen from their invasion of the rest of the world, the supply of scarce resources to these monsters, and the tributes they left outside the palace. The Hayes family retains a lot of loyalty to this mad god. The original equations and experimental data were stored in the sea of our minds. As long as you can rescue us as agreed, these materials will be sent to you later. As the former high level, these pretentious guys still retain the most basic wisdom. They won't give Chu Hao what he wants the most until he gets treatment. As for the Hayes family, when the female had said this name, she showed a strange expression of hatred and hatred. It's these brainless idiots who screwed everything up. Oh. Another unexpected answer. Chu Hao immediately became interested. The Hayes family, in fact, existed for a long time before the rest of our races merged. But at that time, in the eyes of the rest of the races, they were just a group of races that were the most useless and should be eliminated the most. In the beginning, they were never to put in one's eyes by any other race. Weak, mentally low, vigorous, and without its own unique culture and technology, it just blindly reproduces at the bottom, using its own huge number of people to absorb the resources of this world. So much so that we completely abandoned them during the fusion process. Such a race is just a burden in our fusion process. But because of this, our group of high-level executives who have begun to integrate have seen a trace of the remaining value that belongs to them. We chose to educate them, giving them some technology and knowledge in the early stages of fusion. But we, who wanted to build them into workers and builders, unexpectedly gained a large number of believers. At that time, when the end of the world was approaching, these ignorant flat-haired beasts actually worshipped us with supreme wisdom as real gods. Although this was not our original plan, it has to be said that the result was the same. With the help of our intelligence, these rat people developed very quickly when we weren't going mad with over-integration. They help us hunt down the rest of the races, help us transform the world, and they are really like family members, always listening to our orders. They are rapidly distorted and adapted to the increasingly dilapidated environment of the whole world. We even used some magical abilities to transform a group of them to make them more loyal. They are getting stronger and more loyal to us. But because the late-stage fusion process was a little too hasty, our sanity finally began to slacken. The underlying consciousness that was suppressed by us also began to gradually compete with us for control of this body, and in the process, these little rat people, listening to the wrong oracles instilled by those damn low-level intelligences, began to invade the rest of the world, and put the creatures of those worlds into the bodies of us fusion people. The chaos broke out. Our sanity is finally due to the increase in the number of fusions, resulting in almost irreversible pollution and madness. This kind of madness, we can slowly eliminate it by stopping fusion. But those damn flat-haired beasts, when we became crazy, mistakenly thought they were offending us, and began to put more and more messy creatures into our bodies and fuse them. We tried to remind them a few times, but failed each time because control had been lost. Those creatures who merged with us without being selected, their sea of minds is full of resentment and anger, tyranny, and bloodthirsty. Such emotions easily pollute this sea of minds. In the end, we went completely crazy. These goddamn ugly bastards caused all this. We deeply hate them. Chapter 105. Ha 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 ha. Chu Hao couldn't help laughing. It turns out that there are really gods who are driven crazy by believers. The Hayes family, who can't understand the oracle, actually forced you to a level of complete madness little by little. This is really one, how can I say it? A ridiculous and uninteresting stupid story. After Chu Hao finished laughing, he said with a sneer. He thought that he could see the wild god, but he didn't get what he wanted. Instead, all he saw was the negative product of an unsuccessful experiment and the stupid fate of the Hayes family. And all of this made him feel boring. However, after seeing all this, Chu Hao has a new plan. That is, he suddenly had a very important conjecture about the experiment of reverse ascension of the Sea of Mind. He was going to see what the Sea of Mind of the Mad God would look like and what kind of abilities it possessed in front of the low-dimensional manifestation ability. But before that, he needs to prepare the necessary test items for this experiment. So, he smiled and said to the Mad God in front of him. Okay, now that I know the ins and outs of it all. Then, I should also fulfill my promise and start treating you. Looking at Chu Hao with black and red swirls flashing in his eyes, the heads pulled out by Shen Huo showed unprecedented excitement. It is clear that they have longed for relief for far too long. Such terrifying torture, such an irrational state of pain, they don't want to continue for a moment. And the arrival of Chu Hao, the arrival of this real god, gave them a hope of survival. As long as you are willing to help us and help us get out of our current state, then we are willing to follow in your footsteps forever. Whether it's our family, the Hayes family, our world, or the worlds enslaved by our family, they all belong to you. Hearing this, Chu Hao smiled calmly. Oh, then do I still need to thank you for your generosity? Don't have to. Just when these idiot heads were still trying to curry favor with Chu Hao, the female head suddenly screamed. Wait a minute, this supreme god. There was a sudden unease in her eyes. May I take the liberty to ask you, how are you going to save us? Is it the same as before, using your so-called divine fire to separate us from this body one by one? Oh! Chu Hao turned his head. Of course not. Shen Huo is very precious, how could it be used for such a thing? Then what are you going to do? Chu Hao didn't speak, just used himself as an anchor, and began to pull part of the body of the endless abyss and descend. And at the moment when the endless abyss came, Crazy God began to feel that something was wrong. A black-red gate that constantly emits shadow-colored mist appeared in front of it. Then there was a dark, fetid door, a purple door, a grey door. And the deity of the Mad God also personally came into contact with the breath of the endless abyss for the first time at this moment. From the gates of different colors, terrifying murmurs began to emerge, followed by the breath of chaos, corruption, darkness, and death. I'm going to let you receive the best treatment in the world. Healing from the endless abyss. There, those in your heart will be released to the greatest extent. But on the contrary, your thoughts can be preserved. Isn't that what you want? Across the black-red gate, the ring of the 7 deadly sins began to turn rapidly. And the devils in Hayes' parent world shouted excitedly. Countless black arms with yellow pustules and scars, as if they had suffered from the Black Death, slammed out of various doors, and together with those terrifying mists, they firmly grasped the fat body of the crazy god. And as soon as these arms grabbed each other, the area of the Sea of Mind within the Mad God began to churn. The depths of the sea of their souls, the darkest and most profound area, began to mutate. The existence of the Mad God was directly captured by the low-dimensional planes in the endless abyss, and thus transformed into the purest dark things. Countless thoughts also began to be gradually stripped from the body of the Mad God. Then came the most bizarre scene. Brain and blood vessels. This is what the world is about to become. With the Mad God as the source, countless scarlet blood vessels appear anywhere in the world like magic. Whether it is the highly poisonous land, the foul-smelling red ocean, or the buildings that once towered into the clouds, they were all firmly occupied by these sudden appearance of blood vessels. Moreover, these blood vessels are not only found in inanimate places. The surviving Hayes clan also exploded at this moment and became part of these blood vessels. And those devils, except for the four-armed devil and Yu, also did not avoid such an ending. Their bodies also turned into blood vessels, spreading rapidly over the entire planet. Then, above these blood vessels, like fruits growing in nature, large and small, completely different shapes began to grow. Brains. Brains of different shapes appeared in this world, intelligent creatures, non-intelligent creatures, Hayes, devil. Some of these brains are as small as the tip of a needle, while others are as big as a mountain. On some brains, things like nails and iron wires are inserted, some brains grow tumors that keep squirming, and some brains begin to connect with the rest of the brains, and even some brains grew strange eyes and indescribable deformed organs. The whole world has actually become an ocean of brains. But no matter what, every brain here belongs to the same creature. They not only have their own independent computing power and thinking, but also have a common thinking. However, their so-called common thinking is: obey the orders of the infinite abyss. Obey Chu Hao's orders. Oh! Chu Hao also didn't expect that his own Sao operation would make Crazy God upgraded to this state. A powerful sea of spirits that is comparable to the median god in terms of life level has been materialized, and it is still in what it is today. Although this sounds unscientific, it is really abyss. He walked over curiously, stretched out his hand, and touched one of the brains. Tell me, what are you going to name yourselves now? Lord, we are. Countless different voices resounded in front of Chu Hao. Damon. Damon. And the other party's strong power, Chu Hao also knew at the moment of contact. Chapter 106. There are currently only two abilities of Damon. The first ability, mind control. Damon's current brain looks like an infinite brain connected in series on the blood vessels. In fact, this is it, they are the embodiment of life that shares the same sea of mind. And in this form, they also have the ability to control their minds. But it is worth mentioning that mind control and mind control are two different abilities. Mind control is a magic-like ability, and its main attack method is to block the enemy's control over itself, thereby ultimately controlling the enemy's behavior. And such an attack method will instinctively arouse the vigilance and resistance of the enemy. The controlled enemies can clearly feel that their own state is not right, and they are controlled as if they are in a weird dream. Even a part of the body is weak, but the existence of a strong willpower unexpectedly can be directly immune to such a control method. But mind control is a completely different kind of existence. It's not an intrusion like mind control, instead, it's more of a change. Mind control can directly change the common sense and self-awareness in the enemy's mind without causing the opponent's alertness. PS is not allowed to drive. As a life with powerful thinking ability, it can diverge its own thinking and create a vast brain world. And this brain domain world can spread out together with the breadth of the endless abyss. All beings who come into contact with these brain worlds will be changed by Damon from their normal common sense and cognition in their original thinking. In this way, they will act according to Damon's instructions unintentionally. For example, in the own world, start a killing to communicate with Devil, or, for example, assassinate an enemy that Damon wants to eliminate. The most terrifying thing is that they will take all the terrible, twisted and terrifying things they do for granted and what they want to do. When their thinking is completely changed, their sea of mind has been integrated into the collective consciousness of Damon, and they are no longer separated from each other. After seeing this ability, Chu Hao felt very satisfied. With Damon, the endless abyss will save a lot of time in future invasions. This ability will be a fatal blow to those creatures that are very dependent on order. Chu Hao has already imagined that after the own world was invaded by Damon, those poor creatures were wildly suspicious of each other. No one can be sure that the people around them are not controlled lunatics. Or, they can't even confirm whether they are the crazy person. The second ability, huge computing power. Compared to Damon's first ability, its second ability is somewhat mediocre. Its only second ability is the terrifying computing ability emanating from the sea of minds after connecting countless thoughts together. No matter what kind of complex data, Damon can quickly calculate the result. Whether it is formula, or the analysis of experiments and rules, it can be calculated. It can even simulate a large number of war endings based on complex data on the battlefield. But any deity actually has such computing power. However, such computing power will increase as the number of Shenhuo increases. And Chu Hao made a rough estimate. Damon's current computing power has surpassed himself, and it is close to a middle-level god. Its ability to parse rules is faster than itself. More importantly, such computing power can also be improved. However, unlike the promotion methods of gods such as Chu Hao, if Damon wants to improve his own computing power, he needs to capture more ordinary creatures and merge them into the sea of his own mind. And such an improvement method, the number of lives that need to be consumed will be truly astronomical. Even the invasion war of the Endless Abyss cannot afford such a large number of lives. You must know that the number of lives in the rest of the world is also worthy of contention for devil and abyss creatures. Good. Although this ability, in Chu Hao's view, is not comparable to the first. But on the bright side, in the process of invading the rest of the world in the future, Chu Hao can hand over the work of parsing the rules to Damon, thereby retaining his own precious computing power. It can be said that with Damon, there will be a powerful computer in the entire Endless Abyss. But unlike ordinary computers, Damon's computer, not everything can be touched. The only end of rashly dismissing the opponent is to be a part of the opponent. You lied. Just as Chu Hao was about to leave here, a faint voice came to Chu Hao from a nearby brain. It's the top ones. You lied to us and said you were going to give us medical care. But in the end we fell to you and enslaved us. Hearing this, Chu Hao turned around and stood in front of this brain with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot, in your mind, there is still the sea of mind anti-ascension formula that I need. After speaking, Chu Hao put his hand on this brain. However, I have not deceived you from the beginning to the end. Your current appearance is the result of my treatment. And, for such an ending, I believe you should also be mentally prepared. When you ignore the life at the bottom and only want to rule everything, when you become a god and enjoy eternity, you should be prepared like this. After speaking, Chu Hao crushed this brain and left here with the formula he wanted to get. At this moment, in this world, the planes colonized by the Hayes family have also exposed their coordinates because this plane was invaded by the Abyss. They will also become the spoils of Chu Hao's war. Although most of the 30 planes have been destroyed, many of the core and resources of the world are still preserved. All of this can be regarded as Chu Hao's unexpected joy in this war. As for the plane that Chu Hao wanted to invade in the first place, it might have a different ending. A mythical creature corrupted by the Abyss is fighting the fiercest battle with the other two mythical creatures. Once it wins, it will become the true leader of the plane and embrace it in the arms of the infinite Abyss. But if it loses, looking at the monsters in the fierce battle, Chu Hao said without sadness or joy, if you lose, then this also proves that your journey of depravity is over. The war with the Hayes family and the Mad God is about to come to an end. Chapter 107. At the bottom of the Endless Abyss, Chu Hao sat on the throne of bones. And he is closing his eyes, manipulating his own fire, dragging the mother world of the Hayes family, which is the world where Damon is now, into the Endless Abyss. Although Damon was originally a life transformed by the breath of the Endless Abyss, he could normally live in the Endless Abyss. But in order to ensure the integrity of Damon's area, Chu Hao himself still has to be careful. This is because of the extreme chaos rules of the Endless Abyss. It is very likely that the entire planet where Damon is located will be scattered and disrupted, and then integrated into the entire Endless Abyss. Once it falls into such a situation, then Damon itself is a super big trouble. At that time, in the entire endless abyss, many devils and creatures of the plane will be infested by the thinking radiated by Damon and become part of it. But just when Chu Hao was still pulling on the planet where Damon was, the body of the endless abyss also greedily devoured the more than 30 planes that Damon controlled before. With the expansion of the black-red vortex, everything in these more than 30 planes, from the continent to the air, from the creatures to the rules, is being smashed, and then dragged into the embrace of the endless abyss, waiting for the devil's patronize. I didn't expect that this time the harvest in terms of world resources would be so great. Chu Hao opened his eyes and, from the bottom of the endless abyss, looked at the 30 or so half-destroyed worlds being pulled into the abyss bit by bit. Although these worlds were all destroyed by haze weapons of war into death worlds full of chemicals and deadly pollution, ordinary creatures could no longer survive in them. But such an environment is nothing to endless abyss. After all, the environment inside the endless abyss is much harsher than the environment in these worlds. So, Chu Hao, who got this unexpected blessing, is still very happy. You must know that in the past month or so, Chu Hao worked hard to invade and devour less than 10 worlds. And now, in just over 2 weeks, he has acquired more than 30 worlds, which is truly something he hadn't thought of before. Looking like this, it will take at least a week to devour all the more than 30 lost resistance worlds. But it's okay, take advantage of this time. Chu Hao swept his own vision across the endless abyss, and every abyss creature caught by Chu Hao's eyes began to tremble without exception. I can find a way to improve the methods of warfare in the endless abyss. At this time, Chu Hao discovered one thing in the just concluded war, that is, the means of warfare in the endless abyss is too backward. Of course, don't get me wrong. The war means of the endless abyss here and the war strength of the endless abyss are two completely different things. First of all, the war power of the endless abyss is beyond doubt. The attraction of souls produced by low dimensions, the terrifying environment of chaos and distortion, the strange and alternative abyss creatures, the cruel and tyrannical native devil, and the constantly hatching army of small devils. All of this adds up to make endless abyss a war machine that can easily crush most types of worlds. In the ordinary world, when faced with the advent of the endless abyss body, it is almost impossible to make effective resistance. But the problem that Chu Hao was worried about also appeared. Every time an invasion war is launched against other worlds, Chu Hao must bring the body of the endless abyss onto that world. Only after sending a powerful devil army can the endless abyss truly destroy those invaded worlds and occupy them. Everything of. But such behavior is inefficient and extremely time-consuming. This is what Chu Hao needs to solve now. How to destroy, invade the rest of the world more efficiently, or to put it another way. Is it possible that the body of the endless abyss does not need to move, and it is possible to directly wait for the devils to invade those worlds before incorporating their worlds into their own body? This idea, although it sounds crazy, actually Chu Hao thinks it is feasible. On the throne of bones, Chu Hao pondered silently. In my impression, the endless abyss seems to be able to do this. In the beginning, in many worlds, devils who had only been exposed to the endless abyss would eventually fall into the endless abyss because of the war against the devil. Chu Hao thought of the assessment world battle a long time ago. In that battle, all the planets that devil invaded, without exception, were polluted by the breath of the endless abyss, and turned into black planets with stench and corruption. Moreover, in the final battle, when these planets were dragged by the endless abyss and dragged to a lower dimension, there was no way to resist. Such a result makes Chu Hao himself satisfied. However, problems also appeared. The original 13 planets all belonged to the same world. If they were not protected by a unified crystal wall at that time, then it would take several days for Chu Hao to just swallow these 13 worlds. Because each world has unique crystal wall rules. Even a garbage-type secret realm world, no matter how small or weak, has its own crystal wall rules. That's the point of a headache. Ordinary devils, although they can pollute the hostile world and expose the opponent's world coordinates to the endless abyss, they are still passive means, waiting for the endless abyss to come. Moreover, such devils are all small-scale infiltration operations and cannot completely occupy the opponent's world. Is there any way to let the devils directly take part of the endless abyss and invade the world they each poured into? Chu Hao touched his chin, thinking about how to solve such a problem. Improve devil's single strength. It's unrealistic. A single devil can easily be destroyed. If new devils don't appear continuously, no matter how powerful devils are, they will always die. Give devil the authority to open a part of the abyss, so that they have the ability to mobilize part of the abyss territory. Impossible, devils can't ignite divine fire, they don't have this ability, and their identity can only be slaves of the endless abyss. Even if I open up my ability to move anchor points to them, they can't bear such a burden without divine fire. Because the endless abyss is one with me. This question, Chu Hao had no idea for a while. But this does not matter, because there is still a long time before the endless abyss completely devours those worlds. For such a long period of time, he didn't need to worry about anything else at all, he just needed to think at ease. However, after a few days, just when Chu Hao was eating the delicious roasted abyss rabbit, an inconspicuous little thing appeared, so that Chu Hao himself had a new idea. An idea that is enough to change the shape of the endless abyss war. And this little event is: the four-armed legendary devil who invaded the world of haze alone is about to receive a reward from the endless abyss. It still doesn't know what kind of reward it will accept. Chapter 108. Layers of the Endless Abyss. A large devil city in the Malice Basin. The legendary devil method walked into a tavern called Broken Angle. As soon as it arrived at the store, all the devils looked at it and laughed. Not to mention, I heard that you again will be recruited by the Abyss Master. Fa didn't mention it, didn't speak, just spoke to the squirming demons with dozens of tentacles on the front desk. 2 glasses of dirty blood wine and a plate of fresh heads of gnomes. After he finished speaking, he took out the smelly internal organs of several abyss creatures from his arms as the wine money this time. But the rest of the devils laughed. You must be bragging about what kind of devil lord you want to be, and then go to deceive people's territory and slaves. When Fabuti heard this, all 4 of his arms trembled, and his own scarlet eyes widened. How can you be innocent out of thin air? What innocence? I saw with my own eyes the day before yesterday that you ran to the site of Balrog Gregory to provoke you, and you were hung on the crater by Balrog Gregory and beaten for a whole day. That scream can be heard from half of the plains. Ha 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 ha. Fabuti blushed and defended. The dispute between devils, can that be called cheating? Then came a bunch of obscure words. Words like the Lord of the Abyss is very busy, I can't be forgotten by the will of the Abyss, I can't be pigeons and so on, caused the devils in the tavern to burst into laughter. For a time, the inside and outside of the tavern was full of merry. Boom! Just when the devils were still laughing at Fabuletin mention, a black and red portal suddenly appeared beside Fabuletin mention along with countless space cracks. In an instant, starting from the tavern as the center, a dignified aura radiated out. The entire plane was quiet at this moment. Not a single devil, not an abyss creature dared to make a sound, all of them lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. This originally dirty and muddy plane seemed to have been casted on a silencing spell, as quiet as a black hole. This. Fabuti knelt on the ground and trembled. In the black-red portal, the terrifying aura of the ruler of the endless abyss is exuding outwards. In the next instant, a consciousness appeared in Fabuletin mention's mind. Enter. The Lord of the Abyss has really recruited me. Fabuletin mention got up excitedly and walked towards the portal. But the moment it stepped into the portal, Fabuti looked back at the rest of the devils who were still shivering in the tavern, and there was a look of ferociousness, hatred, and mixed pride in his eyes. Although it didn't speak, the rest of the devils had already understood what he meant. Wait me back. You're all going to die. The rest of the devils turned pale for the first time ever. Any devil can be mocked, but you have to be prepared to pay for it. Great Lord! Lord of the Abyss! You are the creator of eternal darkness, you are the incarnation of the dark side of universe. A few thousand words are omitted below. Devil Fabuti knelt down in front of Chu Hao and sang Chu Hao's name with the most humble voice. While eating the roasted bunny, Chu Hao, who was looking at the report of the Sea of Mind anti-ascension experiment, waved his hand and interrupted its chanting with his back to the other party. In fact, he had never cared about the reward for the four-armed legendary devil in front of him. After all, this thing can only be said to be the smallest thing to the size of the entire endless abyss. And the reason why he wanted to tell Fa not to mention himself was just because he really had nothing to do right now, and he was going to use these little things to pass some time. Which piece of land do you want? And, what kind of power do you want? After Chu Hao finished speaking, he showed the countless true names belonging to the powerful devils in the past, as well as some optional abyss powers in front of Fa Buletin mention. Once the choice is complete, no matter if it has selected several real names or a single power, its power will surpass the legendary peak stage and point directly to the strength of a demigod. At that time, no matter which area of the abyss it is powerful, it will be a piece of cake. The premise is that the place it chooses is not selected by monsters such as Mu. The Great Master of the Abyss, I want the 45th floor of the Endless Abyss. I want to rule everything there and enslave all creatures on that plane. But in terms of power, the real name and power here are not what I really want. Fabuti looked at Chu Hao with trembling, and said the most greedy words in his heart. And Chu Hao was also aroused by the greed that Fa did not mention. He put down the embodied experimental report in his hand, turned his head, and looked at the greedy devil. However, Chu Hao himself was not angry. Oh? You mean you don't want these powers and real names? No, the great and profound ruler of the abyss, I want all the powers and real names you gave me. Fabuti knelt over there and spoke very humbly. But what I really want is a license from you. License? Yes, a license that allows me to slaughter my enemies freely. A license that allows me to accompany you all the time and attack world after world for you. Law did not mention it. I've seen too many powerful devils who died fighting each other. When there is no invasion, the entire endless abyss is full of wars between powerful devils, but what we are fighting for is just a piece of bad, unsustainable wild land. And what we enslave is just a group of people who are similar to us, not at all tasty, and easily betrayed by each other. I was supposed to get used to it, but it wasn't until I saw the outside world clearly. The world there is so wonderful, full of delicious flesh and blood, full of destructible landscapes, everywhere. I want to be your most loyal servant, so that I can enjoy the journey of invading the rest of the world all the time. For this reason, I am willing to give up everything I have, to be the soil under your feet, to be your eagle dog, and to be a puppet of the endless abyss. As long as I can continue to enjoy that pleasure from the soul, I'm willing to give up everything I have. After Chu Hao heard this, he suddenly thought of an important thing. A new idea opened up. If the devils, as individuals, cannot invade the rest of the world alone, and cannot bear the terrifying burden of the endless abyss, so why didn't he give it a try and directly transform a part of the totality of the endless abyss into a devil that is powerful and evil but has an independent mind? In other words, those who appear to be devils on the surface are actually the existences of the abyss ontology. And such an existence, Chu Hao accidentally heard similar rumors when he was studying the abyss in his previous life. Only, they were called devil princes at the time. Chapter 109. Devil Prince. Chu Hao has vague memories of this title. However, compared to the title itself, Prince of the Abyss is actually more like some kind of rumor in the endless abyss. Some scholars say that the Prince of the Abyss is a self-proclaimed title of some powerful devil. Such a title is like those powerful devils who occupy part of the abyss territory, self-proclaimed dukes, marquis, earls, or large, medium and small lords. But in the endless abyss, any title has no substantive meaning, at most it can only be regarded as one of the basis of class division in Devil. The so-called Duke of Devil, Lord of Devil and other titles, as long as you have enough strength, you are real. But if you don't have the strength, it's all fake. So if Prince Devil was some kind of title, then that title would be meaningless. But some scholars say that Devil Princes actually exist. These guys named Devil Prince are actually a group of devils in the endless abyss, the most powerful and closest to the core of the abyss. Each of these powerful devils has more than one abyss plane as its own territory. They can easily, in the endless abyss, in any area with devil, set off one terrifying war of extermination. For this point of view, Chu Hao is actually more convinced. Because in the abyss, there will never be a shortage of powerful devil, such as Yu Mu, as long as this guy wants, it can unify several abyss planes at any time. Of course, apart from these two explanations, scholars actually have another inference for the existence of the Devil Prince. However, this so-called third inference, even Chu Hao himself, is somewhat difficult to accept. And this third inference is the puppet theory. Moreover, this puppet theory, in fact, also secretly alludes to the terrifying low-dimensional world of the endless abyss, which is the root cause of devil. To put it simply, the endless abyss created the devil species for its own expansion. And devil, a kind of creature, actually meets the requirements of the endless abyss itself. Devils, brutal, dogmatic, defiant and without honor, are pure evil depraved creatures. What they love most is to sway the despair and destruction they have caused in the rest of the world, and take it as their own greatest pleasure. However, due to the chaotic nature of the endless abyss, even the most loyal devil cannot act according to the will of the endless abyss. Of course, whether the will of the endless abyss exists and whether there is rationality was also a question worth exploring at the beginning. But we can make a hypothesis, assuming that the endless abyss has its own unique reason, has its own goals, and also allows the devils to execute the goals it wants to achieve. Then, the devils who came out of their nests are very likely to screw up all this. Endless abyss wants them to attack from the left, then a large group of devil will charge from the right according to the chaotic rules. The uncontrollable devil, this is the basis for scholars to come up with the abyss puppet theory. This group of scholars believe that in order to truly control the devil family, Endless Abyss actually created a devil class called Prince Devil. All devils who entered this class were actually picked by the Endless Abyss, and under the bewitched by the Abyss, they became the puppets of the Endless Abyss. They are not so much a kind of highest glory in an Endless Abyss, but some kind of. The Endless Abyss is a desperate trap specially set up for powerful devils. A trap that motivates devils to kill each other, compete with each other, and then screen out the strongest devil to control. Although they seem to have the authority given by the Endless Abyss, in fact, they are more powerful than a new type of servant god. Although they have powerful power and the authority given by the Endless Abyss, they can command more devils with all this, but at this moment they have lost their true self forever, and every move is secretly controlled by the Endless Abyss. Complete its evil plan. Chu Hao didn't quite believe this inference before. But now, after building an endless abyss of his own, he begins. Believe this inference. You said that you are willing to give up everything you have, become the soil under my feet, become my eagle dog, and become the puppet of the endless abyss. Chu Hao stood in front of Devil Fabu, and showed a kind smile. Ah, this! And Devil Law did not mention that at this moment, he suddenly felt a little regretful, and thought to himself in his heart. Actually, I was just joking. But it would never dare to say the word regret. After all, the one standing in front of it is the ruler of the entire endless abyss. So, it can only grit its teeth and say in the most determined tone. Great Lord, Lord of the Abyss, that's what I hope for. It is good. Chu Hao stood up and said indifferently. He already has new ideas. The only thing lacking is a test item, and Fa does not mention it, it happens to be a qualified and loyal test item. In an instant, Countless dark mists appeared out of thin air from the area where Chu Hao was located from all directions, and swept in the direction of him. In less than a breath, Chu Hao's figure melted into the endless dark fog. Although I don't know what the next operation will make you look like, I can assure you that the law will not be mentioned. In the dark fog, a pair of eyes with black and red swirls appeared. This will be the greatest opportunity in your life. Maybe, from now on, all your wishes will be fulfilled. After finishing speaking, these black mists rolled the legendary devil Fabu mention into the air. Lord, is this? Devil's law is obviously a little panic. It's just a little pain caused by the transformation, you have to hold back. The next second, Devil howled in pain without mentioning it. In the entire plane, there was the miserable howl of this legendary devil everywhere. Countless black mists separated its body little by little. All the flesh and soul of this devil was dissolved in the black mist, and its entire body was like a rapidly melting candle. Its body and soul, while disappearing, are quickly reshaped by the black mist. Countless tiny granulation buds reshaped its body. Countless dark and deep black mists have reshaped its soul and left its own imprint on it. This body is completely different from the rest of the devils in the past. Everything about it is made of the essence of the endless abyss. Every muscle in this pair, every drop of blood, contains the blessing of the endless abyss, and also contains part of the authority of the endless abyss. An existence that truly surpasses all devils, but only follows from the abyss, is about to be born. The prince of the devil family. At the same time, it is also the real son of the abyss. Chapter 110. As the dark and deep fog dissipated, Prince Devil Fabu Men was reborn. However, now he looks completely different from before. The former forearms have been reduced to 2. Its deformed lower limbs are covered with black and red scales and become thicker. And the devil's horn, which was not protruding on its head, became long and twisted, like the base of a crown, coiled on top of its head. This Fabuti touched the muscles in his body that were full of power, and trembled with excitement. At this moment, it can clearly feel the endless power surging madly in the body. A feeling that was so powerful that it was almost crazy, filling his every nerve, hitting its soul, making it even more crazy. However, behind this crazy consciousness, a feeling similar to destiny is in me has been lingering in its heart. It waved its own hands, trying to feel its own power. In an instant, the 45th floor of the endless abyss, the area that Chu Hao had promised him, was immediately swept by a storm from nowhere. All abyss creatures, including devil, whether strong or weak, instinctively want to avoid this storm. This is because they can feel that in this storm, there is a breath of the bottom of the abyss. Ha ha ha, wait! In the scarlet eyes of Prince Devil, who did not mention it, there was a mixture of madness and tyranny. What a mighty power! I can feel that mine is expanding as my power grows. On the other side, as the black mist dissipated, Chu Hao's figure also reappeared. And the release mention immediately half-kneeled in front of Chu Hao, waiting for its order. However, at this time, Chu Hao was not in a hurry to give any orders to the newly promoted Prince Devil, he just stood in front of the devil and observed him. And this silence lasted for nearly a few hours. Chu Hao's eyes with black and red swirls stared at Fa Bulet and Mention, until he could see everything about the other party. He thought to himself. It was a bit unexpected. Devil, created directly from the essence of the endless abyss, does possess a real and unreal power of the abyss, but I don't know why. It always feels like this is a bit too weak. In Chu Hao's sight, there is actually no so-called Prince Devil. In its eyes that can see through the endless abyss, standing in front of him is just a living abyss fragment. Devil's body is just an appearance in the eyes of outsiders. At the root of it, the Devil Prince is just a puppet with the right to use part of the power of the endless abyss. Moreover, its combat strength is too weak in Chu Hao's eyes. If it is expressed by a certain numerical value, the numerical value of Devil Prince Law is probably around As for those peak devils who have awakened several real names, most of them are around. As for the mythical creatures in the endless abyss, such as Mu, their values are basically above W. Such a gap really makes Chu Hao difficult to understand. Is it because you don't have any separate power? But in my eyes, if it is calculated according to status, Fabuletin mention is indeed much higher than creatures such as Mu. Is it because of the status itself? Or is it that the endless abyss instinctively limited its potential in the process of casting it? But why? There are about a dozen powers that can be used by Prince Devil at this time. Of course, the wording here is only use, not real possession. Mythical creatures such as Mu each possess several real powers, authorities, and such powers are not only the source of their power, but also a part of themselves. In the abyss, except Chu Hao himself can deprive them, most of the other methods cannot limit their strength. Chu Hao pondered silently, while Prince Devil Fabi kneeled in front of Chu Hao reverently, not daring to raise his own head at all. In fact, when he became the Prince Devil, he could truly understand how terrifying the Master of the Abyss sitting in front of him was. Just like the fearlessness of the ignorant in the rest of the world, only when the creatures reach a certain level can they truly feel how terrifying the gods are. That is despair, that is an insurmountable distance, that is something that cannot be looked directly at just by imagining its specific form. Just Chu Hao's breathing, just Chu Hao's gaze, almost collapsed the sea of spirit and soul of Fabu men. Such terrifying pressure made it almost feel completely suffocated. However, at this moment, something that made him happy appeared. You can leave now. Chu Hao's indifferent voice resounded in Fabuletin's ears. You can go back to the 45th floor of the endless abyss, back to your territory. Fabu's voice trembled a little. Lord, However, you must prepare well for the next war during this time. Before Prince Devil Fabu Men was happy, Chu Hao poured a basin of cold water on it. I believe that you can instinctively perceive at this moment that you have a part of the authority of the abyss, but these authority are not just blessings, they are more like supervision. I urge you to dedicate more land and soul to the endless abyss. Just like the promise you made before to get this blessing. Chu Hao's voice, like the coldest ice in the endless abyss, resounded in Fabuletin Mention's ears. After a while, I will start a new invasion war. And you, and the devils in your territory, will be the absolute main force to invade that world. Chu Hao made a decision. He wanted to see if an existence like Prince Devil could show the powerful ability he remembered. Instead of infinitely suspecting all this, it is better to prove it directly with actual actions. Prince Devil can't mention it. Hearing this, he said, Lord, I will use my everything to dedicate more land and soul to you. I swear, everything will return to the abyss. After he finished speaking, a portal appeared beside him. Prince Devil Fabu Men went backwards, humbly returned to the Broken Angle Tavern on the 45th floor of the Endless Abyss from the portal. Chapter 111. In the next few days, Chu Hao first waited for the Endless Abyss to absorb all the 30-odd worlds in Hei's parent world. Then, after the current number of layers in the Endless Abyss exceeded 100 layers, he started the second round of work. And his second round of work is to create new Devil Princes. With the experience that Fabu had mentioned before, this time Chu Hao reduced a lot of trouble in the process of making Devil Prince using the essence of the Endless Abyss. For example, he found that it doesn't matter how strong or weak Devil is. As long as their individual strength can reach the legendary stage, then they are all qualified to become Prince Devil and become the puppets of the Endless Abyss. Moreover, Chu Hao also discovered the second characteristic possessed by these Devil Princes. That is, no matter what the strength gap between these selected devils is, after they become Devil Princes, their strengths will become abnormally average. Although the appearance of each of them is completely different, and the heart is also very different, in Chu Hao's opinion, their strengths are almost the same. This made Chu Hao feel extremely strange. But after thinking that these devils were all made by the abyss itself, Chu Hao didn't have much doubts about this matter. He even has a conjecture, that is, as the endless abyss expands and strengthens, the strength of these devil princes will also increase. But this conjecture still needs time and practice to prove. And after doing all this, Chu Hao separated his own consciousness from the endless abyss, the world of the divine realm, and returned to the secret realm area of the previous misty realm. Call. Chu Hao counted his own harvest. This line, although only a dozen days, outside flow rate, but his own harvest has reached an unimaginable level. There are more than 30 large and small God's domain worlds, as well as Haze and the natural world that he originally wanted to invade. The number of worlds in this series has brought him a lot of wealth. In addition to the high-value secret realm world rules, Chu Hao has successfully expanded the entire endless abyss by nearly half. Although all of this has increased the strength of the endless abyss a lot, after such an expansion, the endless abyss will take a period of time to enrich the creatures on those lands and restore the number of devils in the entire abyss. In other words, the current endless abyss is even more unsuitable for invading the rest of the world than before. Therefore, Chu Hao planned to take advantage of this rare break time to go to the trading area. He is going to replace those temporarily useless rules and the like with some more needed resources in the endless abyss. After thinking of this, Chu Hao prepared to leave here following his own Shen Huo signs. But when he turned around, he was immediately stunned. Shen Huo logos, why are there so many less? Like the last time, most of the Shen Huo logos left by Chu Hao have disappeared. And it's not just that the number of Shen Huo logos disappearing is astonishing. At this moment, Chu Hao also discovered a terrible problem. That is, in the entire secret realm area, the number of secret realm worlds has become much rarer than the last time. This situation is exactly the same as when Chu Hao entered the mist realm last time. It was as if a greedy monster hunted everything frantically in the secret realm, even the signs left by the gods dared to devour it. All of this made Chu Hao feel that something was wrong. But now, Chu Hao can't make any judgment as to what caused this. He can only rely on his remaining divine fire signs to leave this secret realm area embedded in the void as much as possible. Luckily, Chu Hao's original supernatural fire signs are still there, and in this misty area, he himself successfully left here. Chu Hao turned his head and looked at the misty realm in the void. In his field of vision, the misty realm is still the same as usual, occupied by countless secret realm worlds and a large number of misty unknown substances. Its appearance is the same as before, without any difference. It feels a little weird. Chu Hao thought to himself. After this transaction is completed, I will leave here. A quirky area, it's better to stay away from him. Although Chu Hao loves to explore the unknown, he is not that kind of complete lunatic. For weird things, he will still maintain the most basic vigilance. Pushed the door and entered the exchange. The few traders with perfect stature and appearance came up immediately. Hello sir, what would you like to trade? Is it a sale or a purchase? Unlike last time, Chu Hao, who already knew enough about the trading procedure, didn't talk much. He just calmly embodied dozens of world rules and put them in the opponent's hands. Identify it for me and sell it. After he finished speaking, he took the trading manual handed over by the other party and looked at it under the stunned expression of the other party. At this time, the trader immediately woke up. She hurriedly glanced at Chu Hao and finally confirmed it. The guy in front of him was a low-ranking god who had dozens of rules the last time he made a move. Although the cloak and clothes he was wearing became more dilapidated, there is no doubt that the lower god who made such a bold move last time was Chu Hao. I'm going to buy some resource continents, and the number is tentatively set. Chu Hao said lightly. These resource continents, if possible, please send them to me as soon as possible. What he didn't say was, the abyss hatching pool can be full this time. But just as he continued to flip through the trading manual, a piece of information suddenly jumped into Chu Hao's eyes. This is a transaction for the sale of Secret Realm World Coordinates, printed on the latest issue of the manual. Such coordinate transactions are not uncommon among various exchanges. After all, the locations of many valuable secret realm worlds are often tricky, and the level of secret realm worlds is very high. It is difficult for ordinary gods to find them by their own luck. Moreover, even if they find these secret realm worlds, their strength, it is often difficult to break through these secret realm worlds and plunder everything inside. This situation also leads to some people looking for secret realm worlds to spy on, and after finding out the value of these worlds, they sell the coordinates of these worlds as commodities. This transaction message says, "Sell rare secret realm world coordinates." The introduction of the world has been verified. This world is a new world transformed from the remains of the secret realm world of the median god level difficulty. At present, the strength is lower than that of the median god level, and the difficulty is higher than that of the lower level god level. And in this new world of secret realm, there are several rare rules that may allow the evolution of divine realm creatures to greatly break through the current upper limit. Chapter 112. A rare rule that can make the evolution of divine realm creatures greatly break through the upper limit. Breakthrough ceiling. Substantially. Chu Hao was obviously moved when he saw such words. You must know that although the creatures in the endless abyss have the characteristics of evolution, whether it is an ordinary abyss creature or a native devil in the abyss, it all has the characteristics of evolution. The rare rules described in this message that can break through the upper limit by a large margin are actually very suitable for the endless abyss. Has this coordinate been traded? Chu Hao held the trading manual in his hand and asked the traders. This coordinate is not currently being traded, sir. The trader lowered his head, glanced at the manual in Chu Hao's hand and said, "But I must remind you that this private transaction information linked to our exchange, we cannot guarantee the authenticity of this information." And the implication of this sentence is, this news is likely to be false. And the probability is not low. Is that so? Chu Hao smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, if it's fake, I'll have a way for him to make it up. Then, may I ask, where is the person who posted this news at this time? No. Trading hall, sir, please come this way. A trader took Chu Hao to the person who sold this coordinate. After pushing open the door of the trading hall, a magnificent and luxurious room appeared in front of Chu Hao. And Chu Hao frowned at this moment. The whole hall was full of people sitting and lying down. Domes made of all kinds of expensive items, utensils made of the most precious materials. What they are drinking is the most delicious drink in each god's realm, and what they are eating is the top food in each god's realm. And the playthings around them are the most beautiful and alluring creatures of the gods, carefully selected from all the worlds of the gods. They either sang and danced around in front of the various gods, or they showed off their appearances beside each of the gods. And there is another part of the more debauched gods. All of this seems to be the most absurd dream. By the way, due to the characteristics of this other world, all these seemingly extravagant expenses are not as big as imagined. As long as you are willing to pay some divine fire, you can manifest the creatures and items in your divine domain. Like what Chu Hao saw in front of his eyes, the actual amount of mythology spent was only about 1,000. Except for those poor gods who just graduated, most gods can basically maintain such a luxurious life. In fact, most of the gods lived such a life. As the supreme beings who rule the entire divine realm world one after another, they should have enjoyed such a life. However, the reason why Chu Hao frowned was because he could feel that there was a very strong resentment among this group of creatures in the divine realm who had been toyed to death and lived as slaves all their lives. This resentment, the master of this terrifying evil thought comparable to an abyss creature, is hidden in this group of god realm creatures. Chu Hao tilted his head and looked at a veiled creature with a good figure and the appearance of a beast spirit, who was curled up in the arms of a certain god. And this creature, while this god was tormented by rude means, smiled and served the other party with a smile, pretending to be enjoyment. And at this moment, she raised her head suddenly. A cold, like an ice pick, swept over her heart. When she raised her head, what she saw was a pair of indifferent eyes printed with black and red swirls. The owner of these eyes, for some reason, easily sensed the darkest and deepest secret in her heart. The dark secrets that hide in her heart and wish to slaughter these tyrannical gods. He knows. As a plaything that appears as a tool of exchange money, it cannot express dissatisfaction in any way. This is the quality that must be possessed to serve the gods. Even if the means of some gods are a little rough and play them to death, the gods only need to spend some god fire to compensate at most. No additional fees are required. This is the true status of countless creatures in the divine realm in this other world. And just when the beast spirit trembled, thinking that he was about to be executed by the supreme god, Chu Hao, however, grinned, showing a strange smile. Then he put his index finger on his lips, expressing the meaning of secret. Then, he followed the traitor and left. What's wrong? The god who was stopped from serving, muttered in dissatisfaction. The beast spirit smiled and shook his head, indicating that nothing happened. However, those eyes that were extremely indifferent, as if calamity and malice, had always lingered in her heart. This is the gentleman who sold the coordinates. The traitor brought Chu Hao to a seat, and on the opposite side of the seat was a meatball buried in countless delicacies. Oh! When the meatball saw Chu Hao coming here, he quickly wiped his face and smiled at Chu Hao. You want to buy the coordinates I posted? Which coordinates? Which coordinates? The meatball nodded. Yes, I hold the coordinates of dozens of special secret realm worlds here. Some worlds have special mineral veins, which are very suitable for the birth of heavenly and mortal treasures. In some worlds, there are special element rules. You can have rare advanced elemental creatures in your world. There's more. This unremarkable guy uttered the rules of dozens of special secret realm worlds in one breath. There are many secret realm worlds that Chu Hao has never seen once. The resources in this guy's hands are scary. Chu Hao frowned, but then eased away. What I want is the newly released world coordinate that has the upper limit of the evolution of divine realm creatures by a large margin. Oh! As soon as the meatball heard that it was the coordinates of this world, he immediately became interested. Your God's domain world must have something to do with alien beast civilization, right? Chu Hao didn't speak, and he acquiesced without exposing his world of God's domain. The meatball continued. Hey, once you get the rules of this God's domain, the potential of the creatures in your God's domain will definitely increase rapidly. Let me tell you, the price of this world coordinate is not cheap. Of course, it's expensive, but it's worth it. Because when I found out the degree and method of biological evolution in that secret realm world, I was also taken aback. What degree of evolution? What kind of evolution? This is the question that Chu Hao is most concerned about. Meatball thought for a while and gave a somewhat ambiguous answer. Those creatures, the strongest group has broken through the level of demigods, and has the strength close to the spiritual level. And the way they evolve seems to be sacrifice. Sacrifice it to the world consciousness of that world, and after getting feedback from that world consciousness, grow almost unlimitedly. The most special thing about this kind of sacrifice is that this kind of growth is two-sided. In addition to the fact that the sacrificed creature can become stronger, the world itself will also grow weakly. How about it? Are you heartbroken? Chapter 113. A Rule of Sacrifice and Growth. Chu Hao didn't say anything, just said to himself in his heart. Such rules are already partially similar in the Endless Abyss, but they don't seem to be as complete as the other party said. Devil and other creatures, although the method is not sacrifice, but they do have a connection with the world consciousness, which is me. But what he said is unlimited. Seeing that Chu Hao was hesitating, the god who looked like a meatball showed a smile. How is it, are you interested? He grinned, looking a little ugly. It's like a ball toy has been cut open. Chu Hao nodded and said. This world coordinate, how much is it? To be honest, if what the other party said is true, then he is indeed interested. Trading point. Make a deal. Chu Hao said immediately. Such a price, although relatively high, is nothing in Chu Hao's eyes. Just the dozens of wild secret realm world rules he just realized, the price is almost 20,000 trading points. Moreover, such a rule, Chu Hao has it. For a while, the meatball sitting opposite Chu Hao seemed to be choked, his eyes widened, and he was speechless for a while. Obviously, he regrets it. Regret why I didn't raise the price a bit. The young guy in front of him is obviously a master of money. Cough, this handsome boy, let's make friends. I think we can have many cooperation opportunities in the future. As he spoke, the meatball embodied a bottle of fine wine made of diamonds and 2 incomparably beautiful gold cups. Then, he poured the fine wine into 2 glasses and handed Chu Hao a glass. This wine is a fine wine made from ice peaches growing on the snow-capped mountains, and in the process of making, it also needs to be made in the beautiful elves, the following non-free content. While talking about the wine in front of him, the other party introduced himself and his main business to Chu Hao, trying to squeeze a little more profit from Chu Hao. My name is Pang Zi, I am a gourmet in the gods, and I like to collect all kinds of food and all kinds of heavenly and mortal treasures on weekdays. And my second business is to create the best source of information for each high-quality user. From rare world coordinates, to rare plane creatures, to the blood of mythical creatures, I have collected information between different auction houses. Not only these, I also have channels for all kinds of news between active secret realms and big families in the whole world. Chu Hao took a sip and frowned. It wasn't a good drink. In his senses, this wine was not as flavorful as the blood wine made by the devils. I see, you are an intelligence dealer. Pawns. Ah yes, I am an intelligence dealer, but I am not an ordinary intelligence dealer. I only need the coordinates of that world now, as for future transactions. After finishing speaking, Chu Hao showed dozens of secret realm world rules and put them in the hands of the smiling trader next to him. Help me change to a trading point. Seeing this scene, Pang Zi was drooling wildly. In his field of vision, Chu Hao's body had already lit up with a halo. A halo that can represent crazy money extraction. We can discuss it after we complete this transaction. Hearing this, Pang Zi nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, and immediately showed a coordinate in front of Chu Hao with the magic fire tool. But at this moment, Chu Hao shook his head and said to Pang Zi, "Don't be in a hurry to trade, I have another request regarding the trade of coordinates in this world." "Any request?" Chu Hao smiled and embodied a black-red miniature vortex. "Put this thing into your world, I must guarantee that in case the world coordinates you provided are fake, I have a way to find you." With this thing, Chu Hao can easily find each other. At the same time, he can also use this thing as a descendant of the endless abyss. Anchor. Pons frowned. Such a thing is obviously the other party's Shenhuo logo. This thing, although it will not cause any damage to its god's domain world, but if you want to eliminate it, you must wait for the other party to remove it by himself, or spend time waiting for him to kill it on his own. Even if he uses his own Shenhuo to eliminate the Shenhuo logo, the other party can clearly feel it. And once he removes this divine fire sign, it proves that he has a ghost in his heart. For such a transaction request, it is obvious that the other party cannot trust its own performance. I can't accept such a request. My Lord Pang has been an intelligence dealer for thousands of years. How can I damage my god's domain for such a small amount of money? Is that so? Seeing that the other party was so sure, Chu Hao could only take back his own Shenhuo logo. Let it go. After that, Chu Hao was ready to leave. Although such world rules were valuable to him, he still couldn't believe what Pang Zi, a stranger, had provided. Many gods, despite their high positions, still have the inferiority of mortal things. Deceit, lies, tyranny, greed. This is the nature of life, and it is the trace on them that even the fire of God cannot erase. But at this moment, Pang Zi suddenly pulled Chu Hao. Cough cough, pretty boy, in fact, it's not that I can't accept this kind of transaction, it's not that I can't accept this divine fire logo. The other party rubbed his fingers, implying to add money. In the end, Chu Hao paid a little more transaction points to get the other party to agree to this request. Because you are a new customer, I will make an exception this time, only this time he. After finishing speaking, Pang Zi showed his own God's domain world in front of Chu Hao. And as soon as the other party's divine realm world appeared in front of Chu Hao's face immediately turned black. Above this guy's God's domain world, there are everywhere the different colors and shapes of Shenhuo logos left by others. He quickly filled his plain crystal wall. Obviously, there is more than one person who shares an idea with Chu Hao. And this shameless guy, it is estimated that using such an excuse, he deceived a lot of trading points. I'm not a shameless person, but a deal is a deal, you can't go back on it. Pang Zi said with a smile. Of course, I'm not taking your money for nothing, I can give you a free message, a rumor from the foggy area. Pang Zi's round face, which was deformed by the excitement of making money, became serious. Some people say that there is some kind of mutation in the realm of fog, and it is becoming more and more dangerous. Chapter 114. Is the area of the mist realm becoming more and more dangerous? Chu Hao frowned. He knew about the so-called mutations in the mist realm. After all, the Shenhuo logo disappeared twice in a row for no reason. A person with a normal mind could guess that something definitely happened in the foggy realm. I know about this. Pang Zi smiled slightly. Hey, if it's an ordinary intelligence dealer, their words will stop here, but I am not an ordinary intelligence dealer. This round-faced fatty is rarely serious. Some people say that this foggy realm is about to enter the death state. Death state? What do you mean? The first time Chu Hao heard of such a thing, he was naturally curious. How do I explain it to you? Can you imagine that the secret realm area where we explore and obtain a lot of resources on a daily basis is an individual with its own consciousness? Chu Hao thought about it seriously. As the master of the endless abyss, Chu Hao is no stranger to all kinds of weird and incomprehensible things. Well, it seems that your ability to accept is much higher than others. Pang Zi rubbed his cheeks and said helplessly. In short, according to the cognition of some old and immortal guys, all secret realms, including the realm of mist, are alive, and they will grow, multiply, die, and be reborn like ordinary creatures. Affected by this, the secret realm worlds within them will also experience such a process. The old world dies and the new world is born. It's just that due to the large number of secret realm worlds and the lack of statistics, all this cannot be accurately confirmed. And the secret realm area on the verge of death is the most dangerous state in this area. Why? Because in the deepest part of the secret realm, the monsters closest to the depths of the void will gradually wake up, thus swallowing up most of the secret realm world, and in the worst case, they will even endanger the world we are in. World? I guess which explorer made this up? Obviously, Chu Hao didn't believe the other party's words. After all, he has been traveling to this other world for so many years, and he has heard a little about any kind of weird legends. And the rumor that the other party said is similar to a conspiracy theory, he has heard a similar version before. But after all, it is nothing more than a terrifying monster world hidden in the depths of the secret realm. In fact, secret realm exploration does have great dangers. But those dangers basically come from the backlash when invading the secret realm world, and the loss caused by losing the Shenhuo logo. With his indifferent eyes, Chu Hao looked at the eloquent meatball in front of him. No, what I said has truth in it. Pons smiled. Think about it, why do the high-ranking gods have a good life, and they have to stay between the major secret realm areas one by one? Besides, why do we use the word guard for the main gods? It's fine if it's just for a period of time, but why? These sequence master gods, which are so powerful that we can't imagine, and their main slave gods, have been guarding the major secret realms since the beginning of history. It's not reasonable. Think about it, boy. The history of the whole world, although it seems to be handed down from generation to generation, but you can guarantee. In Pang Zi's eyes, there was a trace of curiosity that didn't seem to belong to him. He was like a hidden cultist who secretly handed devil in front of him a key to unlock the land of destruction without anyone watching. Is the history of our world real and unaltered? All in all, if you want to get the rules of the secret realm world, I suggest you go back early. Because I got a grapevine. One of the main gods of the sequence, the Venerable who is in charge of Paradise Mountain, is sending his slave gods to this secret realm area. After finishing the conversation, Chu Hao, who got the world coordinates of that secret realm, left his seat. At this time, he no longer scoffed at Pang Zi's words. On the contrary, the other party's words made Chu Hao seem to wake up a little. That's his doubts about the history of the world, no, about the nature of the world he currently lives in. In the presence of high-ranking gods, should the system and form of this world really look like this? Before Chu Hao left, he glanced at the beast spirit creature in the form of a beast spirit who was now in the wild laughter of several gods. In the air, two eyes with completely different status, mentality, and aspirations looked at each other. There seemed to be tears in the corners of the cute beast spirit's eyes, and deep in his eyes, Chu Hao saw the darkness and resentment that the other party had been struggling to suppress. Humph! The corner of Chu Hao's mouth smiled slightly, and under the gaze of the other party, he pushed open the door of this rest area and walked out. Who cares? All I want is endless knowledge and the supreme throne. Everything else is not what I need to care about. Inside the exchange, Chu Hao completed all the transactions this time. The resource continent and some secret realm creatures with special value in his eyes were all thrown into the endless abyss by him. All 50 resource continents made of non-attribute elements were thrown into the abyss hatching pool. The emergence of these resources is enough to make this endless abyss war machine run several terrifying wars in a row. As for those secret realm creatures, the reason why they are valuable in Chu Hao's eyes is that the life forms they own can greatly enrich the number of genes in the endless abyss. Stronger creatures, the abyss is never too much. After completing all of this, Chu Hao once again walked into the Misty Realm, heading towards the world with a breakthrough evolutionary upper limit rule. The location of this world, if you look at the coordinates, is hidden in the secret realm area, a very deep place. It takes a long time in reality for Chu Hao to just hurry. But this time, Chu Hao became noticeably more cautious. In order to prevent himself from getting lost in the void, Chu Hao placed more than 10 times the Shenhuo logo this time. And he himself is getting closer and closer to his goal. But at the same time, he was getting closer and closer to the void in the depths of the secret realm. Chapter 115. Arrive. According to the coordinates, is this the world described? However, this appearance, this shape of the world, is indeed the first time I have seen it. No wonder that Fatty is interested in the world. After 5 or 6 days of wandering in the void, Chu Hao finally arrived at its destination. What appeared in front of him was a secret realm world in the shape of a new world that so arises above the afterglow of the old world. Such a unique shape made Chu Hao feel curious. Below this secret realm world is a world that has long since died. The reason why I say this is because in Chu Hao's vision, everything in this world has been completely rotten. Although its world rules and core formulas still exist, within its world, those creatures and resources that are associated with rules and formulas have become ashes as the years go by, and are deposited in the entire world. Bottom end. Although this old world has died, as a god, Chu Hao himself can easily and truly feel the powerful potential that this old world once had. A secret realm world with medium god strength. Although it is only some residual ashes, Chu Hao can analyze enough information by observing these residual ashes, at least the simplest strength can be judged. The strength of a world, to a large extent, can be determined by the number of rules and energy conversion formulas that the other world can accommodate. The more powerful the world, the more powerful the core rule formula, the more rules it can accommodate, and the more perfect the world rules. But all of this has long since evaporated. But this old world death isn't meaningless. Above its corpse is a rising, brand new world. This so-called new world, after inheriting its world core, began its own new life. The new world above this is absorbing the resources of the old world little by little, resulting in new rules, new creatures, and a new environment. And all of this made Chu Hao curious. Interesting. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Hao couldn't help but exclaimed. Although he is in charge of the endless abyss, he has witnessed the demise of dozens of secret realm worlds, but it is indeed the first time he has seen the new life of the secret realm world. After observing for a long time, Chu Hao still moved. After all, the purpose of his coming here is not to observe the new life of this God's domain world. On the contrary, he came to destroy it all. With the continuous emergence of Chu Hao's fire, a black and red vortex gradually emerged from behind him. And those songs that represent the deepest dark thoughts and shouts in the souls of the souls also slowly emerged together with the endless abyss. Has the strength of the endless abyss increased again? Even the singing of the world can be realized. Chu Hao closed his eyes and said lightly. In the next instant, Chu Hao's figure gradually transformed into a pitch-black mist, blending into the black-red vortex. Then, on the throne at the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao's body resurfaced. Unlike the last time, Chu Hao did not analyze the crystal wall rules of this God's domain world in the void. Because of this invasion war, Chu Hao is ready to test the strength of those devil princes. He needs to test it. He wanted to know if the devil princes created by the body of the endless abyss had the ability to invade a world alone. Although this so-called mutation is taking place in this secret realm area, the time is limited. But this still does not affect Chu Hao's steps to experiment with these devil princes. After all, the body of the endless abyss is here. If he wants, he can let the body of the endless abyss participate in this war at any time. However, that also means that the devil princes do not meet Chu Hao's requirements and need to be recycled and remodeled. With the activation of Chu Hao's thoughts on the throne, an invisible wave swept across the endless abyss. A pair of tyrannical and evil eyes exuded outwards. After feeling this fluctuation, they all turned their eyes to the bottom of the endless abyss. There, their master is calling them. After a while, dozens of devil princes came to Chu Hao through their respective spatial teleportation doors. Lord! Dozens of princes of the abyss of different shapes, different appearances, and even different categories, respectfully appeared in front of Chu Hao. And Chu Hao didn't talk nonsense anymore, just simply threw out an order. You will have a war to invade the new world later. Hear the words invasion and war. The leader of the group of devil immediately widened his eyes and let out a low roar from his throat. It can be seen that this group of devils, who regard suffering as pleasure and destruction as their pursuit, are all excited at this moment. They can't wait to polish their teeth with the bones of the creatures of that world. In the process of invading, you need to solve several major problems in front of you: the crystal wall of the plane, the unfamiliar environment, and the terrifying number of enemies. The point is that the existence of Umu, Osiris, and Gek will not help you solve any enemies. Mother Beholder, Lactavia, that creature, and powerful creatures such as Damon, will not participate in this war. Chu Hao opened his eyes, looked at the devil princes indifferently and said. Except for the troops you can mobilize on your own territory, the rest of the endless abyss will remain silent and stay in the abyss. Also, this invasion war has a time requirement set by me. As Chu Hao's vision swept across, this group of powerful beings who were calling for wind and rain in front of ordinary devil immediately began to shiver. Among you, the worst performing half will be replaced by the rest of the powerful devils who are qualified. Prince Devil is a person in the abyss, not a throne that can be won forever. Hearing this, these devil princes, no matter how stupid they are, know the importance of things. After that, Chu Hao drove the devil princes out of the bottom of the endless abyss, and let them mobilize the devils in their own territory. And Chu Hao, sitting at the bottom of the endless abyss, began to use his own vision to observe the invasion process of every devil prince. In his view, the difficulty of such an invasion has basically been reduced to a minimum. In his vision, every devil prince should have the ability to invade a world alone. And now they are dozens of them invading the same world together. This kind of operation can only help Chu Hao to prove that the devil princes have their independence. If you can't even do this, there is no need to say more about the fate of these devil princes. A new round of invasion has begun. Chu Hao sat on the throne and said lightly. And above the body of the endless abyss, dozens of black tentacles suddenly stretched out from the vortex, wrapping themselves around the secret realm world in the shape of the word. Above each black tentacle, there is a hole. The devil army led by the princes of the abyss. This will be their first battle as the holders of the power of the endless abyss. Chapter 116. Damn it, I didn't expect the plain crystal wall of this world to be so strong. Devil Prince Fabu Mention looked at the crystal wall of the plane in front of him, showing a speechless expression. Although at this time he has used his own abyss authority and began to corrode the crystal wall of the plane in front of him, but seeing that the crystal wall is still strong, Devil still seems a little anxious not to mention the law. After all, Chu Hao, as the Lord of the Abyss, gave them a terrible restriction while giving them an invasion order. That is, among these devil princes, the one with the worst performance will be replaced by a new devil. As for the method of replacement, if the law does not mention it, you don't even need to think about it. If he is replaced, then the way he is replaced must be swallowed up by the rest of the devil and take everything. From his bloodline, to his status, including the abyss authority he finally obtained. Do not. It's all mine, it's what I deserve. I can't let the rest of the idiots devil take this away. Prince Devil seemed even more impatient when he thought about it. With red eyes, he turned around and pulled a native devil to shred it, biting its bones while staring at the crystal wall of the plane in front of him. There must be some way to make me reach this damn world faster than the rest of the devil princes. We are about the same strength. Fabuti picked up one of the other's ribs, and while picking his own dirty teeth, he thought with a mind full of malice and depravity. No devil prince is stronger than any other devil prince. Whether it's territory, source of troops or authority. As long as I can enter this world faster, then I already have an advantage, but how can I speed up the corrosion of the abyss to the crystal wall of the plane? The more he thought about it, the more irritable he became. In this way, he uncontrollably vented his anger to his own subordinates, that is, the native devils who were weaker than him. These poor devils who were unable to resist in front of the authority of the abyss, became the targets of abuse that Prince Devil did not mention at this moment. The devil prince who has come this far from a weakling has already completely corrupted his own soul and mind by the endless abyss. In its chaotic cognition, sadistic is the best way for him to find inspiration. His brutal and extreme sadism, his deformed face due to tyranny, is enough to make any rational and normal creature lose its own rational thinking. After a bloody storm, Prince Devil Fabu Mention sat on the corpse piled high on the hill and gasped. The stench of blood and bones calmed him down a bit. Although the terrifying sadistic process did not give the Devil Prince any inspiration, it did calm him down a lot. An array of light flashed in his depraved mind occupied by chaos. And many more. Suddenly, Devil Fa did not mention his attention, and put his attention on the rest of the devil princes who were corroding the crystal walls of the plane, staring at them stubbornly. Of course, he also knew that these own kinsmen must also be secretly spying on the own process. There is an absolute competitive relationship between each devil. Although they do not have the cooperation ability that ordinary creatures have, this does not mean that there will be a lack of basic attention between each devil. These guys, it is estimated that I have the same idea. They all want to break the crystal wall of the plane in front of them. They are all using the corrosiveness of the endless abyss to corrode the crystal wall of the plane into a channel that can accommodate troops. You must know that the endless abyss is a special world of the gods. Even if it does nothing, it will have natural properties of corrosion and depravity. This group of devil princes can corrode a terrifying hole just by placing their own body or part of the breath of the endless abyss on the crystal wall of the plane. And such a corrosion rate is destined to have no change. There was a hint of cunning in Prince Devil's eyes. But what if I change my way of thinking, for example, to give priority to a part of me into this world? For example, I can make some of the creatures in this world secretly corrupt and degenerate, just like the haze researcher who polluted me before, and speed up to prepare for my arrival. Just do it. Devil Fa does not mention using some of his own authority to change the way the endless abyss aura corrodes the crystal wall of this world plane. Gradually, the abyss breath that concentrated all the power quickly cut out a small hole on the crystal wall of the plane of this world. Prince Devil didn't mention it, but smiled, sending a wisp of black mist into this unknown world from this tiny, almost negligible hole. Lord Patriarch, I caught a snow rock rabbit this time. In the corner of this secret realm world, there is a village hidden in the mountains. A tattered and thin alien boy, struggling to carry a rabbit-like creature about the size of his leg, came to the Patriarch's house. One of his arms, obviously seriously injured, was hanging weakly on the other side of his body. On its face, there were dozens of wounds caused by snow rock rabbits, and it was bleeding uncontrollably. Mu Feng, why is your harvest this time a snow rock rabbit? Ha ha ha, this trash. It's just catching a rabbit and getting hurt. You and your little sister, a pair of trash and trash. I don't know, your parents saw, oh, almost forgot, you don't have parents. Countless people of the same age beside the teenager, each carrying their own prey, said tauntingly to the teenager. The prey around each of them is one of the most delicious, nutritious, and deadly creatures in this jungle. Only the young little sister, empty-handed, stood beside Mu Feng, who was carrying the rabbit, secretly watching the wound on his body and shedding tears. And Mu Feng lowered his head, a trace of unwillingness and anger flashed in his eyes. But he was surprisingly calm, because he knew that once he returned his mouth, the group of teenagers who were far stronger than him would never forgive him lightly. However, while the group of teenagers were still chattering and laughing at Mu Feng, an incomparably strong old man with frosted beard and hair walked out of the room, glared at them fiercely, and blocked their laughter. Move the wind. You, ah! The elderly patriarch couldn't help sighing at the brother and sister in front of him, but he couldn't say many words. In such a village, in such a primitive living environment, orphans will always suffer the most, especially those left by the weak. I'll perform the sacrifice ceremony for you in a while. I hope the Mother of the World will take care of you. In this world, everyone can become stronger by sacrificing part of their prey to gain the blessings of the Mother of the World. The stronger the sacrificed prey, the greater the gift of the Mother of the World. From strength to life, to ability and skill. There is nothing that cannot be obtained by sacrifice. Although there is no so-called upper limit for such sacrifices, it will be difficult to obtain rewards in the future by always sacrificing a certain weak creature. Therefore, the strong in this world often choose to hunt stronger creatures and enemies to become stronger. But in contrast, the weak. In fact, from the taunts of the young people in this primitive village to Mu Feng and his little sister, it can be known that the weak often have no status. Mu Feng, preparations are starting. I want to help you communicate the will of the Mother of the World. The patriarch stood beside Mu Feng gently, and drew a circular sacrificial circle below its prey. And Mu Feng, at this moment, entered a state similar to meditation. He came to the arms of the Mother of the World, ready to receive the blessing of the other party here, but why is it black? Mu Feng was a little puzzled. The sacrifice this time seems to be the same as the previous scene. Slightly different? Chapter 117 The world where Mu Feng lives is a world with very special world rules. Everyone in this world can become stronger by sacrificing part of their prey to gain the blessings of the Mother of the World. These prey can be real prey or enemies defeated on the battlefield. The gifts they have obtained are also varied, ranging from strength attributes to longevity to various abilities and skills. And more importantly, this so-called Mother of the World is real. In other words, in this world, there is a Gaia consciousness in the dark, and it is quite active, and can respond to the sacrifices of these people. This is worthy of the attention of all intruders. Because any world with the existence of Gaia consciousness will show a powerful ability in the process of resisting the outside world. But now, in a very primitive village, a sacrifice that the Mother of the World would not normally notice, is being cut off by some distorted and extremely depraved evil existence. Just as the fall of the immortal kingdom always begins in some unknown corner of the interior. A follow-up scheme that swept the whole world begins with this sacrifice. Where is this place? How is it different from the embrace of the Mother of the World? There is no warm feeling before, and none of those beautiful and spectacular sights. Mu Feng looked at the darkness in front of him and was a little sluggish for a while. You have. Suddenly, an extremely gloomy voice appeared in Mu Feng's ears. What wish? As soon as this voice appeared, Mu Feng immediately trembled. For some reason, after hearing this voice, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. And in the process, a sticky and slippery existence like a tongue quietly licked its soul. And more than that, when this voice sounded, Mu Feng felt that in his heart, the darkest and most unspeakable thoughts were surging wildly. It's not right, it's not. Just about to say that this is not Mu Feng, the Mother of the World, and want to get rid of this meditation state directly. But the existence in the darkness continued to speak. What do you want to get? Power. Spell. Power. Or, knowledge. In the darkness, one after another black and red vortex floated in front of Mu Feng's eyes. The appearance of these whirlpools also interrupted Mu Feng's thoughts of getting rid of meditation. Because he suddenly felt that these things he had always longed for had actually appeared in front of his eyes. On weekdays, the rewards given by oneself sacrificing the snow rock rabbit are all blessings that can no longer be garbage, and because they are gifts and gifts, these things cannot be chosen independently. But this time, it was completely different. He can choose. A black-red vortex representing strong slowly appeared in front of him. He can imagine that as long as he gently holds this whirlpool, his thin body can be greatly changed. Mu Feng felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. Unsteady for a while. What's the matter, child, can't make a choice? In the darkness, the voice appeared again, but this time, the voice was much softer, and it became no different from the previous Mother of the World. Or, are you dissatisfied with these rewards? In the next instant, the darkness around Mu Feng was lit up. Countless black and red swirls surrounded Mu Feng, and countless black and red rays of light cast shadows on its young and tender face. No, you are really the Mother of the World? Why do you appear black? Mu Feng stared at a black-red vortex, and said casually. Son, does that matter? In the darkness behind Mu Feng, the figure of Prince Devil Fabai appeared. The greedy it smelled the unique rules and smells of this world on Mu Feng, and was deeply intoxicated. I am the Mother of the World, but not the Mother of the World as you know it, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is, don't you want these rewards? I want it. Mu Feng said without moving his eyes. Only people who know their own weakness can truly understand the true meaning of power, and they will pursue power dismissively. And Mu Feng is such a weak person. He was bullied and abused, and he couldn't protect his family, so he couldn't resist such temptation. After finishing speaking, it stretched out its hand and grabbed the black-red vortex that it had long been interested in. And at this moment, a kind of pain comparable to Ling Qi suddenly penetrated into Mu Feng's soul, which made him faint in the scream. Before fainting, Mu Feng heard the voice of Mother of the World. Continue to sacrifice to me, I can make you stronger. And the way you sacrificed before requires a little modification. A strand of its soul was torn off, but in contrast, a strand of power originating from a dark and fallen world filled the gap in its soul at this moment. And just such a wisp is enough to change its fate. Big brother! What's wrong with you, big brother? Mu Feng woke up in a coma. He had been in a coma during the sacrifice before, and had been thrown back to his own residence by the old patriarch. After all, in their eyes, it is also possible for someone who is too weak to fall into a coma during the sacrifice process. When the Mother of the World blessed knowledge, people often fainted from headaches. But this is the first time everyone has seen a scream like Mu Feng today. Although it was the first time they met, everyone didn't care. After all, Mu Feng's weakness was something they were accustomed to. As soon as Mu Feng woke up and saw the appearance of his little sister, his brain hurt again. A sacrifice ceremony that was completely different from the sacrifice ceremony of the Mother of the World mentioned by the patriarch appeared in his mind, it was engraved in its memory. But as the Mother of the World said, it doesn't matter. It's important. Little sister. I saw the Mother of the World in the process of offering sacrifices. She, who is kind and benevolent, personally gave me her gift, allowing me to gain strength comparable to the strongest warrior of the tribe. Strength! Tears welled up in little sister's eyes. But not out of excitement, but out of fear. She suspected that her only umbrella, her own big brother, was stupid. In the countless sacrifices before, Mu Feng has never received a good gift, let alone the Mother of the World. The great and vast Mother of the World will never appear in front of these weaklings who have no potential, and she will never give her gifts in person. But Mu Feng left the bed with a smile and walked to the heavy rice jar. Then, in the terrified eyes of little sister, Mu Feng, who was usually very thin, easily picked it up. Boom! The rice jar fell heavily and fell into pieces. Mu Feng hugged his own little sister and said excitedly, "Our good days are about to begin. Starting tomorrow, I promise to let you eat meat every day, and it's fat with fat. Also, I will trade my prey for some snacks for you. And also..." Little sister looked at the wisps of scarlet that gradually appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, and felt inexplicably worried. But after hearing the promise of the other party, she still smiled happily. After all, shouldn't it be a very happy thing to own Big Brother and gain the powerful power bestowed by the Mother of the World? Prince Devil licked the soul fragments in his hands without mentioning, and his narrow eyes gradually narrowed into a slit. Yeah, it's really something to be happy about. Isn't it? Chapter 118. Night. On the fire, there is an animal that looks like a wild boar, but is actually a wild boar, unexpectedly. The thick fat in its body is exuding the unique aroma of animal fat as the flame is grilled. Sniff! Little sister, who was in the wind, smelled such a fragrance, and couldn't help but swallowed. It was the smell of fat, and it was what she craved most on weekdays. Usually, due to Mu Feng's lack of strength, when hunting, he can basically only hunt some small animals such as snow rock rabbits. And even these animals cannot be hunted every day. More importantly, Mu Feng would be injured to varying degrees in every hunting process. But now it's different. Since Mu Feng received the gift from the Mother of the World, it was as if he had changed. In just one day's work, he hunted this prey that he couldn't imagine before. And it's a single-person hunting ethics. Here, eat. With a smile, Mu Feng tore off a roasted wild boar leg and handed it to little sister, who was already greedy. Little sister excitedly took the wild boar's leg, showing her own fangs, and ate the grilled meat with big mouthfuls. But as soon as she finished eating this wild boar leg, she remembered an important question. "Big brother, don't you need to sacrifice such a precious prey? Wouldn't it be too wasteful to eat it all?" In this world, after getting the prey, it is a very important thing to sacrifice to the Mother of the World. In addition to being able to strengthen oneself, it is also very important to obtain the blessing of the Mother of the World. Don't worry. Mu Feng smiled while eating another roast pork leg. I was in the jungle before, and I have already sacrificed. Hey! Little sister didn't react for a while. Looking at the complete appearance of the wild boar's body, she did not think that Mu Feng had already sacrificed. After all, the sacrifice to the Mother of the World requires at least a quarter of the prey to be sacrificed. Moreover, the stronger the prey, the larger the portion that needs to be sacrificed. If it is the corpse of the enemy, it is estimated that 100% of the sacrifice is required. Hey, little sister, I'm telling the truth. During the sacrifice process, the Mother of the World only asked me for a small piece of the brain of this wild boar, and I didn't want anything else. And through this sacrifice, I actually gained more power. Mu Feng patted his already thick arm and said happily. It's just that the next time I sacrifice, I have to hunt other prey. For some reason, the Mother of the World seems to be particularly interested in different types of animals in the jungle, and he also asked me to make something called a map to sacrifice to him. In addition to these, she also. Mu Feng said a bunch of messy things that were sacrificed to the Mother of the World. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE103 MDC3 OJM equals. Is that so? Mu Feng's little sister didn't actually understand, she just listened while frantically eating the barbecue in front of her. Soon, a whole wild boar disappeared without a trace, and all fell into the belly of the brother and sister. Looking at little sister who was full for the first time, Mu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Since their parents died, the poor siblings have been on the verge of starvation. In the absence of adult aliens, these orphans are as easy to extinguish as candles in the wind. But it's different now. Mu Feng took a breath, put on his own clothes, and walked out of the shabby house. With the help of the Mother of the World, I have the power. All this is different. Mu Feng looked at his own arm, felt the surging power inside, and said with a little obsession. Then, he took a deep breath. Part of what he told his little sister before was actually a lie. The Mother of the World did tell me that she wanted me to sacrifice different animals and make a strange thing called a map, but she also told me one thing. In the darkness, the color of Mu Feng's eyes gradually changed. A ray of scarlet light gradually emerged from the darkness. That is, I have to sacrifice an enemy in these 2 days, sacrifice an enemy who has insulted me and trampled on my dignity when I was at a low point. Thinking of this, Mu Feng hesitated for a while. Because in the tribe, killing is an intolerable thing. If it is found, then Mu Feng will definitely be driven out of the tribe. But the problem also appeared. If you can't do it, then everything you have will be taken back, including the power you have now. During the sacrifice today, Mu Feng heard the warning from the Mother of the World. If he does not do so, its power will be withdrawn. Do not. Mu Feng looked back at the sleeping little sister and said through gritted teeth. I will never go back to the weak me I used to be. Even if I go against the decision of my ancestors, I must hold on to the power that belongs to me. Thinking of this, Mu Feng came to the corner of the tribe and broke the fence of the tribe, disguised as a beast passing by. Then, in this night when the moon was covered by dark clouds, Mu Feng seemed to merge with the darkness. He was in such a dark environment, waiting patiently, waiting for the appearance of the prey. Soon after, a boy about his age walked out. He drowsily walked to the fence, ready to release water. But just as he was pouring out the water, he suddenly shivered. Because he found that in the darkness beside him, there were a pair of red eyes, a pair of eyes that only the most ferocious beasts would grow. Who is it? The alien boy was a little flustered, but when he saw the owner of these eyes, he was no longer afraid. Mu Feng? It's you, idiot! Ha ha ha! The boy continued to put the water, and at the same time, he laughed at each other as usual. I heard that you BD hunted a wild boar today? It's really bad luck. That is, I didn't see the wild boar, otherwise, you won't be able to get a hair. I don't know, little sister, who is as rubbish as you, have you seen so much meat that you are so excited that you cry? While this guy was still talking, a knife slashed his throat. Well. The teenager fell in a pool of blood, covering the wound on his neck in vain. Mu Feng, on the other hand, squatted beside it with a smile. Different from Mu Feng in the past, for some unknown reason, this young man smelled the breath of a predator on Mu Feng's body. Don't want. The young man said in a faint prayer voice. But Mu Feng was just indifferent, ruthlessly dragging him into the darkness outside the fence. There, he will once again offer sacrifices. Sacrifice to the Great Mother of the world. A distorted shadow, outside the distant world, looked at the scene in front of him with an evil smile. Chapter 119. Success. Outside of this world showing the shape of, Prince Devil Fa Buletin Mention looked at the complete alien soul in his hand, showing a greedy and evil smile. He didn't expect that just by owning a little attempt, the process of his conquest of this world would be so far away from his fellow clansmen. Although it is only a small alien soul, it seems that it is not enough to prove anything. But it is not the truth. Prince Devil grinned and threw the alien soul in his hand into the black mist behind him, which was the body of the endless abyss. In less than a moment, the soul screamed and disappeared into the black mist. And everything about it will be analyzed by the endless abyss and used to analyze the rules of this world. The souls of intelligent creatures in the secret realm world are rich in the collection of rules of their respective worlds. Although such a set of rules is so weak that it can be ignored, the existence of these rules is indeed real. Under the operation of countless dark fogs, Devil Fa was surprised to discover that on his side, the crystal wall of the abyss opposite plane, and the corrosion rate of this world has accelerated. Although such acceleration is almost negligible. But this did give Devil Fa not to mention the advantage of entering this strange world much faster than the rest of the Devil Princes. Thinking of this, Prince Devil was extremely excited. It works. This method works. But this is not enough. I need more souls from this world. Devil Fa did not mention a sneer, passed his own consciousness through the indiscernible gap on the crystal wall of the plane, and delivered his own consciousness to Mu Feng's Sea of Minds again. You did a great job, I will reward you. A ray of breath belonging to the abyss once again replaced part of Mu Feng's soul. This breath can enhance Mu Feng's strength without changing his appearance too much. But at the same time, Devil Law not to mention, also used the opponent's desire for power to continue to seduce the opponent. Work hard to sacrifice more soul and flesh, you will become stronger. Numerous black and red vortices representing various strengthening types appeared in front of Mu Feng, making his surprised face printed in black and red. The greed and thirst when he looked at these whirlpools were exactly the same as those of Prince Devil. Chu Hao saw all of this scene. He sat on the throne at the bottom of the endless abyss, watching what was happening in front of him. Yes, finally there is the enlightened Prince Devil, who understands how to use the most powerful power in the endless abyss. The endless abyss, in the eyes of outsiders, seems to be just a dark world that has fallen into a low dimension and is infinitely chaotic. But in fact, the endless abyss is indeed the case. But this statement is not complete. The essence of the endless abyss, in Chu Hao's own current cognition, is a terrifying area dominated by chaotic rules that infinitely lures souls to fall down. Ordinary people are often attracted by the destruction caused by those terrifying creatures when facing the endless abyss, fearing their distorted forms, and disgusting their brutal behavior. But in fact, these creatures are only superficial appearances of the endless abyss. The creatures of the endless abyss, no matter how powerful they are just appendages of the endless abyss, to put it bluntly. These creatures, including Devil, in Chu Hao's eyes, are more like parasites parasitic on the endless abyss. However, these parasites will not cause any damage to the endless abyss, and occasionally do some beneficial behaviors to the endless abyss, such as actively invading the rest of the world, dragging the spoils back to the endless abyss and so on. Such behavior may make many existences feel fear in their hearts. But in Chu Hao's view, such behavior is no different from those ordinary divine creatures in the ordinary divine world. After all, under the guidance of those gods, the divine creatures that invaded other divine worlds behaved no differently than devil when facing secret realm creatures. Even under the instructions of the gods, it will be even more cruel and inhumane. And what really makes the endless abyss different from these ordinary divine realm worlds is actually the core characteristic of the endless abyss: depravity. Endless depravity that draws the soul down. This is also the characteristic that Chu Hao is most puzzled and obsessed with. You must know that when he designed the divine realm world of endless abyss, he didn't actually create any so-called rules of depravity. Of course, in this other world, Chu Hao has never found a real rule that can be used to represent the word degenerate. Although there are some corrupted and distorted rules in this world, the distance between these rules and the depravity is as big as the author and the ugly, as far as the distance between heaven and the underworld. But the amazing thing is that when the endless abyss was born with the formula of chaotic rules, depravity also occurred. Chu Hao has checked the rules in the endless abyss several times, including the formula of the core rule extreme chaos. But he just never discovered the so-called fallen rules. It is like a ghost, hidden in the darkness of the endless abyss. From the first creature designed by Chu Hao, the first fallen, to the countless creatures in the abyss. All living beings are in the never-ending fall. But why did they fall? What is attracting them? Is it the darkness of the infinite abyss itself? Or should the creature itself fall for no reason? All this is always a mystery. This is what makes Chu Hao the most obsessed, and he believes that one day he will be able to solve this mystery. However, although there is no accurate answer to this question, it does not affect Chu Hao himself, but in the process of understanding this question, he regards corruption as the most powerful weapon of the endless abyss. Nothing can break through the attraction of the endless abyss and escape from its darkness. Similarly, what Chu Hao hopes most at the moment is for the devil princes to master this weapon and use it well in their respective invasion journeys. And just when Chu Hao was still observing the devil prince Fabu mention, in the periphery of the misty realm, a light group, a sphere of light that is emitting the most holy and the most beautiful song of life itself all the time, appears in the secret realm. In the squirming of the light ball, a handsome man was manifested. His appearance and shape are so perfect that people can't help but want to worship him and worship the holy power he represents. The feet he stepped on in the void were countless golden rays of light. Behind him are countless pure golden wings, each of which is engraved with warnings that make the world cry. A Kong god from Paradise Mountain came to the misty realm. And what is he going to do? Chapter 120. This Kong god from Paradise Mountain stood in the void where the mist realm was located. He opened his own eyes and looked into the deepest part of the misty realm. And after a long silence, in the holy sphere of light behind him that kept exuding beautiful songs, two angels. The two real angels were manifested by him using his own divine fire. It is different from the angel that Chu Hao saw in the assessment world. This time, the angel summoned by God from the divine realm world is already the holy appearance in the mythology. These angels do not have strange indescribable shapes, nor do they have the kind of faces that cannot be seen clearly under the protection of the holy light. On the contrary, they have beautiful and almost perfect faces, slender and hot bodies, and hair like a waterfall. On their backs, there are a pair of pure white wings, and in the process of flapping, these wings emit feather-shaped rays of light towards the outside all the time. And their bodies, as in the mythology, were wearing simple but embroidered clothes with gold threads, covering most of their bodies. However, all these beautiful sights will not make people produce anything that should not be there. On the contrary, beside them, in the minds of mortals, those inferior instincts will be suppressed to the lowest level by their holiness and sublime, and suppressed to a level that is almost terrifying, leaving only the basic rationality and the affection for their beautiful image. Praise Lord Peter! Lord Peter! As soon as the two angels were incarnated, they immediately flew to the Kong god named Peter, and half-kneeled in front of him. And the blond Peter also smiled and nodded to the two angelic creatures in front of him. Such etiquette seems to be somewhat disrespectful compared with the etiquette of ordinary things in the world of God's domain to treat the Creator. Because any mortal thing in the world of God's realm, when facing its own Creator, almost always shows sincerity and fear, and it is almost humble to the extreme. But the two angels in front of them did not seem to have such an attitude. In fact, everyone who has known Paradise Mountain knows that such etiquette is actually just right. Because Peter is a creature from this other world, his initial status is much higher than that of a creature from the God realm. But in Paradise Mountain, because of the existence and orders of that venerable Peter's position belongs to the same class as the angels. In name, he can only be regarded as the supervisor of these beautiful angels. That's why he couldn't reprimand and command these angels the same way he reprimanded ordinary divine creatures. Paradise Mountain is a very, very special and powerful world of God's domain. First of all, compared with the previous God's domain world, the first major feature of this God's domain world Tian Shan Mountain is that it is big. And it's ridiculously large. Heavenly Mountain, the God's domain world, is almost the largest God's domain world in terms of area, except for the two super God's domain worlds Wanja and Kungzing. A terrible war broke out between the former Wanja and Heavenly Mountain. In just one round of firefights, the two sides destroyed each other's hundreds of planets. However, such a terrifying loss to outsiders is just some unimportant collateral damage to Heavenly Mountain and myriad realms. The most special thing about Heavenly Mountain is that it is not a separate divine realm world, but a collection composed of a bunch of divine realm worlds. A bunch of attributes, civilization methods, races, and strengths are different, but in the end, under the integration of the same rules, they are a strange symbiosis formed by mutual transformation and mutual tolerance. In Heavenly Mountain, each God's domain world can actually be taken out as a separate combat power. The strength of these isolated individuals is actually very good. Because they can bring the heaven army that originally belonged to the collective into their own world and make them their own soldiers. Similarly, in the collective state, they can also bring their own soldiers and combat power together, thereby increasing the strength of Paradise Mountain to a level that is almost terrifying. Just like Peter is now. As a slave god, although he was temporarily separated from the headquarters of Paradise Mountain, he performed a task assigned by Venerable alone. But his strength alone is enough to compete with most of the subordinates of the sequence Lord God. Because the sphere of light behind him contained more than 1 billion heavenly army, as well as countless powerful angels of various types and functions. In this way, although he is named Kong God, he does not have any godhead. But in fact, his current strength is much stronger than most of the servant gods with godhood. Even some sequence Lord gods who were about to fall were not in his eyes. Two sisters. Peter said with a smile. Trouble you all, you need to be the Supreme Lord, see clearly the depths of this secret realm, and find the awakening deadly enemy. And the characteristics of the so-called mortal enemy, I believe you already know it. Peter's mission here this time is also very simple. It is to use these two angels who master special rules and use their own power to go to the depths of these secret realms and find the dead enemy that Venerable once said. Hearing this, the two angels also became very serious. After nodding their heads to show their understanding, they immediately disappeared. In the next second, two pure white lines appeared in the void, slicing through the darkness, and rushing straight to the deepest part of the secret realm. The movement speed of their two angels in the void is unmatched by most gods. Some speculate that this is related to their characteristics as true angels. However, such speculation has never been confirmed. After all, this is one of the many secrets unique to Paradise Mountain. Looking at the two departed angels, Peter was relieved. To be honest, he hated using such a tone to speak to these two goddamn angels. However, the current situation does not allow him to choose. After all, Venerables command, but he cannot disobey as a slave. Thinking of this, he looked towards the void in the distance, with a hint of worry in his eyes. I don't know what Venerable said. Is the greedy monster that is about to recover really going to wake up? The one born from the void of the secret realm, who wakes up every other epoch and devours everything. Zerg. Chapter 121. I really hope that the information about the awakening of the Zerg is a false information. Peter thought silently. However, when he saw the increasingly rare secret realm world in the realm of secret realm, there was obviously a hint of worry on his face. Peter's worries were not without reason. In fact, starting from a few months ago, the sequence master god guarding the secret realm area of Mist Realm, that is, the Venerable who is in charge of Paradise Mountain, has sensed something. And it is precisely because of the order given by the Venerable himself that Peter, Venerable's subordinate god, will arrive in the Misty Realm today. As for Peter's visit this time, in addition to bringing out that part of the heavenly mountain in his divine realm world, he also brought over 1 billion heavenly army, plus countless angels with various abilities and functions. Such a huge and terrifying military force, even the deity of those sequence lord gods came. If you want to kill Peter, it will take at least a short period of time. Therefore, in terms of power, Peter came to the secret realm area of the Mist Realm to solve the Zerg, which seemed to be a sure thing. But Peter's heart was still very uneasy. This is somewhat inconsistent with the power he possesses. Damn it, why me? Peter became angrier the more he thought about it. Even his delicate and extremely perfect face appeared a little distorted because of the change in emotions. Hey, the longer you live and the closer you are to the apex of this world, the more panic I get. Peter thought to himself. In fact, Peter's status is an absolute high level in the other world where Chu Hao is. If you have to make an analogy, Bai Chen is the president of Tianding University. As the first-ranked substitute for a sequence master god star god, her status is actually not much different from Peter's. Even, due to the particularity of Paradise Mountain, in the absence of a substitute for the main god in Paradise Mountain, Peter's actual status was a little higher than Bai Chen's. Because if it is converted according to the substitute rules owned by the sequence Lord God in the outside world, Peter, who has the name of Disciplinary Angel, is actually the third-place substitute of Paradise Mountain. However, since the Venerable of Paradise Mountain is stronger than the Star God, Peter's status has risen. But if you only look at strength, Bai Chen's absolute strength is to crush Peter without the support of Tian Mountain, and it is the kind of hanging and beating. All in all, Peter, who is in a high position, is actually a well-deserved high level in the Chu Hao world. Like any higher UPS in the world, Peter himself actually knows many secrets in this world that cannot be told at will. And what he is about to face, the Zerg born from the secret realm void, is an indispensable part of these secrets. At the end and the beginning of each era, all kinds of disasters will break out in these secret realms. Whether it's the Zerg in this secret realm, or the ruins of the apocalyptic era in the depths of the other secret realm, or even all of these are the real threats that our gods face. Peter looked at the void in the distance of the secret realm. Those weak gods don't know that the reason why we can survive and spend such a debauched life safely is the credit of those venerables. These venerables gave up their own, thus expanding their own god's domain, sweeping, or suppressing those threats born in the void. If it weren't for the sacrifice of these strongest men, our world would have been swallowed up by the monsters born in these secret realms. Of course, in addition to the contributions of those venerables, our group of positive followers of God are also an indispensable backbone. Although Peter hates his current job and hates this order very much, he has to say that he is still very proud of his own act of salvation. This is also the common problem of every angel. After being deprived of some emotions by Venerable, the sea of the minds of these guys has already undergone a small change. Without our efforts, this world would have ceased to exist. Peter turned his head and looked at the periphery of the secret realm. Over there, is the real world. Looking at the busy people in the world, Peter's eyes showed a look that was not arrogant, but more than arrogant. That kind of condescending look, wishing to step on the heads of all unconverted people. In his senses, those weak gods are no different from the common people in his realm. Endless abyss here. Woohoo! The Devil Prince, Fabu, is relieved to have pulled out dozens of complete souls from the gaps in the crystal wall of this glyph world. When these alien souls saw Prince Devil's tyrannical and twisted face, they immediately felt hopeless. It's just that the thing that really made them desperate is still to come. The Devil Prince didn't mention that he just used his own forked tongue, sneered, and licked their souls. After tasting their despair, he threw them all behind him in the black mist. Immediately afterwards, amid the screams and wailing of these souls, Prince Devil Fabio could clearly feel it. The abyss breath that he controls, the speed of this world, once again accelerated. Ha ha ha, this kid named Mufeng gave me a lot of surprises. Prince Devil's eyes, without mentioning, passed through the tiny hole and focused on Mufeng's body in this world. And in this world, Mufeng has taken his own little sister and walked out of the primitive tribe he once relied on. However, this may be somewhat inaccurate. Accurately, after having the care of the mother of the world, he is already several times stronger than the elder tribe, and he no longer looks down on this small tribe. What he wants to go to is a wider world. And what he wants to hunt is those more powerful creatures. He believes that as long as this continues, through constant sacrifice, he will eventually become a person standing at the top of this world. And, it's not wishful thinking. It was the one, the mother of the world who was in the darkness, the promise that he personally made to him. Thinking of this, there is an indescribable longing in Mufeng's scarlet eyes looking at the vast world in front of him. But while he was still enjoying it, the call from the mother of the world brought him closer to the darkness again. And this time, the mother of darkness gave him a new request. Build an organization that operates in the dark. Increase and refine the organization's cult and ritual. And part of my consciousness will immediately descend upon them. Chapter 122. In the secret realm world, time flies fast. Mother of the world, this is the altar you have asked for. In a secret area on the outskirts of a certain city, Mufeng, as the leader, stood on a huge altar depicted in devil characters. It is holding a ceremony to communicate with the Mother of the world in front of everyone with an attitude that is almost fanatical. The sacrifices used by the priests on the platform were hundreds of aliens whose hands and feet were bound. It is different from the ritual to the Mother of the world in this world. The sacrifices used for sacrifice this time are all alive. If anyone else finds out, they will be angry that this is a blasphemy to the Mother of the world. Anyone who dares to sacrifice a living creature to the Mother of the world will be thrown into a burning fire. But unfortunately, such a sacrifice is not a sacrifice to the Mother of the world at all. Its true sacrificial master is actually a powerful devil disguised as the Mother of the world. Under the altar, there are dozens of powerful aliens of different ages and clothes, but all of them are in high positions. Some were wealthy merchants, some were old but still mighty generals, and some were the heirs of a certain king. These high-ranking aliens are looking at Mufeng, who is carrying out sacrificial activities on the stage with complex expressions such as regret, longing, curiosity, fear, and jealousy. In fact, all the sacrifices used for sacrifice this time were collected by them. These guys, without exception, fell into the targets of Mufeng's promise after secretly winning over them. And the reason why Mufeng made these guys willing to pay such a big price to hold such a sacrificial ceremony was that he could master the dark psychology of these guys. Mufeng turned his head and looked at the group of guys with different expressions, showing a chilling smile. After seeing this smile, these guys' reactions were also exaggerated. Hey, little BD. A fatty in gold and silver, holding a fat finger, pointed at Mufeng. Why stop offering sacrifices? The gift I asked for to make me stronger has not yet arrived in my hands. This fatty is the richest man in the city. And the reason why it is willing to pay such a big risk to help Mu Feng make sacrifices is because although it is rich, its own personal strength is too weak. This rich man, after repeatedly offering sacrifices to the real mother of the world at a huge cost, never got the gifts he wanted. In such a power-oriented society, the mismatch between wealth and personal strength is a very dangerous thing. Therefore, after listening to Mu Feng's promise, it will take the risk to make this sacrifice. You're not kidding us, are you? Just like the liars I've put to death. After hearing this, another powerful alien also narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Feng with a bad expression. Unlike the previous fatty, he is a powerful alien general. It does not lack personal strength, nor does it lack wealth. The only thing it lacks is vitality. As an existence that controls the entire army, it can feel that its own life is on the verge of withering. Everything it has is gradually getting out of its control. Its status, its wealth, its wives and concubines, even its children. It dared to swear that it had heard its own children secretly fighting over how to divide it up more than once. Therefore, in order to continue to enjoy this glory and wealth, it also pinned its hopes on the Mother of the World. But it is a pity that among the gifts of the Mother of the World, the chance of prolonging life is so small that it makes him despair. That's why he made a big move. After hearing Mu Feng's promise, he did not hesitate to use his own dead soldiers to help him collect the sacrifice he wanted. If you dare to play with us, you should know what will happen to you, right? Boy, be smart. Don't play tricks. Several people who were also in high positions threatened Mu Feng on the altar with a similar tone. Of course, these cunning guys had already prepared their way back. If Mu Feng is a liar, or if they don't get the gift they want, then Mu Feng's end may be worse than death. These hands and eyes shrouding the heavens guys, since they can make hundreds of people disappear, they can also make Mu Feng disappear. Even if they really got the gift, and the follower organization of the Mother of the World finds them, they can turn Mu Feng's identity into a real liar, hand him over, and keep their own wealth and status. These guys, in a way, treat ordinary people more terrifying than devil. Of course not, my lords. Mu Feng stood on the stage and looked at them with a look of disdain. The sacrifice has been completed. Finished. Everyone under the altar looked at each other, as if nothing had happened. The will of the Mother of the World has communicated with me. In the next instant, a breathless breath filled the entire secret room. All the alien races, regardless of their strength, began to tremble uncontrollably. This breath. The alien general's face was pale. As the strongest guy in this group, he knew better than anyone how strong the existence that Mu Feng had just communicated with. Just the breath of the other party can suppress oneself, and can start from the soul and twist it into an indescribable existence. It was a terrifying existence that was unimaginable just by imagination. On the altar at this time, these hundreds of aliens let out extremely terrifying screams and howls at the same time. It was a scream that only the pain of the deepest penetrates the bone can cause, a torture that cannot be replicated by any other world. Because their souls are being taken away by the devil in the abyss using sacrifice. And theirs, at the moment when the sacrifice was completed, directly turned into a black-red filthy substance. Immediately afterwards, these filthy substances turned into black and red swirls one after another in the terrified eyes of everyone. But the sacrificial process is not over yet. Mu Feng walked to the center of the altar with countless surprised eyes. In the center of the altar, those huge numbers of black and red substances quickly gathered together. And a wisp of black aura appeared out of thin air and penetrated into these black-red substances that were gathered together. Eventually, a cocoon emerged. A cocoon with black and red lines on its outer shell appeared on the altar. Mu Feng touched the cocoon, turned around, and said with a smile to these high-ranking idiots. This hidden sacrifice ended. Come and claim your rewards. And the devil's cocoon behind him is squirming frantically. Chapter 123. Ah, this! Everyone in the audience looked at each other. What happened on the altar at this time was beyond their imagination. Whether it's these black and red vortexes, or that one, it looks like an abnormally evil egg, or even the terrifying aura that has appeared before. All of this made these guys forget their purpose of coming here in shock. What's the matter? Aren't these blessings from the Mother of the World exactly what you want? Mu Feng looked at the group of stupid standing guys, the corners of his mouth twitched. He walked to a floating black-red vortex and touched it gently. In this black and red vortex, there are powerful vitality from the abyss everywhere. It's the life force you want. After speaking, Mu Feng pushed the black-red vortex in front of the general. The general took over the black-red vortex with a pale face, trembling a little. Compared with the previous desire for vitality, at this time, facing the black-red vortex in front of him, he is more afraid. The powerful him has long since understood that the objects he sacrificed just now are definitely not the Mother of the World, let alone the real Mother of the World in Mu Feng Gao. This damn fellow Mu Feng lied to them. The more people who stand at the top of this world, the more clearly they are, what kind of existence the Mother of the World is. The Mother of the World is the collective consciousness of this world. It is one and it is 10,000. It is the beginning of the birth of this world, and it will end with the demise of this world. She is the real God without a name in this world. She is growing, and she is constantly growing from the process of sacrifice with the help of these alien races. However, the sacrifice of the Mother of the World also has rules. For example, those living creatures cannot be sacrificed. You can't sacrifice stolen things, you can't sacrifice dark creatures, you can't. But this time, the sacrifice revealed everything. What the general can confirm is that the object they sacrificed just now is definitely not the Mother of the World that Mu Feng said. The general looked at the black and red vortex in his hands trembling constantly. This is not only a blasphemy to the Mother of the World, but a blasphemy to this world. What, don't you want it? Mu Feng stood on the high platform, under the illumination of countless oil lamps. His face was completely covered by shadows, and his expression could not be seen. The general could only see the thick darkness on his face. When the general still hesitated, a guy dressed as a full-time priest of the Mother of the World beside him smashed the black and red vortex in his hand. Obviously, he couldn't wait. In an instant, this guy's screams resounded throughout the secret room. Seeing this scene, everyone woke up. They looked at this guy and Mu Feng on stage vigilantly. Just when everyone thought that Mu Feng was cheating in the black and red vortex, deceiving them. This knowledge, is really great. The priest knelt on the ground and threw the necklace representing the Mother of the World around his neck. Oh my God, I didn't expect that the knowledge I've been craving but couldn't have been fulfilled like this. Oh, the starry sky, the universe, life, rules, gods, and the truth of the world, so it is. The priest gasped and knelt on the ground, his eyes blank. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately understood that what this guy craved was knowledge. And knowledge that the Mother of the World will never give. If the first person eats crabs, then the second one will follow suit. Wow, I can't believe it, is this power real? After the chubby wealthy businessman shattered the black-red vortex in his hand, a powerful force immediately poured into his body. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Everyone's wishes are fulfilled after sacrifice. Whatever they crave, is power, is knowledge, is mysteries, is power, is the eradication of disability. Gifts from devil make them get what they want. What about you? Your Excellency General. Mu Feng smiled and looked at the general who was sweating and at a loss. And with his voice, the general also sensed danger. However, this so-called danger did not come from the black-red vortex in his hand, nor from the terrifying existence that Mu Feng worshipped. These dangers come from his side. From the group of high-level executives who were chatting and laughing with him just now. At this time, the group of guys who have been satisfied are looking at His Excellency the General with an inexplicable look. And the General has understood. If you are not like them and use up this black and red swirl, then you will never see the sun tomorrow. Because among this group of people, the self who has not used the gift is already an outlier. Haha! The general forced a smile and crushed the black-red vortex in his hand. The snow-white hair turned black, the wrinkled old face became firm again, the withering arms began to grow strong. The surging vitality filled the general's body. He is young again. This is a miracle. The general watched the changes in Own, and there was a surprise in his eyes. The hesitation before, now has long since vanished. The previous loyalty to the Mother of the World has long since ceased to exist. At this moment, he is no longer a follower of the Mother of the World, let alone offering sacrifices to her. His Excellency the General, who understood this issue, was the first to kneel down, facing the direction of the altar, and kneeling towards the altar with the symbol of Prince Devil Fabu's head engraved on it. With his leadership, the rest of the high-level executives also performed the same etiquette and worshipped the Devil's cocoon on the high platform. At this moment, they are no longer advocates of the Mother of the World, because at this moment, they have all become Devil's believers. And after this sacrifice, a symbol, a legend, circulated in the dark corners of the entire sacrifice world. All the aliens who were dissatisfied with the results of the sacrifice of the Mother of the World began to hear some terrible but absolutely tempting rumor. That is, the real Mother of the World is about to wake up. Different from the former Mother of the World, the real Mother of the World will care, treat every believer equally, and satisfy their every wish when offering sacrifices. Such legends and rumors are like a storm, sweeping the corners of the entire world that all believers of the Mother of the World have never watched. More and more sacrifices, more and more indescribable things happen, more and more strange creatures come. As these legends became popular, something terrible began to really emerge. Those devil worship that were absolutely forbidden by any force in Chu Hao's memory have revived in this world. Everything is going in the worst direction. Chapter 124. The bottom of the endless abyss. That represents the throne of death and fall, and Chu Hao watched with interest what Prince Devil Fabu Men did. Obviously, in the process of invading the world before us. Not to mention the oldest devil prince, he showed the cunning he should have. Compared with other devil princes, devil's raiders are obviously much faster than them. Under the guise of the world's will itself, and then to attract those creatures to fall, and finally let their own will come. Very good idea. Chu Hao opened his eyes, and the scarlet vortex in his eyes slowly spun. And he himself began to use the help of Prince Devil Fabu to observe the world in front of him in a real sense. Sacrifice and deny the rules of the world's will. In Chu Hao's vision, in this new world rising on the corpse of the old world, a huge world will be reflected in it. 1. Exuding green and white light, the will of the world that grows with this world all the time. The will of this world, while enjoying the sacrifices from the alien races, is feeding part of the profits generated by the sacrifices to those believers in the form of gifts. And such a sacrifice process has successfully made the will of the world more and more perfect. Even in Chu Hao's eyes, the world consciousness is rapidly transforming from an unconscious mind collection to a self-conscious existence. However, such a transformation requires tens of thousands of years of accumulation. And in this world, the moment it touches the abyss, there is no such opportunity. And in the process of observing the will of the world, Chu Hao also discovered a very important point. That is, he finally understands why the growth of the will of this world needs to be sacrificed, and finally understands why this new world can grow slowly. Chu Hao looked below this world, to the old world that had been reduced to ashes. This new world is using that old world as its own food. But when Chu Hao was still putting his mind on the secret realm world that was being conquered in front of him, it was on the outside of the foggy realm, the place closest to the depths of the void. Two rays of light are moving fast. They were like two lightning bolts, flashing all over the secret realm, constantly looking for the Zerg clues that Peter asked them to investigate. After a long investigation, the two of them finally made a new discovery. However, even though these two angels have strong hearts comparable to steel, they still feel the fear of the things in front of them. This is an angel, standing in the void, asked another angel tremblingly. What? At first, after receiving Peter's order, the two of them only thought that what they needed to search was a rather terrifying world of secret realm. In the imaginations of the two of them, those rumored powerful Zerg are just a bunch of bugs that have no wisdom and only know how to reproduce. But is this really the case? This is what the Lord prophesied. Deadly enemy. Another angel said with the same trembling. And what appeared in front of them was a terrifying secret realm world that was too huge to describe. This secret realm world is all the time, emitting a terrible whisper towards the void, towards all the secret realm worlds it has swept. These whispers have only one meaning. Hunger. Chapter 125. Oh my God, another secret realm world has been involved in this monster. An angel pointed to the Zerg world in front of him and said to his companions beside him. In front of them, the void is deep. The huge Zerg world, like a gluttonous beast, slowly moved forward, swallowing the two secret realm worlds in the middle of the road into its own world. And in the process, I don't know what caused it. The crystal wall rules of these two secret realm worlds did not work at all. The two of them, like humans swallowing eggs, were directly swallowed by each other's blooded mouth. It's a scary world. After the other angel saw this, he no longer hesitated and spoke directly to his companions. Now that we have found the source of the mutation in this secret realm, we should go back and report to Lord Peter. When her companion heard this, she naturally followed suit and agreed with the other party's opinion. After all, as an existence with normal thinking and cognition, she feels that staying in front of the Zerg world for one more second is a huge torture. From the Zerg world, it represents the whisper of hunger, and even the angels will be afraid of it after hearing it. And in the process of these two angels leaving the depths of the void and going to Peter's side, the two of them discovered a very strange world. A dark world exuding malice, greed, and depravity, in the shape of a black and red swirl. And in front of this dark world, is a world that presents a H shape. Obviously, this dark and twisted world, like the Zerg world, is swallowing the world in front of you. What is this? Another one, a branch of the Zerg world. An angel said suspiciously. No, this doesn't seem to be a secret realm world, but a God's domain world, but why would someone create such an ugly and distorted God's domain world? Do we need to mark it? A world with this ugliness must be known to the Lord. Although the strength of these two angels is not enough to pose a threat to the endless abyss of Chu Hao. But the two of them, as mythical creatures produced by Paradise Mountain, have the ability to mark the world themselves. All the worlds marked by the two of them can be perceived by the heavenly realm world of Heavenly Mountain. Just like the Shenhuo logo that Chu Hao has, these marks can be used as anchor points for teleportation. No need. Another angel frowned, glanced at the dark world in front of him, and then looked at the approaching Zerg world in the distance, showing a sneer. Anyway, this world is about to be swallowed up by the terrifying Zerg world, just like those other secret realm worlds. As the Lord's most loyal warriors, the two of us cannot arbitrarily waste the gift, sacred fire, that the Lord bestows on us. After speaking, she left here and went to Peter, the area where the angel of punishment was located. The other angel also left here after looking at the endless abyss with disdain. Behind them, is the Zerg world that is rapidly approaching the endless abyss and the secret realm world in the depths of the rest of the secret realm. Two equally hungry and equally greedy worlds, like two black holes, attract each other. The bottom of the endless abyss. Chu Hao sat on the throne, watching what Prince Devil Fabian did. This guy did a great job. It had to be said that the Devil Prince Fa did not mention that he had successfully delivered some devils into the world where Mu Feng was. And these devils who have been successfully delivered, the guys who were bewitched by Mu Feng, quietly worshipped them as the messengers of the Mother of the World. The power and strength displayed by these devils deeply shocked the group of guys who were still in ancient thinking. In addition, with the increase in the number of devils, the more benefit the sacrifice produces. The Devil Prince Fa does not mention that all kinds of abyss powers, with the advent of devils, quietly project into this world. Those who have made sacrifices are all pleasantly surprised to find that their long-standing wish has been achieved so easily. No matter what they crave, whether it is power, knowledge, or ability, the endless abyss can satisfy them to the greatest extent. The only two things they need to pay are some sacrifices and soul fragments. The former requires some cruel means, while the latter requires only some small sacrifices. Of course, these bewitched guys have not doubted the legitimacy of the existence of these devils. Some of them even bluntly said that these devils are not the messengers of the Mother of the World. It's just that all the guys who have doubts and dare to make these remarks are offered to the devils as sacrifices by these guys who worship devil. In this seemingly peaceful world, terrifying mutations are beginning to occur in all the dark corners. All those whose lives are in the dark are waiting for the day when the Mother of the World, the true God, will come to the world. It's just that Chu Hao was still watching the Devil Prince Fabu's movements. Suddenly, he himself felt a feeling of palpitations. That is a horrible feeling that cannot be described in words. Even though Chu Hao is the ruler of the mighty endless abyss, he still has this feeling. What happened? Chu Hao raised his head and looked outside in amazement. This is this. A monster, an extremely hungry monster world, approached the endless abyss at an extremely fast speed. In the next instant, the endless abyss and the world it was corroding were swallowed by the other side together. And at the moment when Chu Hao was swallowed with the endless abyss, Chu Hao heard a whisper. That means hungry whispers. Countless grey marks, from a huge world of nothingness, are heading towards the endless abyss. Chapter 126. What is this? Chu Hao sat at the bottom of the endless abyss and looked at the secret realm world that swallowed the endless abyss and the figure 8 world together. In this world, there are yellow gravels everywhere, like a pure desert. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would probably think that they were pulled into the desert world. But Chu Hao is different. He was keenly aware that these deserts seemed to be fundamentally different from deserts. In ordinary deserts, although life and water sources are scarce, there are always. But the desert world that Chu Hao is facing at this time is indeed a desert that can no longer be pure. In the whole huge world, Chu Hao can't find any nutrients. These desert particles are pure dust without any value. Even the parent world of the haze family is more nutritious than this world. It's as if there is something that eats and wipes everything in this world. And, it's not just these things that make Chu Hao feel puzzled. He was suspiciously bright. First, he can perceive that the plain crystal wall of the endless abyss has not been damaged in any way. In other words, the body of the endless abyss was swallowed by this huge world. This point has surpassed Chu Hao's cognition. In his impression, no world, no existence can do this. After all, the crystal wall of the plane is not a Huxia cabbage. It is the biggest sign of separation from the rest of the world after the world becomes more and more complete. At the same time, the rules of the plane crystal wall are also one of the most important and difficult to crack. But now, the plane crystal wall of the endless abyss has completely lost its effect. The second is that Chu Hao looked up and found. It is not just one world that has suffered from the endless abyss. Inside this huge world, there are secret realm worlds big and small everywhere. Among them, Chu Hao also discovered more than a dozen worlds of God's domain. This also means that there are gods like him who have been drawn closer to this world together. Moreover, the number of worlds pulled into this desert world in this way is also increasing. In other words, this world is spreading from the deepest part of the secret realm to the outside at a terrifying speed. What happened? Chu Hao manifested his own body from the endless abyss and came to this desert world. At the same time, the masters of the dozen or so gods, the gods, also discovered anomalies and manifested themselves. Hey, do you know what happened? A deity said to Chu Hao. Although the distance between them is very far apart. But the distance itself is nothing to the gods. As long as there is enough divine fire, the communication between them can be unimpeded. Unclear. Chu Hao was a little wary instinctively. After all, he didn't know whether these guys would be behind the scenes. Although the odds are low, it doesn't mean there isn't. The other god seemed to be very confident in his own strength, so he said to others. Hey, little guys, I used to conquer a rare secret realm world in the deepest part of the secret realm, and I came here all of a sudden. Are you in the same situation? This is an old-fashioned god with medium power, so he is not afraid of the existence of these lower gods. The only thing that scared him was the unknown. And hearing this, Chu Hao suddenly realized something. Before entering the depths of the secret realm, Pang Zi's words began to appear in Chu Hao's ears. Monster cycle monster about to wake up in the depths of the secret realm. Chu Hao realized something, but the current clues are still not enough for Chu Hao to understand all this. He looked at the ever-increasing secret realm world around him, and suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition. In fact, he wasn't the only one who had such a hunch. All the gods, no, except for a god like Chu Hao, all the secret realm worlds, including the one the endless abyss is invading. In all worlds, powerful creatures felt it. In the depths of this world comparable to the size of the multiverse universe, countless whispers representing hunger are resounding in all spaces. Then, there is the wave. Grey tide. In the depths of this world, countless grey waves began to strike in the direction of Chu Hao and others. And among these grey waves, Chu Hao found one dark black starburst after another. Damn, what are these things? When a god saw these grey waves, he immediately exclaimed. Chu Hao himself is a little calmer, after all, he has seen similar things himself. It's just that the last time I saw something similar to these waves was during the assessment at Tianding University. These grey waves are of the same nature as the beams of light that the mighty world of assessment emits to link with the endless abyss. In these waves, all are aliens. Only the size of the two sides is simply incomparable. One is a beam of light as thick as a finger, and the other is a wave comparable to the ocean. In an instant, these grey waves came into contact with the first secret realm world in Chu Hao's surprised eyes. Crack! Crack! Different from contact with other worlds, Chu Hao opened his eyes wide and looked at all this in disbelief. Everything in this secret realm world comes along with something similar to chewing. Begins at the crystal wall of his plane and ends at the core of its world. The entire secret realm world was dissolved in an instant by these grey waves. All the nutrients in the secret realm world, all the valuable things, are all swept by these grey waves. In the end, this secret realm became a wisp in the eyes of everyone. Dust in the desert. And after swallowing the entire secret realm world, Chu Hao was keenly aware that the scale of the entire wave had expanded. This time, Chu Hao finally understands why this huge world is full of these wastelands. In this huge world, the size of a multiverse universe, there is a monster that uses countless secret realm worlds as food. No, to be precise, it's a bunch of monsters. Through his own divine sense, Chu Hao sees the essence of those waves. The whole wave is made up of a kind of grotesque bug. The number of them is endless. Moreover, Chu Hao was surprised to find that so many bugs actually have one and only one will. And the only thing this will speaks is endless hunger. The grey wave continues to sweep in the direction of the endless abyss. In the endless abyss, all the abyss creatures are constantly restless. Wisps of black mist spread out from the endless abyss. Chapter 127. Insect. Zerg. It wasn't just Chu Hao who found out about this grey wave. The previous middle-level deity also discovered the difference between these waves. But like Chu Hao, he is also very vigilant. Of course, in the face of such a strange situation, it is impossible for all the gods to be vigilant. Why are there bugs everywhere in this world? Chu Hao and the middle-level gods had such a question in their hearts at the same time. In fact, Zerg, in Chu Hao's current otherworld, is not a rare thing. Even Chu Hao himself has seen the Zerg creature more than once in the course and research of Tianding University. Zerg belongs to a relatively large biological branch in the world of God's domain. And if you study it in depth, the Zerg can be regarded as a kind of a rather peculiar alien beast life form. Why do you say so? It is because the concept of Zerg is too broad. Take the presence or absence of a leader's will as an example. Zerg can be divided into three more general races. One is the Zerg with the main nest, or the will of the main brain. The individuals of this type of Zerg are weaker, but their number is indeed the largest among the three. The other is the individual type of Zerg. Their number is the smallest, but the strength of each individual that can survive is far greater than that of ordinary alien beasts. The last one is a tribal-like Zerg. Their individual numbers and individual strengths are intermediate between the above two. And if it is subdivided again, the race of the Zerg is actually a lot more than all the world types combined. Every year, every university, research on the Zerg topic, and the number of papers published is an astronomical number. But there are very few who can really use the Zerg as the gods of their relatives. Even if he regards the Zerg as one of the strongest gods of his family, his priesthood is only a Zerg commander, not to mention the main god of the sequence, and he has not even touched the threshold of the substitute for the main god. The biggest reason for the large number of studies but the small number of users is the preference of the gods. Most gods don't like these dirty, low-intelligence bugs. Even if some gods are willing to condescend to be the mastermind of these bugs, he himself will be driven crazy very quickly. Because it is necessary to process the action data of the entire Zerg, but it is a matter that requires huge computing power. All in all, every deity present has come into contact with the Zerg race more or less. They are no strangers to the Zerg. However, a new problem also appeared. Are these really Zerg? A low-ranking deity said tremblingly to the companion beside him. Because just now, those grey waves once again swept a large secret realm world. This secret realm world requires at least the joint efforts of several Median gods to conquer. In just a short moment, it turned into dust. Its nutrients, its rules, its world core, everything, all turned into dust. Even the secret realm world has its own time flow rate, but the speed of swallowing it is still beyond the imagination of all gods. Moreover, these grey waves are obviously not satisfied. They are still rushing towards every god and every secret realm world present. Run! A lower god quickly made a decision. He directly unfolded the world of his own god's domain, and used the divine fire in it to fly into the distance. But unfortunately... Wait, there are no coordinates here. Before he could consume his own divine fire, he was surprised to discover that he had just moved the thought to leave. In this barren world, I can't find any void coordinates. Not without coordinates. Chu Hao frowned. It's here, there is no such thing as coordinates. His low voice, like thunder, struck the hearts of every god. What? What do you mean? Several gods who also wanted to run away did not understand what Chu Hao meant. What a bunch of idiots! Chu Hao rolled them a glance, but explained it anyway. You haven't figured it out yet. The area we are in is the embryonic form of a newly born multi-world. In the embryonic form of this diverse world, we cannot leave. Or, to use our original world to leave. As another creature of the multiverse universe, we have no way to use the coordinates of the past to directly leave this new multiverse universe. Chu Hao's voice, like a mime, made every goddess dare not believe his own ears. To put it bluntly, we're stuck here. The prototype of the multiverse universe. The previous Median god clearly understood more, he said thoughtfully. At the same time, there was a hint of greed in the eyes he looked at those grey waves. This guy understands the meaning of the prototype of the multidimensional universe in front of him. This is a good stuff that no amount of money can buy. The core of the diverse world is priceless. Is there really no way to get out? Another lower god who was also trapped didn't care what Chu Hao said. He just wanted to know how he got out of here. It's not either. Chu Hao said with a smile. If you have a high priesthood, then you can use the previous anchor to get out of here. For example, those servants of the sequence master god can escape from here. Or, you are the founder of some new gods, and you can also have the ability to anchor. Hearing this, the rest of the gods turned pale. Obviously, they do not have this condition. Is there any other way? Of course, but it's a little more troublesome. What is it? Of course. Chu Hao smiled slightly, then his body disappeared and merged into the endless abyss. Kill all these bugs and capture the essence of this multiverse universe. The endless black mist swept the creatures in the endless abyss and slammed into those grey waves. And what Chu Hao didn't say before is that he himself is the founder of a new god system, abyss system, so he has the ability to anchor and can escape from here at any time at a certain price. Only, he is not in a hurry to leave this multiverse universe, let alone the gods who are besieged with him. What he was really interested in were the bugs in front of him. He wants to see how strong a Zerg that occupies the entire new multi-world world alone will be. Seeing Chu Hao's actions, the rest of the gods gritted their teeth one after another and began to summon their own family to prepare for this war with the Zerg. And in the periphery of this pluralistic world, in the depths of the void, Peter frowned, and with a complex emotion, looked at the expanding new pluralistic world in front of him. The mortal enemy of the Lord. After hesitating again and again, he still stepped into this world. I hope this time they can be easily resolved, otherwise, the Lord himself may have to do it himself. Chapter 128. Chu Hao, who has no worries, naturally has no scruples when facing these grey bugs. Compared with those gods, compared to those secret realm worlds who are in trouble here, Chu Hao is more interested in the bugs in front of him. Just the first wave of shock, the number of devils released in the endless abyss has reached a terrifying level. Of course, compared to the endless number of bugs, devils are still a minority. At the same time, Prince Devil, Fabu Men, and others, also received orders from Chu Hao, speeding up the attack on the Figure 8 world. And when the Black Fog and the Grey Tide really intertwined, and after the Devil Army and the Zerg exchanged fire, Chu Hao realized that he may have made a mistake. He underestimated these Zerg. He underestimated this race that could occupy an entire embryonic world of the multiverse universe. Of course, it's not just him, everyone underestimates these terrible guys. In the void. Ha ha ha, bugs. Devil's evil eyes looked at the surging bugs, and did not feel any fear. Even when he saw these weak ants, he showed a cruel smile. It's not just him, most of the native devils didn't take it too seriously after seeing this group of bugs. Because the other party is too weak. Crack! Crack! The evil eye stepped on it with one foot, and dozens of pioneer soldiers of the Zerg became a pie-like existence. The fragile Zerg could not pose any effective threat at all in front of Devil, who was on the edge of a demigod. And Zemu laughed happily when he looked at the Zerg corpses on the soles of his feet. Devil is a creature that is different from ordinary creatures. In the face of war and mountains of corpses, they do not show any negative emotions. On the contrary, such a terrifying environment is a good medicine for these genuine devils to keep them happy. I didn't expect that you guys who exude a disgusting aura would be so weak. Evil Eye grinned, while tearing with its kin, trampling on these bugs. On the other hand, Chu Hao is also analyzing this special group of Zerg. He took several intact Zerg corpses and began to analyze. The results of the analysis also allowed him to determine some of the characteristics of this group of Zerg. First of all, these guys, it is certain that there is an existence with the will of the worm nest. Chu Hao lifted the skulls of several beetle-like bugs and found a somewhat shrunken head inside. Saying it's shrinking isn't quite accurate either. A more accurate adjective would be refined. Unlike the brains of other creatures, this bug's brain has been refined to the extreme. In addition to being able to control their own basic movements, these guys' brains have only this function left. Take the orders of the will of the hive. Then turn it into a basic behavioral pattern, such as eating, attacking, etc. Such a bug structure is neither complicated nor innovative. In addition to the brain, Chu Hao also discovered that the organs in their bodies are extremely simple. However, simplicity here is not a derogatory term. Rather, it is a highly evolved manifestation. Every limb, every muscle of theirs, is a display of perfect evolution. Different from the chaotic and twisted devil structure, the bodies of these Zerg can be called works of art. Pure, efficient, and absolutely loyal. The design of this race. Chu Hao got her own eyes and used her own magic fire to simulate the abilities of these bugs. It really opened my eyes. Chu Hao is telling the truth. Even if the strongest alien beast designers come over from those colleges, they can't design such a Zerg. This design is absolutely perfect. It's like a biological sample that can only be produced under absolutely precise conditions by a creator who has abandoned all emotions. Although these bugs seem weak. But don't forget, the resources required for the birth of each Zerg are so small that they can be ignored. Compared with them, the birth of each native devil requires a huge amount of resources. Even the little devils designed by Chu Hao for consumption, their resource consumption is dozens or hundreds of times that of these Zerg. But even such seemingly insignificant Zerg have made perfect use of these only resources and integrated them into such highly functional bodies as they are today. If they need to hunt, their body is the perfect hunting machine. If they need to be moved, they are the best and least labor-intensive way to carry them. If they need to do something, there will always be a corresponding type of Zerg to fill it. Every inch of their resources was used to the limit. Even their design has far exceeded the limit that Chu Hao could have understood. So what makes them so special? Is it the genetic sequence? With a wave of Chu Hao's hand, the gene sequences of these bugs were revealed in front of him. Then, Chu Hao made a new experiment. He is going to inject the genes of these bugs into the bloodline of the abyss creatures to see what changes will happen. And just when he was still focusing on the Zerg genes, the devil army ahead, found during the battle with the Zerg. The situation seems to be wrong. Chapter 129. Strangeness. When the devil army in the endless abyss gradually discovered the strangeness from the Zerg, Chu Hao also discovered the differences between these Zerg. After the genetic sequences of the two were mixed together, Chu Hao's eyes with black and red swirls revealed deep doubts. Why is the genetic superiority, but the Zerg? No, it's not very precise and accurate to say that. The previous Chu Hao had injected the gene sequence of the Zerg into the body of the abyss creature. The creatures that mixed two different gene sequences in this way were temporarily characterized by Chu Hao as abyss Zerg. However, something unexpected happened to Chu Hao. I thought that the bloodline of the abyss creatures would be improved by the injection of the Zerg gene sequence. But the actual situation is completely different from what Chu Hao imagined. Every abyss creature injected with the Zerg gene sequence will be infected by the Zerg gene sequence. Their flesh and blood tissue will mutate rapidly, and eventually, under the genetic infection of the Zerg, they will become a complete Zerg. Their original consciousness will be replaced by the will of the main hive, and their former life forms will also be completely rewritten and become the corresponding Zerg appearance. In a nutshell, this is what it means. The abyss creatures will be infected by the gene sequence of the Zerg. And remember, every abyss creature. No matter what form the abyssal creature Chu Hao uses, it is humanoid, beast, or aberration. No matter what kind of abyss creature Chu Hao uses, whether it is devil, beholder, or abyss plant, it will all be infected. Moreover, such an infection is difficult to reverse. Even Chu Hao also took out a part of the original Lactavia and used it for this gene sequence experiment. The parts of Lactaviana that were twisted, full of tumors and indescribable organs, were directly infected with the genes of the Zerg. Everything quickly turned into countless screaming, tumbling, flesh-colored bugs that wanted to attack all the abyss. As soon as these bugs were born, they showed a super strong ability to unite and cooperate. They don't even need to communicate. In other words, the way they communicate was not seen by Chu Hao. They are directly combined with a posture that will never surrender. He is attacking the person in front of him. Unfortunately, although these bugs are very heroic, however, in front of Chu Hao, the Lord of the Endless Abyss, their aggressive behavior seemed a bit ridiculous. Squeak! The black mist swept lightly, and these insects were imprisoned and unable to move. But even so, Chu Hao found that these newly upgraded bugs were still trying to use their own mouth parts to bite the black mist that bound them. A strange phenomenon. At this time, Chu Hao finally confirmed that these Zerg have the second biggest characteristic besides the number of terror. That is inscribed on the gene sequence of this group of Zerg. Pollution, or assimilation attributes. Chu Hao raised his head, looked into the distance, and looked at the devils who were fighting against the Zerg in the black mist. On the other side, Zemu and other devils are fighting fiercely with the Zerg. Say it's a fight. Also not very accurate. To be more precise, it should be the devils who unilaterally slaughtered these Zerg. Although the number of this group of Zerg is outrageous. But in front of the powerful devil with stronger power and system, their single strength is still a weak point. At least now. Just when the evil eye smiled and tore a bug into pieces, it suddenly noticed that a fellow devil, well, at least a fellow devil for now, suddenly bent down. And this devil happened to be known by the evil eye. At least, the relationship between the evil eye and this powerful devil is still harmonious. After all, it had fought against this powerful devil several times, and the purpose was of course for the strength of the opponent and the slaves on the opponent's territory. Hey, poor tar! What's the matter with you, are you going to die? All the eyes on Zemu's body looked at the powerful devil at the same time. Of course, what Zemu said was not a joke from his companions. What it says is what it really says. If you die, I will take everything you have. I have been looking forward to those drows in your territory for a long time. The devils who were vomiting seemed to be trying to refute the evil eyes, trying to raise their arms that were comparable to the size of a car. But in the next instant, its arms became wretched. This shrinking speed is so fast that all the eyes and pupils on Zemu's body shrank suddenly. Devils advocate violence and terror. But that doesn't mean they are fools. It doesn't mean that they are not alert to abnormal things. Not only the evil eyes, but all the powerful native devils here have noticed the abnormality of this sturdy devil. Then, under the gaze of all the devils, this sturdy devil suddenly twitched violently. His screams made all devils look sideways. Then, click, click. The body of this sturdy devil suddenly grew a dozen Zerg blade limbs. These blade limbs are like brackets, supporting the limbs of Tar, the sturdy devil. This scene seems so weird. These blade limbs, evil eyes have seen in many slightly stronger Zerg, but the threat of those blade limbs to him is almost zero. But the blade limbs on the guy in front of him at this time were different. With the continuous disintegration of this sturdy devil, this devil has less and less devil-related features, and more Zerg features. Finally, the devil raised his head and looked at Evil Eye. The thousands of eyes on the Evil Eye are all staring at each other. And what its eyes are looking at is a compound eye belonging to the Zerg. Devil language, long live the bug. What are you talking about? Tar, you idiot. While speaking, Zemu squeezed the black giant sword in his hand, ready to kill the opponent at any time. Devil language, great. Long live the swarm. Tal finally moved, and the moment it did move, the thick hand of the evil eye holding the black giant sword broke directly. The other party, using Devil's body, has evolved. Chapter 130. Roar. When the evil eye's arm was cut off, it did not dodge directly like ordinary creatures to avoid subsequent attacks. On the contrary, the enraged evil eye, the mighty devil, he turned around directly and rushed towards the guy who used to be called Tar, who has now turned into a Zerg. Brush. Above its severed arm, a new arm is rapidly growing. But as a price, the number of eyes on its body is also rapidly decreasing. The disappearance of each eye represents a potential soul that was completely wiped out by itself and turned into nourishment for its own repair. Although this kind of consumption can be replenished in the future, such a large consumption still makes evil eye's heart ache. You bloody idiot, Tar! While stepping on a tiny bug, Zemu picked up the giant sword on the ground again, and drew the sword and rushed towards Tar, or the former Tar, who was slaughtering the rest of the devils in the distance. I want you to make up for this loss with everything you have. Evil Eye's long tongue with poisonous barbs stuck out, greedily licking the black giant sword in his hand. After that, it rushed towards the Tar, who was completely transformed by the Zerg. When something unexpected happened. Tar, who was only a little weaker than him, actually blocked its full blow with only the blade limbs growing out of his abdomen. And it's not over. Evil Eye's incredible discovery. At this time, the appearance of Tal has become farther and farther away from Devil. In contrast, a huge bug with countless blade limbs is constantly shedding its shell from Tar's body. Everything in Tar has been turned into the nourishment of this new Zerg. The huge amount of resources it consumes for its growth have all become the source of Zerg evolution. Just a Zerg transformed by a high-ranked Devil, the strength makes the evil eye hard to resist. And such scenes, in fact, abound on the entire battlefield. Countless devils have been inadvertently parasitized by the Zerg using some means. This kind of parasitic system, Chu Hao has not fully understood. But look at the situation. I guess it's too late to understand. Chu Hao said so. He gently swept the entire battlefield, used his own divine fire to scan every valuable native devil quickly and accurately, and made the most correct decision. That is, grab a handful and run. Cough cough. Yes, although it's a bit embarrassing to say that. But to be honest, Chu Hao, as a person who is addicted to science and knowledge, actually judges the situation very decisively. He has calculated it. Under the current circumstances, he himself cannot use his own power to destroy the entire swarm. In the distance, most of the world of the gods of the lower gods has been destroyed by the invasion of the Zerg. Even through the broken crystal wall rules of the plane, Chu Hao can feel it through Shenhuo. In their divine realm world, the rules and other existences are close to being broken. There is even an unlucky lower god, in its world, the core of the world, which is the most important node in the domain of the gods, being eaten by Zerg. Even, Chu Hao also found. These Zerg are also evolving rapidly. After fighting with these gods, many of them have evolved the ability to devour god fire. Although every Zerg will turn into a crystal-like existence after devouring a little bit of divine fire. However, the sharp decrease in the number of divine fires around those gods is visible to the naked eye. As for the median god, its strength is better than other lower gods. A lot of troops were released around the world of own god's domain, preventing those Zerg from gnawing on its world. But this is nothing but drinking poison to quench thirst. As its army is exhausted, the Zerg will eventually break through his defenses. And at that time, it was time for these gods to die. In the current war, Chu Hao has no hope of victory at all. To be honest, Chu Hao can no longer imagine what kind of existence can carry out a war with such a Zerg. Higher gods? Not too possible. Chu Hao shook his head and refuted this point. In his opinion, most of the higher gods, that is, the gods at the stage of Tianding University's tutor, their strength is not much higher than the median god. Their powerful features are just the accumulation of divine fire brought about by time. Perhaps those higher gods and above, those subordinate gods of the sequence master gods, can solve the grey wave derived from this Zerg. In addition, even Chu Hao himself can't confront these Zerg head-on. So, Chu Hao believes that the most cost-effective way at present is to make a fortune and run. But before that, he still had to wait for Prince Devil Fabu Mention and others to completely occupy the Figure 8 world before he could escape from here. After all, the value of that sacrificed world is too important to the endless abyss. As for the so-called catch, it is worth it. The will of the Zerg. In order to study the structure of the Zerg more accurately in the follow-up, Chu Hao is going to let the devils help him capture a Zerg's will node. As for why not directly capture the will of the Zerg's main nest, it's very simple, I don't have the ability to know. During such a long period of observation, Chu Hao himself discovered an interesting thing. That is, these Zerg actually seem to all carry out various activities with the help of the will of the main nest, and they have only one will. But this is not the case. In the calculations of Chu Hao and Damon, such a huge Zerg group is actually composed of a main nest will, plus thousands of will nodes. Although this group of Zerg seems to act in concert, Chu Hao and Paimon still found anomalies through a small gap. The fighting style of some Zerg is a little rougher than the rest. And some Zerg are slightly lower than other Zerg troops in terms of loss. All of this explains one point. That is, although all the Zerg are acting under the same main will. But due to the peculiarity of will nodes, they also show small differences. Hehe, this is something that can't be helped. Chu Hao said with a smile. After all, no matter how accurate the living body is, it is not as good as those mechanical creatures. As long as there is life, then errors, or bugs, will definitely occur. This is the truth of the textbook, the truth that cannot be questioned. Chu Hao closed his eyes and swept the battlefield. Finally, in the grey wave, a bright spot appeared in his field of vision. Got you. Standing in the black mist like a king commanding an army, Chu Hao stretched out his hand. A black mist, with endless devils, swept in the direction of the will node of the worm nest. There, a special bug looked this way. In its eyes, there is a little doubt and wisdom. Chapter 131. Unlike ordinary Zerg creatures, this special worm, or the worm's will node, or the brainworm-like guy, actually has a certain self-will. Despite its self-will, it is nothing compared to the will of the swarm's mastermind. The contrast between the two sides is as obvious as an iceberg and snowflakes. But such a weak self-will is still true. And the reason why this guy has self-will is also very simple, that is, to better transmit the will from the main nest, and to rationally screen the complex situation on this battlefield to remove some useless information, teleport back to the mother body of the Zerg. But it is such a weak self-will, but in this war, it betrayed its coordinates. Even though it's only a slight amount of self-will, Chu Hao can see it. As long as it comes to the core of life, Chu Hao is capable. Using Shenhuo as a tool, Chu Hao successfully found the coordinates of the bug, and issued an order, ordering the devils to capture this guy at all costs. In fact, it is completely different from the traditional impression of brainworms by most people. This so-called brainworm is no different from ordinary Zerg in appearance. In the huge Zerg ocean, it is impossible to tell the difference between it and other Zerg. In fact, this is what the brainworms should look like as the will of the worm nest. This is the design that the Zerg, a genuine fighting machine, should have. After all, on the real battlefield, whether your appearance is unique or not largely determines your probability of survival. Imagine that if you are the enemy commander, in the battle with countless bugs, you suddenly find one that is completely different from the other bugs, and looks fat, and looks like a commander's guy. What will you do? It must be the priority to attack the opponent, and even a wave of saturation attacks to kill this guy first. Therefore, unlike games and movies, the Zerg in reality will not hatch the important Zerg will nodes into a very special look. On the contrary, the cunning Zerg will make these Zerg will nodes, or brain worms, no different from ordinary Zerg. This is the lesson of war, really brutal war. The Zerg are not lacking in intelligence. Rather, as a collective of wisdom. The intelligence of these guys is terrifying and unbelievable. Grab it! Chu Hao gave the own order. With the release of its order, a black mist burst out from the black-red vortex. It, like a sharp arrow, shot towards the grey wave. Among these black mists, Chu Hao selected the strongest group of abyssal creatures. For example, Yu. Roar. After receiving the order from Chu Hao, Yu took his own steps, as the vanguard of the entire Devil Legion, charging directly towards the surging Zerg. Unlike the rest of the devils, Yu, as a mythical creature with 8 powers. It just exists, and it can cause terrifying lethality to these damn bugs. Pollution. With its appearance, on the wave opposite the black mist, dirt from the abyss appeared on many bugs. As soon as these dirts appear, they will immediately corrode the internal bodies of these insects, that is, those fragile flesh and blood. Squeak! Squeak! With a scream, these poor bugs exploded directly from the inside. What they flowed out was neither blood nor tissue fluid, but pure filth. These contaminants are the most terrifying contaminants in this universe. They can easily contaminate the rest of the Zerg, and let them become new pollutants, and so on. However, these Zerg are not the existences that will retreat when they are attacked. They adapt, evolve, and fight back. Soon, Chu Hao discovered that many of these bugs had become resistant to filth. And with the increase of death, the resistance of these bugs also increased. However, their infectivity that can contaminate the powerful devil is ineffective against Yu. After all, Yu is an existence in another world with real power and authority. The abyss is immortal, and it cannot really die. What's more, Yu, a powerful guy, and Chu Hao used divine fire to bless him behind the scenes, so the infection of the Zerg could not contaminate it for a while. Only. For the rest of the devil army, the situation was much worse. Since Chu Hao did not bless them with divine fire, they were often infected by Zerg during the attack. In the end, these devils will undergo a transformation, transforming into Zerg, raising butcher knives towards the devil compatriots around them, or he was killed by his compatriots who raised their butcher knives with a grin. But anyway, with the undefeated guy Yu in front, the devil army sent by Chu Hao still approached the area where the brainworm was. Want to run? Suddenly, Chu Hao found that in the bustling tide of Zerg, the Zerg that he had been watching all the time, actually made an escape action, ready to escape this battlefield. Think beautifully. Chu Hao reaches out. In an instant, with anchors appearing around the Zerg, countless earths from the abyss were pulled out by Chu Hao. In an instant, the existence on the entire battlefield felt the breath from the endless abyss. That is the terrifying aura that can only be exuded from the extremely depraved dark world. The distance now is enough for Chu Hao to release his own ability. Then, countless black mists rushed towards the brainworm. Once the guy is touched by the black mist, then it will never run away. Even if it is a god who wants to escape from the pull of the abyss, Chu Hao has the confidence to let the other party peel off. What? Suddenly, something unexpected happened to Chu Hao. The Zerg around the brainworm suddenly moved. However, unlike the encircling brainworms imagined by others, what these guys did was to kill the brainworm. The will from the worm's nest has already determined the fate of this brainworm. It wants this brainworm to die here. And the brainworm lay obediently on the ground, waiting for the surrounding Zerg soldiers to tear itself into pieces. And in the periphery of this multi-universe prototype, a crack, accompanied by light slowly appeared. Chapter 132. At the moment when the brainworm was about to be dismembered, Chu Hao finally moved. My booty! The black and red swirls in his eyes swirled violently, like two black holes, dark and pure. You also want to take it away. The thing that Chu Hao hates most is when things get out of his hands. In front of him, he spent countless resources to find that the brainworm was about to die. For him, it was a thing that was about to get out of control. With Chu Hao's anger, those abyss territories that were pulled up have turned into nothing. Like the collapse of matter, starting from the abyss territory, all the Zerg near this area also began to collapse. Their flesh, their everything, all turned into complete ashes. The speed of this spread has reached its limit. But even at this speed, it still couldn't keep the dying brainworm. That only belongs to Chu Hao's booty. The battlefield is really too big. Just where Chu Hao is, this newly created battlefield is as large as the surface of several planets. Even with the existence of several times the speed of sound, it is impossible to surpass this distance and completely kill the few bugs surrounding the brain bug. But you damned ant is so willing to obey the will of that mastermind. So nice. In Chu Hao's field of vision, there was the brainworm lying on the ground, motionless, waiting to be disintegrated. This guy's stupid and loyal appearance made Chu Hao feel heartfelt disgust and anger. I will let the loyal you resist. As long as your internal organs are not completely destroyed, then I can analyze the model of the will of the hive and the way to contact the will of the hive. Remember, what I gave you is a blessing and a curse. Chu Hao took a deep breath. Moved by Chu Hao's words and thoughts. In the depths of the endless abyss, the slow-moving halo of the 7 deadly sins suddenly began to run extremely fast. A light, an invisible but essentially dark light, along with Chu Hao's divine fire. It swept out of the ruins in the endless abyss. Shot the brainworm. And at the moment when this brainworm was swept, its compound eyes suddenly appeared more. The element of emotion. It came to life. For the first time, its self-perception, which was suppressed under the will of the main nest, got rid of the orders issued by the will of the main nest and became the master of this body. An existence. A Zerg creature born from the will of the main nest, but now separated from the will of the main nest, came to life. Although it hasn't reacted to what actually happened. I didn't understand why I suddenly became so weird. But the bugs around him who were dismembering him made him feel that the real crisis was coming. Die. The concept of death appeared in its heart for the first time. And this newly born brainworm is instinctively resisting death. Although it does not know the reason for living, it does not prevent it from resisting the eternal silence and eternal darkness of death. It deeply fears the coming of the unknown death. Therefore, under the biological instinct of the Zerg, it started its own revolt. Brush. It suddenly stretched out the limbs that were curled up in its abdomen, and slammed into the Zerg companion who was dismantling its shell. Brush. With the insertion of the blade's limb, there was a hole in the compound eye of the Zerg companion. That is the most vulnerable and deadly part of them. And its dismemberment behavior is also suspended. The other limb slid past the other kin who were biting at it, driving them away from their surroundings. Although the voice of the will of the worm has always made it stop its behavior of destroying the stability of the Zerg, it has been interfering with its actions, and it has died in the siege of these Zerg. But for some reason, there was only one voice in its mind. That's what it wants to live on. Although I don't know what the meaning of life is, perhaps, life itself has no meaning, but is just a futile fight against entropy in the universe. But it doesn't understand this, it still wants to live despite everything. Some so-called seeds are taking shape in its mechanical ignorance. An indifferent voice from nowhere was gradually occupying all its thoughts. The brainworm retracted several of its broken limbs and tried to shrink in front of a Zerg corpse, keeping the wound on its back from the enemy's attack range. Next, it opens its mouth parts. To all the Zerg who rushed towards him and looked exactly like it, they let out their own squeaks. This is the first roar of this new life. But all this did not make its companions stop killing it. After all, the will of the worm nest is greater than everything. Just a blade limb, about to slip into its shell, kill it here. But the next moment, a storm suddenly swept over. A storm composed of pitch-black mist swept all the bugs in front of the brain bug. The black mist will turn them into pure ashes. And in the black fog, a man with black hair and black eyes walked out. He looked at the ground in front of him, stared at his own brainworm with compound eyes and said with a smile. No fight, no life. Congratulations, you are alive. The next second, the black mist bound the brainworm, wrapping it and throwing it into the endless abyss. Chu Hao, on the other hand, took a breath. Finally, it's not a waste of time. Okay, get ready to go. After he finished speaking, Chu Hao was going to tell Prince Devil Fabu, telling him to quickly take away the resources that could be plundered in that world, and then when the rules were in hand, he was ready to run away. But at this time, Chu Hao suddenly raised his head and looked at the first floor of the sky. Do not. It wasn't just him who looked up. All creatures, including gods and insects, raised their heads at the same time and looked to the outside of this multidimensional universe prototype. There, a crack is constantly expanding. And, singing. The singing that praised the great deeds of the gods, the Creator, and all the good things, appeared in the rudiment of this pluralistic world. Countless rational creatures were rendered in tears by these songs. Of course, the devils spit. Along with the singing came feathers, countless feathers. These feathers are so beautiful that people can't help but want to worship. On the feathers, every warning is so sincere that people are willing to give up everything and follow them forever. An angel's footsteps. The angel of punishment, the gatekeeper of the heaven's gate, the third in line of successor to the heavenly mountain, the high god Peter, came here. Chapter 133. Damn, it's the people from Paradise Mountain. Although Chu Hao has never seen Paradise Mountain, the legendary divine world, he is a Chu Hao who has lived in this world for many years. It is still possible to distinguish the general identity of the person from the singing and light. After all, in the other world where he was, only those who were in charge of Heavenly Mountain would make such a fuss when they came. Cough cough. Actually, that's not quite accurate. To be precise, every god's domain world is completely different. In addition to the different rules and clans in each world, after they materialize, the impact on the rest of the world is completely different. Just like Bai Chen's world, just by manifesting it, people can feel the power of star. Just like the endless abyss of Chu Hao, when the body is manifested, there will be a dark and depraved song. When the heavenly mountain, the world of the gods, is manifested, it will have a similar performance. And when Paradise Mountain is, partly, manifested, what it shows is the current scene. The sight of disgusting white feathers flying around and the singing of various angels resounding everywhere. As a real deity, Chu Hao is different from those mortals who cry when they hear the song. Because he has the divine fire to light up the sea of his soul, he can clearly feel that these so-called singing voices are actually the manifestation of the overflowing rules. Among these rules, there is a rule similar to brainwashing. Such rules can make many creatures with unstable minds become puppets of Paradise Mountain. Remember, it's just a puppet. No matter how devout you are after being seduced, no matter how deeply you want to join the redeemed. To the monster world of Paradise Mountain, you are just a puppet of little value. Only the angels can decide the existence that is truly qualified to enter this world and is truly accepted by this world. Damn, why did this angel from Paradise Mountain come here? Although Chu Hao currently has no reason to be hostile to this angel, he could vaguely feel that the purpose of this angel's coming here was not simple. At this moment, countless clues burst out from Chu Hao's heart, and in the end, they connected together into a vague answer. The mutation in the depths of the secret realm, the big man that Pang Zi once talked about, the conspiracy theory that Chu Hao has heard about, the guard of the sequence master gods. All of this made Chu Hao feel that he was one step closer to part of the truth in this world. Never mind, I'm leaving here. Chu Hao, as a rational person who is good at controlling his own gains and losses, immediately made the most rational judgment at the moment when the angel of Paradise Mountain intervened in this world. That is to leave here, even the resources in the previous Figure 8 world, and the rules in it, he is not going to ask for it. While the loss this time around may not seem small, Chu Hao has gained a brainworm. The gene sequence and special functions possessed by this brainworm can make up for Chu Hao's loss after it is parsed out. Even Chu Hao could feel that the secrets of this void Zerg were more important than the sacrifice rules. Retract, those tentacles emanating from the endless abyss. Chu Hao said lightly. With its command, the black mist that the endless abyss once stretched out and was used to fight against the grey tide, that is, the void Zerg, quickly retracted into the endless abyss. But before all the black mist was retracted into the black-red vortex of the endless abyss, Chu Hao's eyes widened. He discovered an incredible thing. That was the anchor teleportation method he was going to use, which was blocked by a new crystal wall rule. Chu Hao's eyes slowly turned, and he looked behind the descending angel. In the cracks behind him, countless golden lightsabers formed a huge crystal wall. The role of this crystal wall, in addition to being able to stop the prototype of the multidimensional world where the Zerg is located, keeps spreading to the outside, there is another key role. That is to block all information in this world, including Shenhuo, from spreading to the outside world. Similarly, information from the outside cannot come into this world. All information was blocked by this new crystal wall. Simply put, Chu Hao was completely blocked by a god who was much stronger than him. No matter what method he uses, he can't get out of here. Including previous teleportation using anchors. Unless, the other party is willing to let him go. And that stronger god is Peter, the punishment angel who just stepped forward. Chu Hao, who noticed this, raised his head, looked into the distance, and looked in the direction of the punishment angel Peter. His eyes were full of anger and malice. My God, what a disgusting monster this is! After the punishment angel Peter came here, he put his eyes on the grey waves in the distance. With his own divine power, Peter intuitively saw the specific structure of those bugs, as well as some of the hidden secrets in them. That's right, it's different from Chu Hao, who is in charge of the endless abyss. To punish Peter, as a more powerful god, he can directly rely on his own eyes to gain insight into a lot of information. And this is something that Chu Hao is currently unable to achieve. This is the biggest difference between the senior gods and the new gods. Accumulation. The accumulation of years as food. Hunger, endless hunger. Although Peter knew part of the characteristics of the Zerg long before he entered the core of this multiverse world. But it wasn't until he really stood in front of the Zerg that he could feel the oppressive power displayed by the other party that almost suffocated the gods. Under the devour of the Void Zerg, one secret realm world after another turned into ashes of complete death. And, their numbers grow with the death of these worlds. If you don't get rid of these Zerg here quickly, then this secret realm will be completely destroyed. The Angel of Punishment took a deep breath. Then, unlike the rest of the gods who summoned their own family, this guy, in the eyes of everyone, took out a horn with a golden rune. Just when everyone looked at the horn in his hand in surprise, the punishment angel blew the horn. Then, an endless ray of light appeared quietly from behind him. And among these rays of light, an army with a unit of 100 million. An army from heaven. Chapter 134. The army from heaven has appeared here. As for Chu Hao himself, his eyes widened and he looked hard at the army from heaven. Although Chu Hao was blocked here, his curiosity still made him express great curiosity about Paradise Mountain. After all, this is a rare opportunity to get in touch with the creations of Paradise Mountain. Of course, in fact, the name of Paradise Mountain is an existence that no one knows about in this other world where Chu Hao lives. As a special world that has opened up the core rules of its own world. What his world looks like, the Lord in charge of it, the requirements and ideas needed to join Paradise Mountain, some of its information. All of this can be found in the most basic textbooks. However, the information you can find in textbooks is only the tip of the iceberg of Paradise Mountain. It's really core things, such as the precise duties of the angels, the defensive layout of each heaven army legion, and so on. It's all top secret. As a real sequence Lord God, the Venerable who is in charge of Heaven Mountain, its secrets are no less than the rest of the Lord Gods. However, some of its secrets were released as bait. This cunning guy, sitting on the throne of Paradise Mountain, like a spider, greedily stretched out his own minions to every candidate who wanted to join his kingdom of God. But close to the topic, Chu Hao is still very curious. What form will the heavenly army dispatched this time be? Horn, hum. As the angel of punishment blew his horn, countless soldiers belonging to the army of heaven were born from the light. Their number, although much less than the void swarms in front of them. But the number of gatherings still shocked Chu Hao. Tens of billions. Hundreds of billions of legions. Finally, Chu Hao understood how powerful those higher gods were. He also finally understood why many people told him that the accumulation of time was more important than the outbreak of divine fire. Only high-level gods can't do it. Only those guys who are close to the main god and are at the peak of the gods can dispatch an army of this size at one time. Although in the world of many higher gods, there are tens of billions of creatures at every turn. But don't forget one point. Those are just living beings, not warriors with elite equipment and adequate training to be thrown into the battlefield like a meat grinder. Such a huge army, just by forming it, can make time for a world owned by a higher god. Moreover, such an army consumption is not something that ordinary gods can handle. Surprised, however. What Chu Hao really cares about is that the first wave of attacks from the heavenly army is finally coming. What form will it be? Chu Hao reintegrated his body into the endless abyss. In this way, it is also more convenient for him to check the situation of the entire battlefield. At this time, in the sky, countless angels with wings rose from the top of the heaven army, flapping their own wings, and flew towards the void insect nest in the distance. And under them, there are countless weapon boxes hung with divine fire and engraved with the symbol of heaven. Coming. Chu Hao's vision moved with the flight of these angels. Then, Chu Hao was surprised to find that during the flight of these angels, countless and disgusting singing voices were passed from the heaven army again. These speechless hymns are praising the weapons in the hands of these angels. The ignorant, brainwashed heavenly armies regard these weapons as gods, that is, the divine punishment from the Venerable. No wonder they say that Paradise Mountain produces the most fire in any world. Chu Hao said speechlessly. Just like the devout appearance of this group of mortals after being brainwashed, the amount of divine fire they use to provide faith will be terrifyingly high. However, in this group of poems singing God punishment, Chu Hao was pleasantly surprised. Angels delivered those weapon boxes to the Zerg. The size of those weapon boxes, compared to the overall size of the Zerg, is like a grain of sand in the ocean. But the next moment, Chu Hao was sluggish for a moment. But then he was speechless. What are you doing? These things turned out to be just nuclear weapons. From a macro perspective, thousands of mushroom clouds appeared in the grey wave of the Zerg. The power of each mushroom cloud is enough to directly vaporize the insects in a large city. Of course, the power of nuclear weapons. Chu Hao is very clear. He really wasn't interested in these things. He despised heavenly armies' attack methods. He didn't expect that this group of angels would actually use such inefficiency, as long as the first-level civilization peak can learn it. Wrong. Suddenly, Chu Hao came back to his senses. It's not a nuclear weapon, it's... In the distance, the appearance of those mushroom clouds made Chu Hao relax a little, making him think that what the other party delivered was a nuclear weapon. After all, the image of the mushroom cloud is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But when he used Chen Huo to scan the area, he was surprised to find it. Those things thrown by the heaven army are not nuclear weapons at all. Those nuclear weapons are just fuses that provide energy for the real killer. Whizzing! In Chu Hao's field of vision, those mushroom clouds appeared very quickly, but in just a few seconds. They were pumped away. That's right, these mushroom clouds were completely absorbed by the existence hidden in the nuclear bomb. All mushroom clouds are absorbed by the same existence. Immediately afterwards, Chu Hao discovered a peculiar black spot that made even the gods tremble, appearing on the battlefield. And Chu Hao also saw the structure of the black spot clearly. It was a magic circle engraved with mysterious runes, each of which represented different rules. In other words, Heaven's military gate is so powerful that it has completely weaponized the rules. While Chu Hao was still immersed in the news, the divine script formation was finally recharged. A divine formation that required tens of thousands of nuclear weapons to be fully charged, or reached the activation standard, finally started to activate. Then, no fancy rhetoric is needed to embellish it. A genuine black hole appeared in the center of the battlefield along with the disintegration of the divine formation. Although it may disappear at any time. But the moment it appeared, it began to instinctively sweep everything. It starts with the nearby Zerg and ends with sound, light and rules. Like, the universe ends. The army of heaven, under unknown circumstances, has secretly broken through the current upper limit of all technological civilizations in this other world. Chapter 135. Along the battlefield, the black hole appeared. The sight of many existences present was attracted by the black hole. In other words, it's hard not to be attracted. Because, the characteristic of a black hole is to attract everything near itself, even the rules of light and the world. It's just that Chu Hao found out after placing the divine fire on his own eyes. This black hole is really too unstable. Around this black hole, space-time cracks have appeared faintly, and as these space-time cracks increase, the stability of this black hole is getting worse and worse. Eventually, after holding on for less than 2 minutes, the entire black hole disappeared. And then disappeared, and nearly a quarter of the Zerg. A quarter of the entire grey wave, all gone. These swarm soldiers, large enough to fill hundreds of secret realm worlds, were silently wiped out. Chu Hao took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also sincerely shocked by the methods of the heavenly army. Because a weapon of this scale is not something that anyone can take out. Only those gods with the most powerful fire and the deepest foundations can use all means to create such weapons. No. A second one. Chu Hao raised his head and looked at Peter, who was still playing the horn in the distance, with gloomy eyes. Then, what you have to face next is the monstrous anger of the remaining 3/4 of the swarm. The other side. Peter's mood was very contradictory. On the one hand, he saw the power of Heaven Mountain's new weapon, and he was overjoyed at the power of this new weapon and its final result. But on the other hand, he himself is also worried. Just now, he has exhausted the only destruction bomb he currently holds this time. The production cost of this weapon, which is called annihilation bomb, is very, very high. Just the amount of divine fire used for consumption is enough to cultivate a new high-level god, not to mention the remaining precious resources and a large number of weaponized rules. In the entire Paradise Mountain, there are less than a dozen bombs in existence. While the destroyer bullet isn't the only ultimate weapon Heaven Mountain has, its true status is pretty much less. If it wasn't for the calamity that he needed to quell the rebellion against the Zerg, this ultimate weapon would not have been handed over to the Angel of Punishment. But Peter didn't regret the act of throwing the big killer when he came up. Because before he left, the ruler of Paradise Mountain had told him, when facing the deadly enemy, you must give up everything as soon as you come up. Never have the idea of a war of attrition. Because these swarms born in the void are monsters born from hunger and savagery, they will not fear death and will not hesitate. The only way to destroy them is with deadly firepower and unswerving crushing. Thinking of this, Peter stopped the horn he was playing, and put his own gaze down. Among the heavenly army below. At this time, hundreds of the heavenly army have begun their first contact battle with the void swarm. Each of them is haunted by countless blessing spells. And the source of these blessing spells comes from the doomsday horn that Peter just blew. In fact, this incomparable and useless thing is one of the treasures of Paradise Mountain. Of course, in other worlds, there are similar existences, and there are many. Their names are also varied, such as innate spirit treasures, such as world source weapons, great thousand horcruxes and the like. All in all, behind so many complicated names, there is such a thing as worth. A powerful weapon that uses single or multiple world rules to merge. As long as Peter can blow this horn, all the warriors who belong to Heaven Mountain can receive powerful blessing spells. It can be said that this thing is more than twice as strong as the dirt and scum of the battlefield mage. With this thing in place, Peter is the most vulnerable at any time, only a mortal in the first stage, and his strength is enhanced to a warrior in the 3rd to 5th stages. However, the price to pay for such a powerful force is their lifespan. But Peter didn't take it to heart at all. The reason is also very simple. This huge population of the Heavenly Army, which is almost comparable to the Zerg, is the real trump card of Heavenly Mountain. And they, who were born in the world of Paradise Mountain, have no objection to the fact that their own lives are attributed to angels. The endless army of believers will crush all enemies under the swords of angels. Peter looked at the distant Zerg with a trace of disdain. But at the same time, Chu Hao, who was far away on the other side of the battlefield, looked at these huge and devout warriors, revealing. Interesting look. Chapter 136. It's incredible. The black and red vortex in Chu Hao's eyes slowly rotated, looking at the soldiers of the Heaven Army in the distance. Pure, brainwashed creatures. Completely, the creatures who have integrated their beliefs into the sea of their own minds. As Chu Hao muttered to himself, he recalled the guy he met during the 3rd test in the world of Endless Abyss. The legendary peak warrior who would rather ignite his own soul and completely dissipate in this world than sink in the abyss. Magnus. After seeing his subordinates fall into the abyss, this guy still insists on pure faith. In that battle, Chu Hao was the first to face the Legion of Faith, and in that battle, the entire body of the Endless Abyss has been purified a lot by those terrifying warriors. In other words, the overall dimension of the Endless Abyss, because of the Battle of Faith, was raised a little by faith. Although all these consumptions and all these dimensions have been raised, it is only 1/10,000th of the Endless Abyss, but that battle really injured the Endless Abyss. This is also the only damage that Endless Abyss has suffered so far. But in that battle, Chu Hao himself also understood the core structure of faith, and how angel faith affects the sea of spirits and provides divine fire for the gods. All in all, Chu Hao has a deep impression on these warriors with devotional beliefs. This is also an important reason why he is so curious about the faith warriors who were led by the disciplinary angel Peter to attack the Zerg. And more importantly, these faith warriors are no different from Magnus in their devotion to their own beliefs. Even more pious. Also, there are an outrageous number of them. The entire battlefield is filled with tens of billions of soldiers whose piety is no less than Magnus. I really want to corrupt a few such beings and see how they react. With extremely greedy eyes, Chu Hao swept away the many strong soldiers present. And every Heavenly Army soldier who was swept by Chu Hao's vision would tremble involuntarily. Although they are in an extremely dangerous battlefield, Chu Hao's gaze still makes these pious but weak guys feel inexplicably flustered. Because as the ruler of the Endless Abyss, even if Chu Hao just stares at these mortal things, his eyes will have natural maliciousness. And these malicious sources are not something these guys can figure out. However, just as Chu Hao looked at the soldiers like looking at toys, an angel broke into Chu Hao's field of vision. This is the real angel. Of course, it is not an angel with a godhead and a clergy like Peter, but an angel born in the Heaven Mountain and used to control the army of mortals. Her appearance is different from those indescribable angels that Chu Hao saw in the assessment world. She looks more like a genetically optimized humanoid, with wings, of course. Chu Hao's mouth curled up. This is because the angel found his own gaze and followed his own gaze to find his position. This angel has fiery red hair and slender legs, but his face is always angry. She raised the sharp sword in her hand and shook it at Chu Hao's position. The meaning is obvious. If you peep again, I'll kill you. Unlike ordinary things, the senses and vision of angels are much stronger. But Chu Hao didn't feel annoyed by this. After all, in his eyes, the threat of this little guy was like an ant to an elephant. No, it was ridiculous to say to a tank that he wanted to kill it. So Chu Hao just jokingly looked at the little guy in front of him and made such a move, without any counterattack, or even the idea of counterattack. But in addition, Chu Hao also realized a new problem. That is, although these ants are weak and pitiful, the master behind them, the guy named Angel of Punishment, is a real behemoth. A behemoth whose strength is so huge that even the ants under his command dare to show his fangs to Chu Hao. Chu Hao observed the distance, the punishment angel who was supervising the progress of all the heavenly army. He found that this guy was watching the battle in front of him with a serious expression on his face, and he didn't care about everything else. It can be known that the reason why this guy brought such a large army here is to destroy these Zerg. As for Chu Hao, the weak gods who were forced to be involved in the Zerg war. It is estimated that in the eyes of this angel, it is no different from the bugs on the roadside. And Chu Hao also vaguely guessed some secrets about the secret realm mutation at this moment, but compared to those secret realm mutation secrets, what he was more concerned about was why Peter blocked the entrance to the rudimentary form of the entire pluralistic world and left their group of weak gods here. In fact, Chu Hao has already made clear the answer to this question. However, until it is thoroughly verified, Chu Hao believes that it is still not possible to turn against this powerful god. After all, those tens of billions of the heavenly army have just begun to be consumed by the Zerg. Whether it's the Zerg or the heavenly army, Chu Hao, who is in a blocked state, is not someone who can fight recklessly. Thinking of this, Chu Hao calmed down, emptied his own distractions, and then went to continue to observe the soldiers of the heaven army. But this time, what Chu Hao observed was their fighting style, and their physical structure. Different from the warriors in the ordinary world, this group of warriors from the heavenly army who came here, without exception, all are enhanced by technology. Each of them has undergone more than one body surgery, and has been strengthened by various chemical agents. There are even some soldiers who have transplanted exoskeletons to improve their defense and support capabilities under their own skin. Everyone knows where it came from. It is estimated that, in the eyes of Heavenly Mountain, the best way to attack the Zerg world this time is to use the power of technology. But just when Chu Hao was checking out these Heavenly Mountain warriors, a message came from the Figure 8 world. After the initial screening of the Abyss, it came to Chu Hao. That was the news from Prince Devil, which was not mentioned. He has, and his brothers and sisters, succeeded in taking over the world. That rare rule has arrived. Chapter 137. Good job, not to mention the law. Different from what Chu Hao expected. This time, Prince Devil, Fabu Men, actually showed an extremely powerful and undeniable dominance. In addition, some of his wonderful ideas even made him leave his brothers and sisters firmly behind him. Not only did Prince Devil mention it, he was not only the first existence to exert influence on the creatures in this world, but he was also the first existence to deploy forces in the entire world. And after all this added up, Prince Devil, who did not do his part, occupied the largest share in this world. Although his subsequent brothers and sisters also broke through the plain wall of this world. However, in the face of Fabuletin mention, who had the first mover advantage, their credit seemed so pale. Deepest abyss. Devil Prince Fabudi knelt in front of Chu Hao, raising his hands reverently. Kneeling in front of Chu Hao with him, there are also the brothers and sisters who are also Prince Devil, but half of them are shivering. Great Lord, here are the rules you want. In his hands, he held a rule that had been embodied by the abyss fire. That is an important rule that allows both world consciousness and oneself to grow up through sacrifice. It is also the most important purpose for Chu Hao to come here. Chu Hao nodded and held out his hand. A wisp of black mist came to Chu Hao with this rule. And Chu Hao himself narrowed his eyes and tasted the taste of this rule. This process is very long, so long that it can be done in hours. After an unknown number of hours, Chu Hao opened his eyes. Good. You did a good job, let's not mention it. In Chu Hao's eyes, the black-red vortex slowly revolved. As a bonus, you stabilize your position, and you can sit longer in the devil's seat. As for the other rewards, you still need to work harder. Hearing this, Devil Prince Fabio was trembling with excitement. He is very clear that the declaration of the ruler of the abyss in front of him is an admission. A promise that he can sit on the throne of the abyss for a long time. As long as he doesn't make a big mistake and doesn't take the initiative to find troubles such as Mu, then he will always rule those planes under him in a tyrannical and cruel way. Thinking of this, the Devil Prince Fabian almost jumped up with excitement. Of course, he still held back. Because at this time, he felt a dangerous breath. Dangerous aura from Chu Hao. It's just that Chu Hao didn't mean to do something to the Devil Prince. He is about to fulfill the rest of his previous promises. With Chu Hao's words, endless black mist continued to pour out from the bloody throne. These black mists are the embodiment of the full power of the endless abyss, and they are also the incarnation of Chu Hao, the ruler of the abyss. In previous wars, it didn't show the value it deserved. Hearing this, half of the devil princes immediately trembled and began to kneel on the ground to pray. They hoped that Chu Hao would spare their lives. Host. No, Lord. There was even the extreme devil prince, who began to try to open the door of space and escape from here. But Chu Hao just sighed softly, and in the next instant, these devil princes were swept up by the black mist. You have the same blood, have the same authority, but your performance. Chu Hao's indifferent voice resounded in the ears of these devil princes. These powerful devils, in front of Chu Hao, are no different from ants. Although they are usually tyrannical to ordinary creatures and can easily carry out mass slaughter, but in front of Chu Hao, they are still ants. This is the crushing at the level of life, and no force can make up for it. But I am very disappointed. Now, take your authority back. After finishing speaking, countless black liquids began to flow down from these devil princes. And their bodies, like candles, kept melting. Screams, howls, and groans resounded from the bottom of the endless abyss. The devil prince didn't mention it, and the rest of the devil princes who survived looked at everything in front of them excitedly. Obviously, they have no sympathy for these weak companions. They even enjoyed the screams and wailing sounds of other existences at the same first level. Ah, it's really sweet. No matter how many times I listen to it, these voices of alternating authority make me feel physically and mentally happy. Of course, there are mainly screams and wailing as auxiliary music. Devil Prince Fabudi narrowed his eyes, watching Chu Hao crush all the unqualified devil princes and take back their authority. In fact, Prince Devil didn't mention that he really wanted to expand his own authority, but it was obvious that he didn't dare to make such a request at all. But what he didn't expect was just after Chu Hao melted them. Here, you deserve it. Chu Hao waved his hand gently and distributed the remaining abyss authority to all the devil princes who were still alive and passed the assessment. And the weight of each devil prince is different, which is determined by the merits of this war. Among them, the devil prince, not to mention, has gained the most, nearly half of the abyss power, which is almost more than the sum of the rest of the devil princes. The abyss is above this. The devil prince Fa did not mention his own body excitedly, trembling with excitement. His scarlet eyes were staring at the inside of own body. Inside his body, countless new muscles are growing wildly, making his strength even higher. At the soul level, the affinity between its soul and the abyss has almost reached its peak. He could feel that countless abyss knowledge that he didn't know before was filling his mind quickly. All of this is due to the increase in his share of authority in the abyss. The more shares he has, the more power and knowledge it has. Even in the depths of its soul sea, it vaguely felt some changes. Although it is impossible to light the fire of God, but such a mutation still makes him feel happy. Because he instinctively felt that it was the proof that he was about to enter a new level of life. Host. Devil Prince Fabuti knelt in front of Chu Hao and sang the greatness of Chu Hao. But Chu Hao, just looking at the few remnants of the soul in his hand, was stunned. Because, at this time, Damon gave him a new plan that could make the abyss more perfect. And the plan is related to these few remnants. Chapter 138. Lord, I have a new discovery. Just when Chu Hao had just cleaned up several unqualified demon monarch kings, Damon, the failed fusion of the Sea of Mind's anti-ascension experiment, suddenly gave Chu Hao a message. Among the several schemes verified by Damon, a special scheme for changing the structure of the abyss came to fruition. So when Chu Hao heard the news of Damon, Chu Hao was stunned for a while. You know, in fact, after he brought Damon, a derivative of the Sea of Mind, under his command, he immediately gave the other party several difficult problems originating from the abyss for him to deduce. Each of these topics that need to be deduced requires a large amount of data to be verified. But well, huge, comparable to the computing power of the star computer, is the biggest difference between this unique creature and other abyss creatures. With billions of complete brains, it can easily provide a huge computing power above a medium god and below a high god. Therefore, Chu Hao will give him those topics and some redundant rules that he is not willing to bother to calculate, and let him calculate. It's like Chu Hao has two computers at the same time, one for ordinary abyss work, and the other for those pure calculation work. And this guy, Damon, is also very conscientious. In a short period of time, he will deduce several difficult plans and hand them over to Chu Hao for decision. Just, please be merciful, these remnants in your hand can be used for this time's plan. Hearing this, Chu Hao stopped decisively. And the remnants of the devil princes who were about to die in his hands all stopped their horrific screams. Such unsatisfactory behavior made Prince Devil a little disappointed. What is the result of your plan? Why do you need these remnants of souls? Chu Hao asked Damon, who had just delivered the answer to himself, hoping that the other party would give a reasonable answer. Damon said respectfully, Great Lord, regarding this plan, I have passed it to the core of the endless abyss through your black mist, please check it out. After a while, in the black mist at the bottom of the abyss, something similar to a dream crystal appeared. The dream crystal is a derivative produced by some nightmare devils entering the low-dimensional plane in the abyss. These things, when used properly, can send creatures into a horrific nightmare that they can never wake up from. This nightmare will end with the user's death. Other than that, no stimulation of any kind will wake the user. But if it undergoes a step-by-step reconciliation and purification with special tools, the dream crystal can be changed into a luxury similar to making people dream for a long time. That's right, this thing is a very rare luxury among the abyss creatures. Many powerful devils like to use some of the spoils to exchange for some dream crystals under the conditions of their own safety, so that they can relax in the endless killing. However, due to the relatively small number of nightmare devils and the small number of nightmares that can come back alive from the low-dimensional ideal plane, Chu Hao blocked the ideal plane. The number of dream crystals has always been in a low-yield stage. However, when Damon entered the endless abyss, this situation changed. After this monster composed of countless brains discovered this thing, which could relieve the pain of some thoughts in the sea of their own mind, a large number of nightmare devils were captured by Damon, bred, and then thrown into low dimensions like a guinea pig. In the meantime, the cultivation of dream crystal is carried out. Moreover, due to the powerful attributes of Damon's Sea of Mind, Nightmare Devil can successfully survive with a 20% survival rate under its protection, producing a large number of dream crystals that the opponent needs. Therefore, on Damon's plane, such a special coexistence relationship was formed. Nightmare was kept in captivity by Damon, who provided him with dream crystals, while Damon provided protection to Nightmare. In the end, both parties get what they need and are happy. It's just that the Nightmare Devils are the forced ones, and they don't agree with the definition of happiness for all. But all this is not important. What is important is that through the analysis of dream crystals, Damon successfully learned to condense his own calculation results and processes into something similar to dream crystals. In this way, Damon's efficiency has been greatly improved. He can use this ability to save some of the results, freeing up valuable computing power for other calculations. Chu Hao opened the imitation dream crystal, and instantly, countless calculation results appeared in front of Chu Hao. After Chu Hao pushed aside these useless calculation results marked as inefficient, in the center of the results, he saw the solution given by Damon. A plan that can reduce the speed of Devil's internal consumption and make Devil highly adaptable in terms of warfare. Chu Hao vaguely remembered that his request to Damon was to find a solution that would reduce the speed of Devil's internal consumption. In the Endless Abyss, due to the harsh environment and the natural tyrannical habits of abyss creatures, the Endless Abyss has always been a large Shura field. Every native devil needs to fight each other to advance to the next step. This also leads to the fact that although every native devil is powerful, its birth requires extremely huge resources. Even, the resources they consume can theoretically create more and more powerful creatures. Although Chu Hao can still continue to obtain more resources, allowing devils to grow regardless of everything, but resources will always be exhausted, and there will be a day when there will be shortages. For this reason, Chu Hao will find ways to change the current situation and take over this topic. But he didn't expect that Damon not only solved this problem, but also added a patch to the solution. After Chu Hao clicked on this plan, countless data poured into Chu Hao's mind like a sea. Chu Hao himself closed his eyes and verified the data. After a few minutes, Chu Hao opened his eyes, looking a little weird. He didn't ask Damon too many questions, just 2 questions, the ones that Chu Hao was most interested in. How did you come up with this scheme and why do you have such a high level of biodesign technology? It turned out that the plan given by this Damon is like this. It is ready to let Chu Hao build a special giant plane on the periphery of the Endless Abyss. And in this giant plane, Chu Hao will cultivate a group of terrible creatures that hate Devil, and also make Devil hate. This kind of creature will have a never-ending battle with the devils. Bloody Battle. Chapter 139. How did you come up with this plan, and why do you have such superb biodesign technology? For Damon's proposal, Chu Hao was most surprised by 2 points. The first point is the program itself, which Chu Hao is actually very familiar with. The reason is that in the process of his last life, he had heard devils talk about a kind of terrifying existence that made devils very disgusted, but at the same time made them involuntarily fearful. Those beings called devils. These creatures called devils, they are the nemesis of devils, but at the same time they are also restrained by a kind of devils. This kind of creature will engage in a never-ending bloody battle with devils at the bottom of the Endless Abyss, at the connection between the underworld and the Endless Abyss. This never-ending bloody battle will not only allow the devils to improve their own strength and adapt to various forms of war, but also allow many devils to transform in this bloody battle and become another real devil lord. It can be said that the emergence of devils and bloody battles has greatly promoted the evolution of devil. But that's just devil's perspective. Actually, it's not just devil that is evolving. The cunning and cruel devil is actually in this never-ending battle, constantly transforming. Even, their evolution speed, on the whole, is slightly higher than devil's. It is precisely because both sides are aiming at each other's evolution, the bloody battle between devil and devil will go on for thousands of years. On the other hand, the devil is a devil creature of destruction and madness that is different from chaos and disorder. Devils, in addition to having a very high level of reason and organization, they also have terrifying power, dark characters, and extremely high efficiency. And this extreme rationality is even more important than their pure and dark souls. Any devil will step into the arms of death. But any devil, as long as there is no complete death, they will still be a terrible, calculating evil. No matter how emotional things are, in the eyes of the devil, they have no value. In their eyes, only power and strength are valuable. This incredible calm and unfeeling is the most unique talent of the devils. They worship authority and respect order. But at the same time, they are also evil. Like devils, they like to see the world falling apart, like to see ordinary souls, crying and wailing in front of them. But unlike devils, compared to pure violence, the devils prefer to use conspiracy and fraud to get the results they want. If I had to use one word to explain the characters of the devils, the first word that Chu Hao thought of would be hypocritical. Disgusting, but impeccably hypocritical. They are like real Judah merchants. On the surface, they will be like a wise man who understands what is deep in your heart and tells you how to solve it. Of course, if you understand your true heart well enough, then at this time, it is possible for you to escape the temptation of the devil. But if your heart is not clear enough, it's going to get really bad. Because next, it will fire a contract that you cannot refuse at all, and strictly abide by the spirit of the contract represented by all contracts to perform the contract. On the surface, everything in this contract is what you want, and it's definitely in your favor. But in fact, when they sign a contract with you, they will rack their brains and use all kinds of ways you can't imagine to set up a trap for you to fall into the underworld in the contract signed with the devil. One of the most famous of these tricks is to disguise the payment of an unequal treaty as a contract pattern on the contract you use. Even sometimes, when they sign a contract, they will use secret means to make a contract that was originally read from left to right, into a contract read from front to back. Also, on the white back of the contract, the content of the unequal treaty has been secretly written with invisible magic potion. Once the unfortunate one, unknowingly, signed his own name on the contract with the devil, then his best situation is only death. Because, in the underworld, a special world created by the devil, death. Just a start. A beginning of eternal suffering. But when it comes to the underworld, there's a lot to say about this strange world. From the structure of the underworld to their special world environment, everything adds up to a thick textbook. But not this time. Doghead. After Chu Hao saw this topic, the first race he could think of was the devil family. It's just a long time ago that Chu Hao thought about making a powerful infinity the underworld to reduce the mutual consumption of devils in the abyss. But at the beginning of the implementation of this subject, Chu Hao put it on hold indefinitely. This is because the endless abyss was in a period of rapid expansion when Chu Hao established this subject. At that stage, Chu Hao didn't have enough resources to support him to build this world. Secondly, Chu Hao didn't think about the racial design of the devil family. Because a race that is close to devil in evolution potential is very difficult to design. Even a high-level god-level existence, it is impossible to design it so easily. Even if it were possible, it would take countless unimaginably complex experiments to arrive at the data we have today. Even these complex experiments themselves, the data is so large that there are more than this plan. Because like devil is also unique. However, this time, this guy, Damon, actually handed over the devil's design drawings directly to Chu Hao. This is the second point that surprised Chu Hao himself with Damon's proposal. Damon actually has such a powerful creature design ability. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Chu Hao asked Xiang Yuan, who was on another plane. These creature designs are your own ideas? Chu Hao really doesn't believe that Damon, a guy who only has brains. Damon gave a negative answer. Lord, these biological design plans are not designed by me, but the new plan given by the brainworm of the Void Zerg. Brainworm. Chu Hao was a little puzzled. Can you communicate with it? Lord, any intelligent life, I can forcibly communicate with it through my surging sea of mind, but before explaining the results of our communication, I need to remind you of one thing. What? The worm wants to see you, and it wants to ask you some important questions. You, why give it life and wisdom? Chapter 140. Why give it life and wisdom? Chu Hao did not expect that the brainworm would ask him this question. In fact, Chu Hao has never been too concerned about the existence of brainworms. The reason why this guy was captured at the beginning was because Chu Hao believed that a lot of knowledge could be found in such a swarm's will node. At least, Chu Hao was able to decipher some of the characteristics of the will of the swarm. Therefore, Chu Hao will find a way to capture the brainworm. As for why it was given life and wisdom at that time, Lord, do you want to reply to it? Sorry for taking up so much of your time, but brainworm is a fun guy. Damon asked Chu Hao. At this time this brainworm was accepting its dismantling on Damon's side. It is clear that the brainworm does not have any resistance. And the reason why Damon is willing to help it send its message to the Great Master of the Abyss is only because of Damon's own curiosity and some indescribable affection that resembles pity mixed with affection. As a completely different existence from ordinary life forms, Damon, the failed product of this Sea of Mind anti-ascension experiment. It actually has a certain favor or sympathy and pity for the cerebral worm, a guy who is considered an alien in the Zerg. After all, the brainworm is different from any previous Zerg. It used to be just a node of the will of the hive, and its only function was to amplify the command of the will of the swarm. Just like the ordinary insect swarm of hundreds of millions of units, there is no difference. It has no thoughts of its own, no thinking, and no soul of any kind. The only thing it has to do is to do the things assigned to him by the will of the hive. However, when Chu Hao turned the ring of the 7 original sins, he used the breath of the abyss to infect the brainworm. Everything has changed. It has a will, a thought, and a feeling of its own. It even understands that it needs to resist the cleaning of its own by the rest of the Zerg for its own survival, even though this order was issued by its mother, the great will of the hive. But what all this brings to it is not fun and joy, on the contrary, all it can feel is endless emptiness and doubts. And all of this was felt incomparably by Damon's powerful Sea of Mind. In this regard, the curious Damon could not interpret it. He could only, after communicating with the brainworm, report all the information to Chu Hao, and let him decide. It is indeed the selfishness of my subordinates to bring up such a question to you, but there is indeed a lot of knowledge in the brainworm's consciousness that we can use now. It is this knowledge that I make up for the shortcomings of the original plan. And the only requirement that it voluntarily offers these options is for you to answer it a question. Also please, don't ignore the opportunity to let the endless abyss continue to evolve because of the recklessness of your subordinates. Chu Hao also felt Damon's emotions. The other party is actually a little afraid of himself. After all, this guy has his own selfishness mixed in the process that was originally a business. Although it is only a trivial remark, this is also something that many high-level executives cannot accept. Many high-ranking guys are very disgusted with their own subordinates, and they get rid of their own thinking and do extra things. But as the ruler of the endless abyss, Chu Hao can guess why Damon is willing to help the brainworm. The important thing is that this kind of behavior, in the eyes of Chu Hao, is actually nothing. Chu Hao smiled slightly. Okay, I can reply to it. In Damon's dull tone, there was suddenly an emotion similar to joy. Thank you to the great you, to the great master of the abyss, I will tell it the answer you will reply to. It seems that in this short period of time with the brainworm, Damon and the brainworm have established a strange but deep friendship. Chu Hao shook his head. No, I decided to go to your plane in person and meet that little guy. By the way, Damon, you did a great job. Damon's thoughts were stunned for a moment by Chu Hao's words. Now, as an abyss creature, you don't need to be too conservative in many things. In many things, you can be willful or even fool around. After all, in the abyss, the thinking of all creatures should be free. In the next instant, countless black mists appeared from the plane where Damon was. In the core ocean composed of endless brains, countless brains shrink rapidly, making enough space for Chu Hao to appear. And Chu Hao also appeared in front of a sturdy brainworm whose body was covered in countless dream crystals. The wounds on this brainworm caused by the Zerg have already healed, and even its torn limbs have been restored to normal due to the supply of Damon resources. Squeak! But with the appearance of Chu Hao, this brainworm instinctively wanted to stretch out its own limbs to attack Chu Hao, and defend itself. This is the instinct of the already free it, as a basic creature. Chu Hao is too powerful. As soon as he appeared, the brainworm fell into the chaos of thinking. When Damon saw this scene, he was stunned. Because, what this brainworm does is absolutely not allowed in the abyss. The object it just wanted to attack was the master of the entire endless abyss, the real master of the abyss. If any devil were to see the scene just now, he would probably roar forward and tear the brainworm to pieces. Fine. But to the surprise of Cerebral Worm and Damon, Chu Hao didn't care. On the contrary, he gently waved his hands and released the brainworm from being surrounded by dream crystals. I can understand your behavior. Without the restraint of the will of the main nest, the Zerg will be controlled by instinct. Hearing this, the obese cerebral worm that had been raised recently tried to retract its forelimbs. Then, it clumsily moved towards Chu Hao, stretched out a few other limbs, learned from the information that Damon had just passed over, and made a ridiculous etiquette. Great Master of the Abyss, I want to know, why did you give me life and wisdom? The mouth parts of the brainworm uttered clumsy, but fairly clear abyss language. It seems that during this period, Damon told the brainworm a lot of knowledge, and this guy learned it very quickly. After the cerebral worm as these etiquette, no more nonsense, just quickly, asked Chu Hao a few questions that he was most concerned about. Why do you want me to fall into such pain and confusion? And what is the real meaning of my existence? Chapter 141. Why do you want me to fall into such pain and confusion? What is the meaning of my existence? This is what the brainworm, after gaining life, has been thinking about. Different from what ordinary people imagine. Brainworms, after gaining thinking and life, do not feel the so-called beauty of life as those wise men say. Instead, the only thing he felt. Only extreme pain and confusion. Of course, the pain here is not the pain of the soul, but the soul, or the soul. Hearing this, Chu Hao opened her eyes. He looked at the little bug in front of him with interest, and after looking at it for a long time, he said, "Do you think that your current state is very painful, and you feel very confused?" Instead of answering the question directly, he asked another question first. "That's right, the great master of the abyss, although I haven't been alive for a long time, and I haven't figured out many feelings, but with the help of Damon, I understand that my current state is pain and confusion. I don't know why I came, why I was born in this world, and even, I don't know, what kind of existence am I?" Brainworm said calmly. Like all Zerg, the brainworm in front of Chu Hao has a very powerful thinking logic. Unlike Chaos Devil, it has a very powerful rationality. For any Void Zerg, I belong to an absolute alternative. Not only did I have my own mind, but I also broke away from my original mother, that is, the embrace of the will of the hive. What makes me even more unacceptable is that after I left the will of the hive, I am still there. The brainworm hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to use instinct to explain its series of behaviors. In the end, driven by my inferior instincts, I resisted the orders of the will of the hive. All of this makes me feel the pain. But compared to this pain, the hardest thing for me to accept is that I haven't received any orders since then. Any orders? In my former life, I was receiving orders from the will of the hive all the time. Starting with larvae and ending with death. From eating, to attacking, to building foundation establishment because of the primordial body, constructing buildings, to feeding larvae, in short, all the trajectories of operation are ordered by the will of the hive to regulate my behavior. However, all my actions now make me feel confused. I don't know what I'm supposed to do without an order. I don't know, should I eat at this time, I don't know, should I move to the next place, I don't know. After losing the will of the hive, all I can feel is pure emptiness. Even, I can feel that my existence has no meaning. There was confusion in the black compound eyes of the brainworm. But hearing this, Chu Hao only showed a smile. This question, in my opinion, is so stupid, you little ant. In Chu Hao's eyes, the black and red vortex slowly revolved. It's just a simple experimental step and you'll figure it out. First of all, I need to confirm whether you have the sea of mind and soul. A black mist flashed quickly, passing over the body of the brainworm. And the black mist quickly told Chu Hao the answer. This brainworm, as well as possessing its own sea of mind and soul, is only in its embryonic stage. Just like a baby in an embryo, although it has a heartbeat, its sea of mind and soul are just like his, just a prototype. However, such a result is sufficient. Because, with the prototype of the sea of mind, Chu Hao understands that the brainworm in front of him can perceive what is called painful. Squeak. With Chu Hao's eyes staring, that black mist passed by again. The brainworm suddenly twitched, and its limbs suddenly began to contract irregularly. And its fat body, at this moment, began to tremble wildly. In the endless abyss, pain is the cheapest thing. Chu Hao just collected a few ray of pain from the soul fragments in the abyss, and he was able to make this tiny ant in front of him feel extreme pain beyond the soul. Host. Seeing the pained appearance of the brainworm in front of him, Damon was a little anxious. Chu Hao ignored the brainworm, and just bent down and sneered to ask the brainworm. Brain bug, how are you feeling now? The brainworm is worthy of the existence of the Zerg thinking, so extreme that it is enough to cause the pain of death in an instant, and it can also answer Chu Hao's question more clearly. It's painful. But I don't understand. Doesn't understand how I'm doing this has anything to do with your question. Yes. The mouth parts of the brainworm spit out green foam because of the severe pain. Obviously, its bodily functions have been affected. And Chu Hao snapped his fingers again in a very indifferent way. Then, squeak. More black mist, more pain extracted from the abyss, all plunged into the body of the brainworm. Every muscle in its body was almost boiling. The answer to your question is simple. The journey of life is a process of constant suffering. Chu Hao said with a smile. No matter how much you deny it, life is suffering. Birth is suffering, death is suffering, and the process from birth to death is also suffering. But the greatness of life lies in the fact that life will always turn part of the pain into the motivation to live. They will accept the pain of their own life, and accepting the pain is part of life. At the same time, they'll try to figure out the meaning of life in order to deceive themselves so that they can live. Chu Hao threw a cloud of black mist in front of the brainworm and said. So I hate people talking about the meaning of life or something, because life itself doesn't have much meaning. Because the so-called meaning of life is nothing more than what idlers add. If you think you don't want any more pain, you can stretch out your limbs and touch the black mist in front of you. This black mist is the embodiment of my divine fire and divine power. It will end your pain in an instant, and it will make you disappear in an instant. And if you are willing to endure it, the pain you feel will end in an hour. So, what would you choose? Continue or end? Chu Hao looked at the brainworm in front of him and smiled. The brainworm twitched and stretched its limbs towards the black mist, getting closer and closer.